At the Gui residence stood an extraordinary pavilion. Gui Ryanja, a weary old man, expressed disappointment to his longtime friend, lamenting that after all the years he had waited, only a single cup of drink had been offered to share. Sitting across from him, a man clad in a sea-blue robe exuded an air of detachment, battle scars marking every visible surface of his skin. He remained patient as Ryanja poured the drink, listening as the old man recalled their first meeting when both had been young. Observing his longtime companion, Ryanja noted that despite the solemn and aloof demeanor, the determination in his gaze had never wavered. Exactly 40 years had passed since their first encounter. Upon entering the house, the man in the blue robe had wasted no time, making a request that left Ryanja speechless. He sought the great regression technique to return to the past. Shock rippled through Ryanja, unable to immediately comprehend such a demand. The great regression technique stood as one of the greatest legacies of the Gui family, a technique meticulously researched and passed down for centuries. Though theoretically within reach, its execution had remained unattainable. 5 materials were required to complete the technique, items so rare that gathering them all had been deemed impossible. Yet, as Ryanja regained his composure, a smile formed. A promise was made. If the man could procure the necessary materials, the technique would be performed. The required items were no ordinary relics. The Thunder Bell, a sacred artifact of the Heavenly Wind cult. The Divine Incense Brazier, a sacred artifact of the Divine Dragon family. The core essence of the 10,000-year carp. The secret demonic soul of the demonic cult. Decades passed, and against all expectations, the man before Ryanja had managed to obtain each of the sacred materials. After disappearing for an extended period to acquire the secret demonic soul, Ryanja had assumed his old friend had perished in some nameless valley. At last, the man in the blue robe took a sip from his drink, voicing his resentment toward the so-called great technique, cursing the absurdity of its requirements. He even contemplated the idea of killing Ryanja instead. Time had changed them both. The man sitting before Ryanja had once been someone young and full of vigor, yet now he bore the weight of years and hardship. The transformation had been inevitable in the relentless pursuit of the materials. Yet, Ryanja needed to ask himself what the true purpose behind this desperate need to return to the past had been. In an instant, the cup slammed against the table. A chilling aura of bloodlust emanated from the man, his killing intent undeniable. The reason, he declared, was revenge. Moments later, Ryanja, assessing the man's current strength, determined that even now, vengeance was beyond his reach. Curiosity compelled him to inquire further as he wondered who had been the target of such relentless hatred. A wave of horror swept over Ryanja upon hearing the name, Mugeuk. This name belonged to the strongest figure in history, the one who had slain the 3 pillars of the Murim world. The leader of the Murim Alliance, the unorthodox alliance leader, and even the heavenly demon himself, all had perished by his hand. To challenge him was an impossible feat. Even so, the man remained resolute. His need for vengeance was unshaken. Only then did he reveal the most shocking truth of all. The heavenly demon, slain by Mugeuk, had been his father. The revelation struck Ryanja with disbelief, marking this man as none other than the successor of the heavenly demon. Yet, the man denied seeking vengeance merely for his father's death. Nor did he resent the loss of his so-called wretched brother. The deaths of those who had pledged themselves to demons carried little weight. Ryanja hesitated, momentarily confused. The man continued, revealing the true reason. On that fateful day, Mugeuk had massacred not only warriors, but the innocent as well. Servants, cooks, and even young children. None had been spared. Even the cats and dogs of the household had been slaughtered. Disbelief flickered in Ryanja's expression, unwilling to accept that Mugeuk would commit such an atrocity. Yet the man had no interest in persuading him. At his current age, killing Mugeuk was impossible. The only way to change fate was to return to the past. Ryanja, seeing no hope in swaying his resolve, made a request of his own. If the past were to be rewritten, he wanted the man to prevent his own marriage. A strange silence filled the room, as if time itself had momentarily stopped. Considering Ryanja's grave expression, the man had expected something of great importance. Yet upon hearing the request, laughter erupted from deep within him. unrestrained and genuine. Ryanja, however, was not jesting. He pleaded earnestly, begging to be convinced to remain alone for the rest of his life. Feeling the sincerity in Ryanja's voice, the man agreed to fulfill this request. Shortly after, as he struggled to rise, he urged Ryanja to proceed with the technique. Concern flashed across Ryanja's face, questioning the man's condition. Brushing off the worry, the man dismissed any notion of weakness. Losing an arm and an eye had been a small price to pay for obtaining the secret demonic soul. Finally, Ryanja assembled the sacred relics. As the box containing the soul was opened, Ryanja raised his hands, as if in prayer, and began the incantation for the great technique. One by one, the sacred relics radiated their power with each verse he uttered. Upon the final word, light burst forth, illuminating the room. The spell was complete. A fraction of a second later, a wormhole tore through space, releasing an overwhelming surge of mana. Ryanja, after dedicating his entire life to this pursuit, stood in disbelief. The culmination of his research had finally manifested before his eyes. Turning excitedly to share this moment with his old friend, his breath hitched. The old man lay slumped against a pillar, exhaustion evident in every shallow breath. Though battered and weary, he had drifted into an oddly peaceful sleep. Ryanja's gaze shifted toward the portal, the chance to redo everything. Temptation took hold. An apology escaped his lips for what he was about to do. Looking at his sleeping companion, he swore to find him in the past and deliver a warning of the impending disaster. Stepping toward the wormhole, conviction filled his heart. To return to the past had been his lifelong wish, one as great as his family itself. Then his body froze. Realization struck. His acupoint had been sealed. Like a ghost, the old man appeared behind him, demanding to know how Ryanja could even consider such a betrayal. Moving to stand before him, the question was repeated, this time laced with unmistakable fury. With a sharp strike, Ryanja was thrown to the ground. Panic consumed him. He begged for forgiveness, the weight of his momentary lapse pressing upon him. He knew the suffering the old man had endured to gather the materials. He knew that his actions had been a terrible mistake. Tears welled in his eyes as he prayed the old man would show mercy. At last, the old man withdrew his hand, declaring himself a selfish person as well. Caring for no one but himself had been the only way to gather all the required materials. With gritted teeth, he admitted that if Ryanja had been anyone else, death would have been immediate. For the first time in many years, a rare smile crossed the old man's face. He expressed gratitude toward Ryanja for waiting a lifetime. Tears welled in Ryanja's eyes at those words, fully aware that the time for farewell had arrived. Suddenly, the colors of the world around the old man faded, and before long, time itself came to a halt. Scanning his surroundings, confusion overtook him as he attempted to understand what had just occurred. An ancient being materialized from the void, radiating an unfathomable aura. The old man demanded to know the identity of this entity. In response, the being introduced itself as the one who would send him back to the past. It explained that the logic of the heavens was beyond human comprehension. Mere mortals and some materials alone could never make time travel possible. The true catalyst for this technique was not the physical relics, but rather the immense effort it had taken to obtain them. The old man had passed the test. His entire existence had been defined by the singular goal of collecting those items, sacrificing everything to do so. Forgiving Ryanja had been the final challenge. Surprisingly, it had been the most difficult trial of all, yet he had passed it effortlessly. With no hesitation, the old man instructed the being to proceed. In return, the being posed a question, wondering what would be done once back in the past. Without a moment's doubt, the old man answered. The goal was to kill the one who deserved to die and save those who had been unjustly taken. A meaningful life was what he sought, to erase regret. Ever since birth, every action had been dictated by external forces, pushed in different directions, controlled by unseen hands. Life had passed by without true autonomy. As the ancient being listened, an unexpected smile formed upon its face. Curiosity stirred within it, intrigued by the kind of life that awaited him. It looked forward to witnessing his new journey. With those final words, the being vanished into thin air. At that moment, time resumed. Ryanja continued speaking, still lost in his apologies. Repeating his earlier request, he once again implored the old man to stop him from ever getting married. Without acknowledging the plea, the one-handed old man stepped toward the portal, prepared to rewrite his fate. Fading into the light, he left Ryanja behind, who called out in desperation, demanding that the promise be remembered. Moments later, the old man found himself standing before a massive crowd. Cheers erupted around him. His identity in this life was clear. He was known as the second young master of the demonic cult, Geom Mugeuk. Gazing upon the colossal statue representing the cult's symbol, awe swept through him. Wearing a solemn expression, a smile crept onto his lips. The confirmation was clear. This was truly the past. The audience within the arena continued chanting his name. Suddenly, his attention shifted toward the head of the cult. Seated with an air of nonchalance was Kyanma, the heavenly demon, Mugeuk's father. A deep sense of longing surfaced within him. Seeing his father at his peak, alive and well, stirred emotions he had long buried. A smile formed before an unexpected thought took hold. Perhaps it was time to surprise his father. Before he could act, a brown-haired man forcefully smashed his sword against the floor, demanding Mugeuk's attention and insisting that the fight begin. Only then did Mugeuk register his surroundings. The arena was now empty, with only himself and the brown-haired man standing in its center. Recognition dawned. This was the day of the demon skirmish. His father, the heavenly demon, had declared that the position of cult leader would not be limited to his own bloodline. The decision had caused an uproar. Anyone who proved themselves the strongest would be given the chance to claim the title of heavenly demon. To demonstrate the seriousness of his declaration, a tournament had been held among the next generation of the cult's leaders. The victor of the demon skirmish would earn the right to challenge either of the heavenly demon's two sons. Whoever emerged victorious in that fight would be granted a single wish by the heavenly demon himself. One of those challengers now stood before Mugeuk, this brown-haired man who insisted that surrender was the only option. Mugeuk recalled his past with greater clarity now. His opponent had chosen him, believing him to be the weaker target compared to his older brother. But there had been more to it. In his previous life, the brown-haired man had bribed the kitchen staff, slipping energy-dispersing poison into Mugeuk's food. The result had been disastrous. Unable to use his energy, Mugeuk had lost. When he had reported the treachery to his father, no words of consolation had followed. Instead, his father's gaze had held nothing but silent disappointment, blaming him for falling prey to such a petty trick. Desperation had led Mugeuk to reckless actions in the aftermath, pushing himself beyond reason in an attempt to redeem his failure. Mistakes had accumulated. Opportunities had been lost. His defeat on this very day had marked the beginning of his downfall in the Succession War. Now, standing in the same arena, the brown-haired man scoffed at his apparent distraction. Mugeuk, unfazed, inquired about his opponent's name. Outraged by the lack of recognition, the brown-haired man shouted his name, Gu Pyungo, a fifth disciple of Gu Qianpa, the Blood Heaven Sword Demon, and one of the 7 disciples of the 8 Demon Supremes. In the past, Mugeuk had not known this. Now he did. Shifting his gaze toward his father, he sensed the unspoken test being placed before him. The heavenly demon had already noticed the effects of the poison. Rather than intervening, he simply observed, waiting to see how Mugeuk would handle the situation. Despite knowing he could end this fight in a single move without using his inner energy, revealing too much now would be unwise. A plan took shape. Raising his fist, he made a declaration. This fight would be conducted without the use of inner energy. The crowd fell into a state of confusion. Even Pyungo seemed bewildered. Then, a roar of cheers erupted, rallying behind the young master, known as the Unrivaled Swordsman. Caught in the moment, Pyungo followed suit, agreeing to the condition. Only afterward did realization dawn upon him. He had poisoned his opponent to gain an advantage, yet had now willingly neutralized that advantage himself. The audience groaned, anticipating a dull match. Meanwhile, Mugeuk assessed his own body. The sensation was foreign. Though younger, the movements felt unfamiliar. He wondered whether he would be able to control it as he had in his past life. Pyungo wasted no time, swinging his sword and demanding Mugeuk draw his own weapon. Unmoved, Mugeuk thought otherwise. There was no need for a sword against an opponent like this. Irritated by the dismissal, Pyungo charged, intent on severing an arm. Mugeuk evaded effortlessly, finding satisfaction in the seamless reaction of his younger body. It was faster than expected. Another strike followed. A simple jump allowed Mugeuk to dodge the attack with ease. Excitement surged within him. His heart pounded with renewed strength. The youth of his body, the limitless potential. It was exhilarating. Engrossed in his own thoughts, Pyongo continued his relentless assault, his frustration growing with each passing moment as the young master's smile remained unwavering. This time, rather than evading, Mugeuk advanced toward Pyongo, meeting his charge head-on. Another attempt to strike failed as Mugeuk drove an elbow into his opponent's stomach. Before any reaction could follow, a sharp jab landed, shattering Pyongo's nose. Blow after blow followed in rapid succession, each strike denying any opportunity for retaliation. Not that Pyongo was capable of countering. Blood spewed from his mouth as his mind blanked, unable to fully grasp the situation. Before he could collapse or concede defeat, Mugeuk seized his hand, questioning if it was the same hand used to administer the poison. Without waiting for an answer, he crushed it, eliciting a scream of agony. The gathered audience watched in stunned silence as the young master displayed ruthless precision, utterly unfazed by the prospect of maiming a disciple of the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. In that moment, the determination in Mugeuk's eyes was unmistakable. Having returned to the past, he resolved to live without allowing anyone to dictate his fate. A single raised hand from the heavenly demon commanded immediate silence across the arena. His gaze settled on his son as he instructed him to declare his wish for winning the duel. Traditionally, victors requested artisan weaponry or secret martial arts manuals. Such expectations lingered in the air, yet Mugeuk chose instead to follow his instincts. His request was simple. He wished to accompany his father on a hunt. Chanhua, as if ensuring clarity, questioned whether this was truly the desire being put forth. Mugeuk expressed his intent, stating that he had heard tales of his father's fondness for hunting in his youth and wished to learn from him firsthand. Rising from his seat, Chanhua agreed, announcing their departure at dawn. Without another word, he turned and walked away, signaling the official conclusion of the demonic skirmish. Meanwhile, as Pyongo was assisted to his feet, he scoffed at Mugeuk's choice, deeming him a fool for wasting such an opportunity on a mere hunting trip instead of a valuable treasure. In response, Mugeuk simply inquired about his name, his tone laced with provocation, making it clear that Pyongo was beneath his notice. Now that he had returned, the reckless existence that once defined those around him no longer held any appeal. Later, as the sun set in brilliant hues along the horizon, Mugeuk stood in his quarters, gazing at his youthful reflection. Yet within, an aged and seasoned soul resided. A lingering thought crossed his mind as he wondered what Mugeuk could be doing at that moment. If he could locate and eliminate him before he reached the peak of his power, then perhaps everything could be resolved effortlessly. The difficulty, however, lay in finding him. Mugeuk had emerged in Jianghu, as though he had fallen from the heavens. After annihilating the Murim alliance, the unorthodox alliance, and the demonic cult, he had vanished from sight, leaving little trace of his existence. To announce his name publicly would serve only as a reckless provocation, an unnecessary risk. Ultimately, Mugeuk's primary goal remained unchanged, to surpass Mugeuk in strength. A soft and gentle voice broke the silence, offering praise for the remarkable performance displayed earlier. Turning, Mugeuk was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Leon, his personal bodyguard. His expression darkened once more. In the past, he had remained ignorant of the truth, that her imposing stature was a direct result of the martial art she had mastered. The body petrification technique granted its user the temporary ability to harden their body to the density of stone. A secret technique known to only a select few, it had been imparted to her for one sole purpose, his protection. The greatest flaw of this art, however, was its effect on the user's physique, enlarging their body significantly. She had once shielded him, throwing herself in the path of Mugeuk's sword aura, sacrificing her life so that he could live. Yet at the time, he had regarded her as nothing more than a mere bodyguard. He had taken her presence for granted, much like one fails to acknowledge the necessity of air until it is no longer there. Stepping closer, he now noticed how much larger she appeared compared to his memories. The observation only deepened her confusion. It was widely believed that, had she continued growing naturally, she would have become the most beautiful woman in the world. However, the commitment to safeguarding her young master had changed everything. One day, her delicate form had transformed, her beauty buried beneath a physique sculpted for battle. Unbeknownst to him at the time, she had wept over her transformation, struggling with the loss of what she once was. He had never even noticed the swelling in her eyes, the silent proof of her grief. As he walked, his thoughts lingered on her. She, who devoted her existence to protecting him, had clearly sensed the changes within him. When he beckoned her to follow, she hesitated, questioning his intentions. He merely stated that he intended to show her something strange. The destination soon became clear as they arrived at the kitchen, where the cooking staff stood lined up. Without hesitation, Mugeuk posed a simple question, wondering how it had been done. Confusion flickered across the head cook's face, uncertain of the inquiry's meaning. Mugeuk, however, addressed the boy at the back, demanding an explanation for the energy-dissipating poison that had been mixed into his meal. Denial followed, though it quickly crumbled when Mugeuk revealed the boy's secret. A crippling gambling addiction had driven him into insurmountable debt, squandering not only his parents' wealth, but also the borrowed money of his friends. Desperation had led him to commit an unforgivable act. Falling to his knees, he pleaded for mercy. Through the boy's confession, Mugeuk confirmed that Pyongo had personally provided the funds. The moment the truth emerged, Mugeuk ended the boy's life with a single, clean strike, shocking all who witnessed it. Shame accompanied his final moments, as Mugeuk condemned the act of poisoning another's food. The head cook, bowing low, immediately accepted full responsibility. Yet Mugeuk dismissed any need for punishment, reasoning that the crime was not his to bear. In the end, no further lives were taken, and Mugeuk simply placed an order for his dinner: shredded chicken noodles. A seemingly ordinary request, yet one that carried weight, for it had been far longer than it appeared since he last tasted it. Leon found the request odd, recalling that the young master had eaten the dish only a few days prior. Mugeuk, however, merely offered a knowing smile. For him, decades had passed since that last meal. By morning, Chanhua stood prepared for the hunt. A moment of confusion flickered across his face as he noticed the sheer number of items Mugeuk had brought along. A bag overflowing with supplies, his body adorned with layers of equipment, all seemingly unnecessary for a simple one-day hunt. With mild amusement, Chanhua remarked on the excess, yet Mugeuk suggested that an extended trip might prove enjoyable. Commending such ambition, Chanhua accepted the notion, and together they set forth. Deeper into the mountain range, their path wound through the valley, the wilderness stretching endlessly before them. It was then that Chanhua spoke, acknowledging that his son was far more capable than expected. Mugeuk, unsurprised, recognized that his father had already seen through the concealment of his true abilities. The moment for truth approached, and revealing it to his father seemed inevitable. Mugeuk acknowledged that he had deliberately concealed his true skill during the fight, yet his father had still noticed. In response, he likened himself not to a meerkat that hisses, but a beast that keeps its claws hidden. Chanhua, unfazed, posed a simple question, wondering why a beast would ever choose to hide its claws. The question caught Mugeuk off guard. He had never considered it from that perspective. His father's smirk followed, a quiet confirmation of his thoughts. That was precisely why he remained a meerkat. The soaring sword art, an advanced martial discipline passed down exclusively through the heavenly demon's bloodline, was known to rival the techniques of the demon supremes. When questioned about his proficiency, Mugeuk asserted that he had mastered it completely. In an instant, a lightning-fast energy bullet shot toward him. Instinct alone saved him. His face turned just in time, the deadly force narrowly missing him. Had he reacted even a fraction too late, his entire cheek would have been obliterated. With clear frustration, Mugeuk demanded to know why his father would attack him if he truly doubted his mastery. Chanhua's response was matter-of-fact. If the claim had been false, then he would have merely paid the price for lying. Yet the successful evasion proved his words to be true. Even so, Mugeuk protested, arguing that since his features resembled his father's, a scar would not be a good look. Chanhua observed his son intently, realizing that he may have been too harsh. Yet instead of reprimanding him, he simply praised him. Mastery of such a martial art at his young age was nothing short of remarkable. The hunt continued. As they ventured deeper into the dense forest, Mugeuk expressed gratitude for the acknowledgement. Soon, the first signs of their quarry appeared. As Chanhua examined the tracks, Mugeuk inquired about his father's own lessons in hunting. It was then that Chanhua revealed an unexpected truth. Mugeuk had an uncle. The revelation was brief, followed immediately by its conclusion. That uncle no longer lived. Chanhua had killed him when he was around his son's age. Rather than reacting with shock, Mugeuk responded with unexpected approval, earning a surprised glance from the heavenly demon. He reasoned that had events unfolded differently, he himself would not exist. Yet he also understood that the battle must have weighed on his father. He had seen it countless times in his past life. The stronger one appeared outwardly, the deeper their wounds often ran. Chanhua reflected on that moment, admitting that back then, no alternative solution had presented itself. Victory in the succession war had required eliminating his own brother. Mugeuk, however, sought to reassure him. His father need not doubt whatever was necessary. He would be capable of doing. Chanhua, however, already knew. There was no need to consider the matter further. His brother had been exceptionally cruel, and mercy had never been an option. Halting abruptly, Chanhua noted the boldness of his youngest son in speaking ill of his brother when he was not present to defend himself. As noon approached, they ascended the mountain, the terrain growing steeper with every step. Mugeuk, having never married in his past life, lacked the understanding of what it truly meant to have children. That curiosity lingered as he wondered what kind of existence he had represented to his father. Upon reaching a cliffside, Chanhua stopped, prompting Mugeuk to wonder if something lay hidden within the forest before them. Instead, his father simply stated that their dinner awaited. Lowering his bag, Mugeuk prepared himself to strike, but Chanhua posed a critical question, wondering how something could be killed if it was unseen. Without waiting for a response, he proceeded to instruct his son, guiding him to close his eyes and attune himself to the world around him. Martial masters, when analyzing opponents, relied not solely on sight, but on sensing the subtle vibrations in the surrounding air. This perception was often referred to as the energy flow of a being. At present, however, Mugeuk could only sense a single presence, that of his father. Following Chanhua's instructions, he extended his energy outward in a thin, continuous line, as if unraveling a single thread from a tightly wound spool. Maintaining that flow without breaking it, he gradually refined his awareness. At first, the only shape discernible was that of a tree. Yet as the search continued, the outline of a living creature came into focus. Relaying his findings, Mugeuk noted that the figure bore stiff fur and an elongated body, suggesting either a wild boar or a bear. Chanhua, impressed, acknowledged his son's remarkable ability. Even at this distance, he admitted that during his own training, he had failed to distinguish the form so precisely. Mugeuk, in turn, attributed his success to nothing more than a naturally gifted body, one that absorbed martial arts with ease. As night fell, the scent of roasting meat filled the air. Seated near the fire, Chanhua observed how effortlessly his son handled the task, remarking that it was surprising for someone who had never done it before. In truth, countless wild boars had been hunted for survival before Mugeuk had ever returned to the past. Engaging his father in conversation, Mugeuk subtly maneuvered the situation to earn his favor. A genuine sense of satisfaction followed, knowing that his father regarded him positively. Chanhua then posed a pointed question, wondering whether this hunting excursion had merely been an attempt to impress him and secure the role of successor. The notion, however, was dismissed outright. Mugeuk had no need to rely on his father's influence to attain that position. He could become the successor on his own terms. Chanhua, acknowledging the confidence in that statement, then inquired about the true motivation behind the hunt. Mugeuk offered two reasons. The first was simple. He wished to learn all that he could from his father, to grow stronger. Before divulging the second, he launched into an explanation. Strength was not something he pursued merely to become the heavenly demon. His father was still alive, healthy, and strong. Wasting his youth fixated on succession held no appeal. Instead, his true goal lay in mastering the heavenly demon's martial arts. If becoming the successor was what it took to obtain that knowledge, then so be it. Above all, there was one art in particular he needed to learn and master as quickly as possible, the Nine Calamities demonic art. Even his father, a master of the Nine Calamities demonic art, had fallen to Mugeuk. That reality left Mugeuk with no choice. He had to become stronger. Chanhua, after listening in silence, inquired about the second reason. A faint smile crossed Mugeuk's lips as he admitted that he simply wished to spend time alone with his father. It was the first time they had done something like this. At those words, Chanhua responded with a slight smirk, dismissing the sentiment as a useless emotion, one that would only lead to death. Mugeuk, however, rejected the notion outright. He saw it differently. This was a rare opportunity to spend time with the strongest person in the world. In the end, Chanhua made no further remarks, yet something in his expression suggested a quiet contentment. Even without words, it was clear he did not resent the moment they shared. For Mugeuk, recalling memories of his father had always been difficult. There were none to draw from, only the lingering sensation of fear. But fear could not be considered a memory, not truly. This time he intended to change that. However, this was not for his father's sake. It was entirely for his own. As dawn broke, the time had come to return. Yet before departing, Chanhua stated that since Mugeuk had gone hunting with the heavenly demon, they could not leave without at least slaying a tiger. The statement brought confusion, but Chanhua wasted no time in telling him to stop standing idly and follow. That alone was enough to spark excitement within Mugeuk. Before long, they halted, and Chanhua instructed him to close his eyes. The target lay to the right, exactly 100 yards away. Unlike the last hunt, this time he needed to feel the wind to infuse his energy into it. The concept was foreign. In all his time studying martial arts, he had never considered such an approach. No teacher had ever guided him in this, nor had he encountered any martial art that incorporated this method. Still, he followed the instructions. His energy discharged, but slowly, as he attempted to comprehend the unfamiliar technique. Chanhua cautioned him against excessive caution. Hesitation would yield nothing but a mere trick. If this technique was to be useful in a real battle, then the energy must reach its target with speed and precision. Mugeuk adjusted, refining his control, attempting to merge his energy line with the currents of the wind itself. The moment he grasped the method, his energy surged forward, carried swiftly through the jungle in search of the target. Then, it struck him, an unmistakable presence hidden within the bamboo forest. A tiger. Excitement surfaced as he announced the discovery. Chanhua, observing his son's reaction, simply regarded him with an unreadable expression. Noticing this, Mugeuk asked if something was wrong. In response, his father issued a warning to never become complacent in training. The more energy lines he could maintain simultaneously, the greater his chances of survival would be. As Mugeuk had predicted, their hunt extended for another day. With nightfall, Mugeuk presented his father with a jar containing his strongest trump card. To his surprise, Chanhua took a liking to it. Seizing the moment, Mugeuk feigned modesty, claiming it was a bit too strong for him. Chanhua dismissed the comment with a scolding remark. No demonic human would ever complain about liquor being too strong. With a small grin, Mugeuk conceded that such concerns were unnecessary. A truly vicious heart mattered far more than something as trivial as drinking. Chanhua, seizing the opportunity, posed a sudden question, wondering if his son, if he truly possessed a vicious heart, was capable of killing his own father. Without a moment's hesitation, Mugeuk answered truthfully, he was not. He wondered how a child could possibly bring himself to kill his own parent. Yet beneath those words, another truth existed. If the circumstances demanded it, if the reason was compelling enough, Mugeuk would do it, even if that parent was his father. For the first time, the conversation between them felt genuine. Chanhua, upon hearing the answer, reprimanded his son once more. If hesitation existed, then there was no right to claim a vicious heart. If nothing else, Mugeuk would at least have to learn how to drink properly. And so, the night passed. Beneath the glow of the bonfire, a father and his youngest son sat together, sharing their first true moment of unguarded companionship. Two warriors, a bottle of strong liquor between them, and an unspoken understanding in the air. Several days had passed, and Mugeuk had returned to his training room. The results were satisfactory. After dedicating the past few days to focused training since his regression, he had achieved complete control over infusing his energy into the wind. Now capable of maintaining 3 to 4 energy lines simultaneously, he had surpassed his initial expectations. Unexpectedly, his father had imparted the knowledge of discharging energy to assess his surroundings. This technique was as valuable as acquiring an additional life. By mastering it, any enemy attempting an ambush could be detected in advance. If his training continued and he developed the ability to release more than 10 energy lines at once, even the most refined stealth techniques would become ineffective against him. Despite all his father's strength and mastery of the 9 calamities demonic art, even he had ultimately fallen to Mugeuk. That defeat had not come through direct combat, but through infiltration. The Heavenly Demon Pavilion, one of the most secure locations in existence, had been breached. The pavilion was fortified by 3 layers of barrier formations, 6 separate trap formations, and an elite force of hand-picked warriors. Its defenses were further reinforced by the 8 Supremes, stationed in all 8 directions, each commanding their own powerful subordinates. In the north, the demonic swordsmen of the Northern Heaven Sword family stood under the leadership of the 1/Sword Supreme. In the south, the demonic bladesmen of the Southern Heavens Blade followed the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. In the east, the Iron Fists of the Eastern Fist faction trained under the undefeated Fist Demon. In the west, the demonic sorcerers of the Western Illusion Formation were led by the Soul-Stealing Demon. The northeast housed the Faceless Swordsman, who sought to inherit the title of the evil, Smiling Demon. The southeast belonged to the Drunken Swordsman, perpetually intoxicated under the guidance of the demonic Drunkard. In the southwest, the Poison Fangs, alongside the Poison King, dedicated themselves to the study of all manner of toxins. Finally, in the northwest, the Crazy Monks devoted themselves to the demonic Buddha's doctrine, embracing madness as enlightenment. At the time, Mugeuk had assumed that the enemy had forcefully broken in from the outside. Only later did he come to realize that the outer defenses had remained untouched. The breach had occurred from within. A conclusion became undeniable. One among the 8 Demon Supremes had allowed Mugeuk to infiltrate the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, bringing him directly before the Heavenly Demon himself. Perhaps more than one had been involved, for no traitor had ever been discovered. At present, the identities of the betrayers mattered little. For now, all 8 Demon Supremes were regarded as traitors in Mugeuk's eyes. In the past, following his father's death, none of them had sought retribution. Instead, they had chosen to disband the demonic cult entirely. This time, things would be different. This time, Mugeuk would use them all for his own purposes. Stepping outside, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Leon's name was being called, mockingly, with an insult attached. A bald man stood before her, flanked by his henchmen, growing impatient over Mugeuk's absence. Having spent several days within the training room, his continued absence had evidently agitated them. The man, exasperated, ordered Leon to fetch the young master. Before she could respond, Mugeuk emerged, inquiring about the commotion. His gaze landed on Leon, and his displeasure was evident. He chastised her, reminding her once again to focus on her own matters instead of waiting idly for him. The bald man wasted no time, interjecting with a barrage of questions. A disciple of the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon, Yangpu. His arrogance was unmistakable. The only reason he dared to behave this way was simple. Chanhua's decree had changed everything. When the Heavenly Demon had declared that anyone in the cult could become his successor, being the son of the Heavenly Demon had lost its former prestige. Instead, the announcement had ignited the ambitions of many within the cult, spurring them to seek victory over the demon's sons. Yangpa had come with grievances. Pyongo could no longer practice martial arts, and for that, Mugeuk was to blame. His frustration stemmed from Mugeuk's apparent lack of concern for the matter. He demanded an apology, expecting a direct acknowledgement of fault. Mugeuk, however, had no interest in entertaining the conversation. Their relationship was not close enough to warrant such discussions. The true reason behind Yangpo's presence was already known. Following Pyongo's downfall, the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon had yet to select another disciple to be his successor. As a result, his followers had grown desperate, eager to prove their worth. Yangpa sought an official apology, believing that earning such a concession would grant him favor with his master and salvage his reputation. A calm smile surfaced on Mugeuk's face. His next words carried no hostility, only amusement. His master would not necessarily choose him, regardless of his efforts. Yangpa bristled at the remark, his anger barely concealed as he declared that his presence was solely on Pyongo's behalf. That was enough for Mugeuk. His expression sharpened, and a chilling aura settled around him. Enough insolence had already been tolerated. His killing intent surged as he issued a command. Yongpo was to apologize immediately. Confusion flickered across the bald man's face as he wondered for what purpose. Mugeuk's response was simple. He had spoken to his subordinate without permission. Leon's eyes widened at the unexpected gesture. Never before had she been treated in such a way by her young master. Yongpo, however, struggled to comprehend the situation. Leon attempted to de-escalate the confrontation, but it was already too late. Mugeuk had made his decision. Stepping forward, he issued a direct order. Yongpo was to kneel and apologize for speaking rudely to Leon. The demand was met with outright rejection. Pointing toward Leon, Yongpo sneered once more, using the same insult as before. That was the final straw. Mugeuk's fury flared at the audacity. Yongpo, still oblivious to the danger, scoffed at the reaction. He would sooner die than kneel before her. A wicked grin spread across Mugeuk's face. Then so be it. If that was his wish, it would be granted. His sword left its sheath in an instant, the gleam of steel reflecting his unwavering conviction. Yongpo hesitated, taken aback by the unexpected escalation. A choice was presented: fight or kneel. Mugeuk ensured that the weight of the decision was clear. If Yongpo chose to retreat, his master would not be pleased. For the first time, true understanding dawned upon the bald disciple. Mugeuk was serious. To him, Leon was not just a subordinate. She was someone who mattered. The veins in Yongpo's forehead throbbed as rage consumed him. He found it absurd to have fought over someone he had seen as nothing more than a pig. And yet, Mugeuk remained unmoved. The demand had been made. That instant, Yongpo's blade was drawn, the fight inevitable. His henchmen tried in vain to stop him. Leon reached out, hoping to restrain her young master. But the battle had already begun. As Yongpo took his stance, his voice rang with arrogance. Since his opponent was the son of the heavenly demon, he would settle for taking an arm instead of his life. But in Mugeuk's eyes, that choice had never been his to make. Yongpo positioned himself for an immediate attack, his movements sharp and decisive, while Mugeuk observed him with an impassive gaze. Yongpo swiftly swung his sword, aiming to sever the young master's hand, but the strike was effortlessly avoided. Before another move could be made, Mugeuk's blade had already pierced through his opponent's mouth. It was an instant kill, executed without hesitation. The sudden and brutal end left the surrounding henchmen, along with Leon, in shock. Mugeuk regarded the scene with detached finality, stating that the cause of death was the man's own mouth. That same mouth had been used to insult a subordinate and had refused to offer an apology. Withdrawing his sword, he allowed Yongpo's lifeless body to collapse. His eyes remained devoid of emotion, as if he had merely crushed an insect beneath his heel. The two remaining henchmen rushed forward in a panic. One of them, his voice trembling, questioned whether the young master was prepared to face the consequences of such an act. Fear seized their expressions as Mugeuk remarked on the striking similarity between their mouths and Yongpo's. Without pause, he issued a demand, instructing them to deliver his words precisely as spoken. Understanding the unspoken threat, they retreated to their own pavilion. Leon, her voice laced with unease, hesitated before asking why such an action was taken on her behalf. Mugeuk responded with a smile, noting the irony of her concern for his well-being despite the emotional wound she bore. Locking eyes with her, he clarified that the act had not been solely for her sake. Justice had simply been served to one who deserved death. Even so, her concern was valid. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon would not have overlooked such an event. Her fear was justified. The 8 martial masters of the demonic cult wielded both immense influence and unparalleled martial prowess. Commanding subordinates, even the heavenly demon himself, could not easily disregard. Among them, the Blood Heaven Sword Demon stood as one of the 8 demon supremes. Mugeuk had crippled one of his disciples and slain another. Despite this, he maintained a warm smile, assuring Leon that no real consequences would follow. At most, the Blood Heaven Sword Demon would be chastised for failing to properly teach his disciples. Stepping closer, Mugeuk placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, urging her not to waste worry on his behalf. In reality, Yongpo's death held an advantage for him. Moments later, gratitude filled Leon's expression as she thanked the young master for taking her side. In return, Mugeuk instructed her to never forget this moment. He wished for her to live a life adorned with that very smile. Time passed, and Mugeuk found himself reclining in his backyard, his thoughts drifting. Memories of fleeing in the wake of the demonic cult's disbandment resurfaced, each one laced with a bitter taste of defeat. The weight of despair had been unbearable, leaving no will to live had it not been for the pursuit of a singular goal. Suddenly, the presence of a sword manifested beside him, its steel an unspoken threat resting against his neck. Without a word, an old man materialized, exuding a suffocating killing intent. The Blood Heaven's sword demon, one of the pillars supporting the demonic cult, had arrived. Mugeuk tensed, unprepared for such swift retribution. Despite the knowledge accumulated from a past life, his lack of inner energy left him vulnerable. There would be no evading this attack. Yet, as abruptly as it had appeared, the oppressive aura dissipated. The old man settled beside him, a wicked grin tugging at his lips. Nudging the pommel of his sword toward the young master, he inquired about the reasoning behind recent events. Mugeuk, suppressing any visible signs of unease, admitted that Yongpa had been nothing more than a fool. As though provoking a reaction, he questioned why the old man concerned himself with such insignificance when fools mattered to no one. Without hesitation, the sword once more rested against Mugeuk's throat. The old man posed a simple question, wondering whether the heavenly demon would care if his son's severed head were delivered into his hands. Mugeuk considered the possibility, but concluded that the old man would hesitate if he truly feared the heavenly demon's gaze. In response, a line was drawn into the earth, illustrating the perceived ratio of the heavenly demon's concern, an overwhelming portion for the Blood Heaven's sword demon, with a mere fraction allotted to his son. Mugeuk disagreed, confidently asserting the ratio to be 7-3 in his favor, for he was the son of the heavenly demon. Challenging him further, the old man suggested that true certainty could be achieved by testing it, by presenting Mugeuk's severed head firsthand. Mugeuk countered, suggesting that the old man vastly underestimated a father's love. At those words, the oppressive energy returned, the old man's intent shifting toward action. But before the situation could escalate, Mugeuk conceded that such measures were unnecessary. After all, the heavenly demon had 2 sons, but there was only one Blood Heaven's sword demon. Understanding settled over the old man, amusement flickering in his gaze. Mugeuk was no fool, unlike his disciple. In turn, Mugeuk silently mused that had the disciple possessed even a fraction of his master's cunning, he might still be alive. With a final remark, the old man declared that his life had been plagued by misfortune and expressed a hope that their paths would seldom cross. Mugeuk nodded, committing those words to memory as the old man vanished into the sky with a single leap. The instant he was gone, Mugeuk allowed his facade to drop. Lifting the hem of his night robe, he examined the bruises left by the old man's seemingly effortless nudge. Despite his erratic demeanor, the Blood Heaven's sword demon never acted without purpose. Every move was calculated, every word deliberate. The repeated mentions of carrying Mugeuk's head to his father had been no idle threat. Such thoughts had truly crossed his mind. This visit had been more than a confrontation. It had been a test. The desire to go hunting alongside the heavenly demon had drawn curiosity from the old man, leading him to assess Mugeuk's worthiness as a successor. Days passed in an instant. Mugeuk immersed himself in rigorous training, refining his control over the concentrated energy coursing through him. On one particular day, movement atop the roof of his training hall drew his attention. Without hesitation, he ascended, sword in hand, only to freeze in surprise. Standing before him was his father. Chanhua, his presence commanding, had come after hearing of Yongpo's death at his son's hands. Mugeuk, unwavering, declared that the disciple had deserved his fate. However, Chanhua dismissed the justification. Whether Yongpo had been deserving or not was irrelevant. The consequences remained unchanged. The Blood Heaven sword demon had already sought out Chanhua. A demand had been made. Mugeuk was to receive punishment. Mugeuk considered the unspoken intentions behind the Blood Heaven's sword demon's actions. Beneath the surface, the old man appeared to be testing the depth of the relationship between father and son. At the same time, he seemed to be probing whether the cult leader regarded Mugeuk as a viable candidate for succession. Despite asserting that there was no justifiable reason for Chanhua to punish his own son, Mugeuk recognized that the decision had already been made. Chanhua, recalling a past conversation, brought up a question his son had once asked regarding whom he trusted most among the Demon Supremes. That night, while drinking together after a hunt, no answer had been given. Now, at last, Chanhua revealed the truth. He trusted no one, not even the Demon Supremes. Without hesitation, Chanhua referenced another statement made by his son in the past, one regarding the necessity of hierarchy and discipline within the cult. This time, he demanded genuine insight rather than empty platitudes about eliminating corruption. With unwavering conviction, Mugeuk stated that somewhere along the way, the cult had strayed from the true path of the demon. Chanhua, intrigued, pressed for clarification. Mugeuk elaborated, asserting that the true path of the demon lay in the belief that only their cult possessed the strength to defeat absolute evil. Even with the presence of orthodox factions, the true enemy remained the absolute evil, so vile and cowardly that no human could endure its existence. Even demons, notorious for their cruelty, would turn away in disgust. Though the orthodox faction upheld justice and chivalry, their methods were suited only for combating lesser evils. In Mugeuk's eyes, they lacked the capacity to stand against true malevolence. Chanhua listened in silence as Mugeuk continued. The orthodox faction, by nature, valued forgiveness. As long as they adhered to such principles, they would never be a match for an enemy that had forsaken all humanity. The demonic cult, however, existed outside such moral constraints. With resolute determination, Mugeuk asserted that only by surpassing even the greatest evils and wickedness could they achieve their purpose. True dominance would be attained only when the evil that even the orthodox faction could not subdue knelt before them. Without this realization, they would not endure. To survive, they must be willing to punish themselves first. Mugeuk understood that his father had never encountered such an ideology before. This was not a lesson learned within the cult, but a realization formed through years of wandering the Central Plains. After a moment of contemplation, Chanhua asked if there was anything else to add. Mugeuk simply stated that what had been said should suffice. At last, Chanhua began to comprehend the reason behind the Blood Heaven's sword demon's demand for punishment. The old man had seen something within Mugeuk and sought to use the heavenly demon to put it to the test. Mugeuk suspected that the cursed elder had identified within him the potential to become a successor. Alternatively, he might have seen in him the potential to bring ruin to the cult. Whichever it was, the Blood Heaven sword demon's perceptiveness was undeniable. In the end, Chanhua gave a simple command. Mugeuk was to follow. Before long, they arrived at the entrance to Minor Heaven Cave. This place was reserved for those with the potential to become the Heavenly Demon, disciples of the Heavenly Demon, or the children of the Heavenly Demon. Entry was easy, but failing to clear its trials meant being trapped within forever. Half of those who shared the Heavenly Demon's blood had perished inside. Even Mugeuk's overly ambitious older brother had never expressed the desire to challenge it. Yet, for anyone aspiring to claim the title of Heavenly Demon, surviving the cave was a necessity. Realization set in, and Mugeuk turned to his father, asking if he was truly expected to enter. Chanhua recalled his own trial, undertaken at a similar age. His escape had taken 2 months, an astonishing feat, considering his reputation as the most talented martial artist among all heavenly demons in history. No one else had completed the trial in such a short time. The average duration was 3 years. Mugeuk was taken aback. If even Chanhua had required 2 months, then the difficulty of the challenge was far greater than anticipated. Yet, there was no room for argument. As punishment, entry was to be immediate without preparation. It was clear. Chanhua had chosen to cast his son into a place of certain peril simply because the Blood Heaven sword demon had demanded it. Studying his father's unreadable expression, Mugeuk wondered whether this decision stemmed from indifference or a desire to see his son grow stronger and return alive. With a smile, he accepted the decree, vowing to emerge even sooner than expected. Chanhua, mirroring the expression, displayed no trace of worry. Instead, there was only anticipation, an eagerness to see his son's attempt. In the end, Mugeuk stepped into the cave, curiosity filling his mind. The thought lingered as he wondered what kind of horrors lay within for so many to have perished there. Reaching the first chamber, his gaze settled on a pedestal bearing instructions for the initial trial. The task was simple in theory. cut down every opponent without the use of sword aura or enhanced sword aura. Failure meant waiting 10 days before another attempt could be made. Jars filled with grain balls had been left within the chamber, ensuring sustenance for those enduring the trial. There was no reason to delay. Without hesitation, Mugeuk stepped into the crimson-red circle. The moment he did, mannequins emerged from a gaping hole in the floor. A single glance was enough to discern the objective. Each opponent bore red markings, the designated points for a successful strike. Without pause, Mugeuk launched into action. His movements were fluid, striking with deadly precision as he transitioned seamlessly from one target to the next. Like an unrelenting tidal wave, he carved through the endless sea of mannequins within the allotted time. Despite his skill, the challenge proved more arduous than expected. As the trial progressed, fatigue weighed upon him, and a handful of targets remained standing. A single failure would mean repeating the trial. Reacting instantly, he surged forward, cutting down another foe. Only 4 remained. Mugeuk surged forward, his blade flashing as he swiftly cut down 3 more targets. Turning back, his gaze locked onto the final opponent, its red-marked neck presenting the designated strike zone. Without hesitation, he planted his foot firmly and launched himself forward. In the last possible moment, his sword met its mark, and the final mannequin collapsed. Regulating his breath, he steadied himself, acknowledging how dangerously close he had come to spending another 10 days trapped in the trial. A single lapse in focus had nearly cost him. Given his current abilities, he knew that passing this test before his regression would have been impossible. With the completion of the first trial, the path to the second was revealed. Moving forward, his eyes fell upon a stone slab filled with inscriptions, messages left behind by previous challengers. Some had recorded the number of attempts required to succeed, while others had boasted of their superiority. Among them were those who had admitted defeat, despairing over their inability to escape once they had entered. Leaning in to examine the markings, a smirk formed as his gaze landed on a familiar inscription. Chanhua had left his own words, a blunt statement ridiculing those who had failed even once. Though his father was not wrong, Mugeuk found it amusing that he had taken the time to berate their ancestors. Continuing through the hall, he entered a new chamber, where an array of weapons lay meticulously arranged. The variety suggested that the upcoming trial required their usage. Approaching the instruction pedestal, he took in the next challenge. The sword mounted on the wall had to be used to split a stone in half within 2 hours. Unlike the first trial, this one permitted the use of both ordinary and enhanced sword aura. Failure to complete the task within the allotted time meant waiting 20 days before another attempt. Stepping onto the red circle, another pedestal emerged, presenting a single, polished stone ball. 2 hours had been given for a task that, at first glance, seemed laughably simple. Cutting a single ball in half with enhanced sword aura should have been effortless. Hundreds could be cut in that time. Yet something about the instructions seemed off. Mugeuk hesitated, pondering the reasoning behind the task. A simple solution often concealed a deeper complexity. Testing his theory, he swung his chosen sword at the ball. The instant his strength connected with the stone, the blade snapped in two. Observing the result, he quickly deduced that an ordinary strike would not suffice. Sword aura was essential. His first instinct was to channel enhanced sword aura, finish the trial swiftly, and move forward. However, a lingering doubt held him back. If the solution had been so straightforward, he wondered why this trial had been designed at all. Seeking further insight, he examined the inscriptions left by those who had faced this challenge before. One record claimed the task had been completed in a single attempt using enhanced sword aura. Another detailed repeated failures. 89 attempts without aura before ultimately resorting to it. What truly caught his attention, however, was his father's inscription. Unlike the previous trial, where Chanhua had merely ridiculed others, this time, his words carried a deeper implication. If there's heat, they lose. Mugeuk momentarily froze, recognizing the deviation from his father's usual bluntness. Chanhua's statement was not a mere insult, but a warning. Contemplating it further, the meaning became clear. The only true way to pass this trial was to avoid using aura altogether. Armed with this revelation, Mugeuk began attempting to break the ball using sheer physical strength. One by one, the weapons he wielded shattered upon impact. Even the force of an axe failed to leave so much as a scratch. Grasping a hammer, he swung with all his might. Yet again, the ball remained intact. Time dwindled, Breath shallow, muscles fatigued, frustration threatened to consume him. Despite his skill, he had failed repeatedly to overcome this obstacle without aura. Then, with a deep inhale, he forced himself to regain composure. Chanhua had succeeded in splitting this stone without aura. That fact alone was undeniable. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Focusing his inner energy, he directed it in a fine line toward the ball. As the energy spread, something unexpected occurred. A faint, nearly imperceptible line appeared along the ball's surface, a perfect circle invisible to the naked eye. A realization struck. This was no illusion. The key to success had always been embedded within the stone itself. With renewed determination, he raised his sword once more. This time, he aimed precisely along the line. The blade sliced cleanly through, severing the ball in half in a single, flawless stroke. As the two halves fell apart, a bright smile spread across his face. But his victory was quickly met with surprise. Within the hollowed-out core of the split stone, an unexpected sight greeted him. A concealed cavity containing a demonic essence pill. A practitioner of demonic martial arts who consumes the pill would gain an immense surge of energy. It becomes evident that if the ball had been cut using any form of sword aura, the pill inside would have detonated due to the generated heat. With a deep sense of gratitude toward his father, the instructions engraved on the stone slab are heated, ensuring no heat is produced during the process. After securing the pill, Mugeuk immediately begins meditation to absorb its power. The energy from the pill is guided through his meridians, channeling directly into the core of his inner energy. The moment the process is complete, a powerful surge erupts from within. Upon opening his eyes, an unfamiliar, yet formidable strength courses through his body. The deficiency in energy that plagued him upon his return has now been rectified. During the third trial, Mugeuk meticulously analyzes the instruction slab. The engraved guidance demands the ability to distinguish between life and death. Should failure occur, another opportunity would be granted 5 days later. Standing on the red circle, a stone pedestal emerges, presenting a grid filled with various herbs. Recognizing the nature of the trial, it becomes clear that identifying medicinal herbs from poisonous plants is the key to success. Memories of past efforts surface. Extensive searches undertaken to procure the ingredients requested by Ryanja. The ability to differentiate between a multitude of herbs and toxic flora, along with an understanding of their effects, renders this challenge exceedingly simple. The single, non-poisonous herb is selected without hesitation. Moments after the first choice is made, the pedestal descends and rises again, presenting another herb in its place. The trial is designed to prevent reliance on mere luck, ensuring a second round of selections. Those unfamiliar with herbs would be forced to consume them, discerning their nature through experience. Mugeuk swiftly evaluates each herb, making rapid selections as the pedestal continues its cycle. After a brief pause, the mechanism ceases, and the door to the next trial opens. Before proceeding, the stone slab is examined once more. Complaints from ancestors regarding the necessity of such trials are evident. His father's reprimands toward their predecessors stand as a firm warning. No one should depend on luck. This revelation confirms that recalling every consumed substance from the initial test is crucial. The following trial demands survival within the illusory life-and-death trap formation. The stone slab explicitly warns that perishing within the formation would result in actual death. Seeking further insights, Mugeuk scrutinizes the inscriptions, but little information is provided beyond his father's words, a directive to never rest. Though indirect, the advice appears more aligned with a philosophy for life rather than the immediate trial ahead. As he steps onto the red circle, the surroundings shift. The air distorts, revealing an expansive desert landscape. The wind howls, carrying the weight of dry heat, while sand and creatures appear as tangible as reality itself. Rising to his feet, a sudden emergence of ghouls encircles him. Though illusions, their presence is unmistakably genuine, exuding a palpable intent to kill. A surge of exhilaration takes hold. This is an opportunity unlike any other. Unsheathing his sword, readiness is signified as the mindless creatures close in. They charge without hesitation, converging upon the lone warrior at the center. With a deft motion, an attack from behind is evaded, followed by a swift stab that eliminates the threat. Additional assaults occur simultaneously, prompting a seamless leap to evade the coordinated strike. No longer bound by restrictions against human opponents, hesitation is unnecessary. Channeling inner energy into his blade, sword aura ignites. A single decisive swing cleaves through dozens of ghouls. The enhancement granted by the demonic essence pill facilitates seamless energy control, yet the adversaries seem endless. They persist, surging forward without reprieve. Drawing a deep breath, Mugeuk remains still, awaiting the opportune moment. As the creatures close in, reaching within arm's length, faint blue marks manifest upon each one within range. In a fraction of a second, a swift execution follows, another dozen ghouls eradicated in an instant. Despite the relentless tide, the onslaught eventually ceases. Satisfaction is momentarily elusive. If this is all the trial offers, then the battle remains unfulfilling. However, another wave soon emerges. This time, the enemies appear noticeably stronger. True to their altered appearance, the newfound opposition proves significantly more formidable than anticipated. Some wield techniques of their own, while others unleash ranged attacks. Clarity dawns regarding his father's cryptic words. With each successive wave, the adversaries steadily increase in strength. Adapting fluidly, every movement becomes precise, dodging attacks with the grace of flowing water while delivering relentless counters. For the first time since Regression, a genuine battle unfolds, demanding a continuous fight with survival at stake. The insights of a past life merge seamlessly with the present. Instincts sharpen. Attacks are deflected and retaliations executed in rapid succession. Sweat trickles down his face, yet an unyielding desire remains. Stronger foes, faster challenges. With a vertical slash, an armored ghoul is felled, concluding the current wave of adversaries. Breathing heavily, uncertainty lingered as he wondered whether it was truly over. Suddenly, the formation abruptly dissipated. The stone slab illuminates, inscribing congratulatory words for the successful completion of the trials. The ancestors' hopes resonate. Strength should serve the advancement and prosperity of the heavenly divine cult. Contentment settles within Mugeuk. The trials, which took his father an entire month to complete, have been conquered within a single day. If such a feat were made known, uproar within the cult would be inevitable. Doubts would overshadow praise, skepticism outweighing acknowledgement. With this in mind, a decision is made to remain and continue training. The intent is clear. Fully assimilate the accumulated insights and solidify mastery. Only upon completion would the journey continue. When the time comes to report to his father, exactly 100 days will have passed. The claim will be simple. Every effort was made, yet the record remains unbroken. A moment of gratitude surfaces. The note left behind, the instruction to sever the stone ball without aura, and the guidance to persist through the final trial. All of it proves invaluable. A fleeting smile graces the face of the heavenly demon before his composed demeanor returns. Chanhua offers praise, albeit in a stern manner. At the very least, the son is not a fool. In response, Mugeuk asserts his identity, the son of the heavenly demon. Before Regression, assumptions dictated the belief that his father merely took pleasure in forcing children into battles of life and death for succession. Now perception shifts. The heavenly demon is not one who relishes the bloodshed of his offspring, but one willing to endure their deaths if it serves the greater good of the cult. Shortly after, the second-in-command of the cult, the individual whom the heavenly demon trusts the most, the chief advisor, Sima Myung, arrives to acknowledge the young master's remarkable feat of completing the Minor Heaven Caves trial in only 100 days. Myung approaches with a matter of importance regarding the cult, a clear indication that the heavenly demon has assigned this task. The matter at hand concerns an anonymous letter received, detailing ongoing corruption within the demonic army, one of the cult's formidable combat divisions. The leader of this army is a direct sibling of the Bloodheaven sword demon. Myung explains that a similar letter surfaced the previous year, prompting an independent investigation that ultimately failed. To address the issue more effectively, Myung proposes that Mugeuk take on the role of Special Investigation Officer and personally oversee the matter. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Mugeuk acknowledges the peril involved. Any individual found complicit in corruption faces immediate execution, and those engaged in such deceit will go to great lengths to conceal their crimes. Even as the son of the heavenly demon, there would be no leniency. Seeking clarity, Mugeuk questions whether Myung truly intends to assign him a mission that carries such a high risk of death. Myung does not refute the notion, reinforcing the suspicion that this is yet another trial orchestrated by his father. The silence is soon broken as Chanhua speaks, referencing his son's conviction regarding the principles of the demonic cult. Mugeuk requests that this discussion take place only once he officially becomes part of the demonic cult, but Chanhua's response is a direct inquiry, whether fear dictates this reluctance. With the challenge framed in such a manner, refusal is not an option. A playful, almost childish smile forms as the mission is accepted, full understanding of his father's intentions settling in. Though the true extent of Chanhua's plans remains uncertain, Mugeuk resolves to approach this task with unwavering resolve, ensuring a performance worthy of his father's expectations. Believing this may be his last opportunity, a request is made to share a drink with his father before departure. Without a word, Chanhua turns away, dismissing the request entirely. A quiet frown forms on Mugeuk's face, recognizing the act for what it is. Though the heavenly demon presents an unyielding exterior, his care for his children remains evident beneath the surface. Immediately following, a meeting is arranged with the special investigation officer assigned to the case, Co. Daryong from the Nirvana Pavilion. Annoyance flickers across Mugeuk's expression upon seeing the investigator, frustration evident as the request had been for the most beautiful woman from the Nirvana Pavilion. Daryong, unbothered, speculates that in the eyes of his superiors, he must indeed be the most beautiful. Setting the matter aside, Mugeuk orders the investigation to commence without further delay. Daryong hesitates, questioning whether departure is truly immediate. Providing essential background information, he details the demonic army commander, Gu Gianyang, who has served in his role for 8 years. The demonic army, known for undertaking perilous missions, has earned its status as an elite force, demonstrating both skill and efficiency. Mugeuk shifts the discussion to the corruption allegations, noting the investigators' apparent lack of enthusiasm. Daryong, appearing resigned, suggests that exposing corruption within the demonic army would change little in the grand scheme. The implication is clear. Without reform among the cult's leadership, systemic corruption will persist. Probing further, Mugeuk questions whether hesitation stems from fear, given that the previous special investigation officer perished while conducting the same inquiry. Daryong dismisses the concern, revealing that the fallen officer had been his direct superior and mentor. Before long, arrival at the demonic dragon court is met with immediate resistance. 2 imposing guards stationed at the entrance exude hostility, refusing passage without authorization from higher authorities, an expected display of hazing. Without hesitation, Daryong produces the official order document, demanding compliance. Yet, defiance persists, the guards mocking the fearless yet diminutive investigator before them. One even suggests that beyond the title of special investigator, Daryong holds no real power. Interrupting the exchange, Mugeuk calmly questions whether the guards recognize his identity. Even with full awareness of his status, they persist in obstructing the investigation, compounding their insubordination with blatant disrespect. Without warning, Mugeuk delivers swift, calculated kicks, striking his targets with precise force. Writhing in pain, the guards are rendered incapable of further interference. Turning to Daryong, Mugeuk reprimands him for standing idle, instructing him to proceed. Inside, a greater obstacle presents itself. Not mere guards, but an entire squadron intent on obstructing progress. Raising his voice, Daryong brandishes the official document, accusing those present of actively impeding an investigation sanctioned by the cult's leadership. From the rear of the formation, an accusation is hurled, alleging that the investigators seek only to cause disruption. In response, Daryong demands the identity of the speaker. The figure identifies himself as Go Dang, First Corps Captain of the Demonic Army. A reputation for ruthless acts precedes him, making him notorious even among his peers. Undeterred, Daryong asserts authority, warning that interference will result in formal charges for disrupting an investigation conducted by the Nirvana Pavilion. Wearing a smug expression, Go Dang scoffs, dismissing the threat entirely. Stepping forward, Mugeuk addresses the brute, remarking that their meeting is long overdue. Closing the distance, a handshake is extended, an act that swiftly transitions into a crushing grip. A sharp, involuntary wince betrays Go Dang's pain. Mugeuk calmly reiterates the urgent need to meet the demonic army commander, issuing a subtle yet undeniable warning through sound transmission. Further resistance will cost Go Dang his hand. A tense silence lingers between them. For a moment, defiance flickers in Go Dang's gaze, his voice low with threat. Yet, Mugeuk stands unmoved, unfazed by the implied danger. Realizing the futility of resistance, Go Dang relents, albeit with lingering humiliation. Daryong, curious about their interaction, inquires whether Mugeuk is personally acquainted with the First Corps captain. The response is brief. This encounter is their first. The concession had not been made out of respect, but rather out of necessity. The silent threat of losing a hand had been enough to enforce compliance. With no further obstructions, the path leads to the 7th floor, where the demonic army commander's office awaits. Yet one final act of defiance remains. Elite guards posted at the entrance, prepared to block entry. Exasperated by the endless resistance, Mugeuk steps forward, issuing a final warning. Holding the document aloft, he reminds them that obstructing an officer is one matter, but standing in the way of the cult leader's authority is another entirely. The document represents the will of the heavenly demon himself. Any further defiance would be direct defiance of the cult's leader. At last, the voice of the commander echoes from within, granting permission for entry. Seated leisurely, the demonic army commander, Geom, extends a welcome to the 2 special investigation officers. Mugeuk regards him with indifferent eyes while Geom offers an apology for his subordinate's rude behavior, attributing it to ignorance. Despite appearing ordinary and composed, Geom exudes an immeasurable strength, one that Mugeuk can clearly perceive. This overwhelming energy causes Daryong to tremble, struggling to maintain composure. Observing their confrontational stance, Mugeuk remarks on their apparent eagerness to provoke conflict, suggesting that they must have an excess of free time. Rather than engaging in such disputes, he advises them to occupy themselves with reading instead. Geom, unfazed by the remark, casually references an old saying, stating that ignorance often breeds courage. In response, Mugeuk counters with a modern perspective, asserting that in this era, true courage stems from knowledge. Those who possess it not only develop superior strategies, but also gain clarity on what must be done. Geom remains composed despite the provocation, instead remarking that perhaps age has caused him to fall behind. His curiosity leads him to question how Mugeuk became involved in the investigation. Without much concern, Mugeuk responds, suggesting that it may be a form of punishment from his father, a consequence of a minor misstep during a previous hunt. A knowing smile spreads across Geom's face, as if finally piecing together the situation. Mugeuk recognizes that they must have deliberated extensively over the reasons behind his appointment as an investigator. Geom then inquires further, asking whether another anonymous letter had been sent, similar to the previous incident. While Daryong hesitates, insisting that such information cannot be disclosed, Mugeuk openly confirms it, surprising his companion with this revelation. Geom expresses frustration, explaining that as the leader of the demonic army, which consists of unruly and unrefined individuals, he frequently becomes the target of various slanders. Mugeuk assures him that the investigation will be concluded swiftly, though it may cause some inconvenience. In return, Geom dismisses the concern, stating that their relationship is close enough that such matters do not trouble him. Acknowledging this, Mugeuk reveals a widely known fact, that the Blood Heaven Sword Demon supports Mugeuk's brother as the rightful successor. In response, Geom asserts that his brother and he are separate individuals, declaring his support for the second son instead. Mugeuk acknowledges these words with a bright smile, expressing his anticipation for Geom's cooperation in the coming days. As the conversation concludes and Mugeuk prepares to depart, Geom reminds him to be cautious. Mugeuk, without hesitation, asks if this warning pertains to the previous incident in which the former investigator met a grim fate. A vicious smile forms on Geom's face as he suggests that the cult leader would not have sent his son merely to perish. Mugeuk offers his gratitude for the concern before departing with Daryong. Turning away from the commander, a quiet smile forms on Mugeuk's lips as realization dawns. His father's true intention in sending him here was to ensure that either he or Ginyang would not leave this place alive. Elsewhere, Myung contemplates the situation, questioning why Chanhua would send his son into such a grave matter. In Myung's view, this is a burden that should fall upon his own shoulders. However, shock overtakes him when Chanhua reveals the reasoning. His son believes that the demonic path has been lost. For this reason, Chanhua reasons, if his son dares to speak so boldly, he must now prove his words through action. The following morning, a rotting crow carcass emits a foul stench throughout the hall, unsettling members of the army. Many immediately assume that the investigator is responsible for the disturbance. With a single glance, Mugeuk identifies the individual who had initially barred their entry, now the loudest in protest. Moments later, a massive figure emerges from the side of the hall, demanding to know the cause of the commotion. The booming voice belongs to Jang Ho, the Third Corps commander of the demonic army. Recognizing him instantly, Daryong recalls his reputation, an individual known not only for his overwhelming martial prowess, but also for his notoriously volatile temper. A faint smile appears on Mugeuk's face as he inquires whether the commander has any grievances. Jang Ho, seething with rage, accuses the investigators of being responsible for the carcass and demands an explanation. In response, Mugeuk discloses that someone within the demonic army had placed it in his bed, leading him to assume it was a cultural practice. Jang Ho suggests a more direct approach, stating that the culprit should simply be punished instead. Mugeuk, however, turns his attention toward the towering commander before him, deciding that the investigation should begin with him. This declaration immediately puts Jang Ho on edge. Without hesitation, Mugeuk demands access to all records related to Jang Ho, including financial transactions and movement logs. In defiance, Jang Ho argues that neither as a special investigation officer nor as the son of the heavenly cult does Mugeuk hold such authority. Unbothered by the protest, Mugeuk calmly asserts otherwise. Enraged, Jang Ho slams his foot against the ground, causing the floor to fracture. Undeterred, Mugeuk explains that such displays of anger are meaningless, cautioning the commander that obstructing an official investigation could be considered treason. Members of the Third Army rush to restrain their commander as Mugeuk repeats his demand to begin the investigation with him. Sometime later, Jang Ho composes himself and sits within the designated office for interrogation. Mugeuk's first words cut straight to the point, questioning how long Jang Ho intends to test him. Though the commander still attempts to feign ignorance, Mugeuk has already discerned the truth. Jang Ho was the one who sent the anonymous letter. Daryong remains perplexed by how Mugeuk arrived at this conclusion. In the end, Jang Ho concedes, admitting to his actions while demanding to know how Mugeuk uncovered the truth. Mugeuk explains that Jang Ho's involvement in the carcass incident was unnecessary, leading to suspicion that he sought to divert attention from himself. Additionally, the members of the Third Corps had reacted with conspicuous restraint when Mugeuk displayed the crow, neither laughing nor expressing outrage. This, combined with the fact that Jang Ho's subordinates exhibited genuine concern for their commander, suggested that someone with such strict discipline would struggle to tolerate corruption within his ranks. However, this was not the sole reason behind Mugeuk's conclusion. When Daryong relayed information through sound transmission, Mugeuk recalled a significant event from his past life, an incident in which the strongest commander within the demonic army met his demise. It was likely that Jang Ho had been killed after sending the anonymous letter in an effort to resolve the internal issues plaguing the army. Jang Ho admits that the letter was a desperate attempt, left vague due to his belief that no action would be taken. Never had he anticipated that the second young master himself would arrive to investigate. Mugeuk presses him further, asking what his thoughts are now that the investigation is underway. Jang Ho, resigned, can only apologize, certain that the situation is beyond saving. Amused, Mugeuk laughs, pondering whether the current generation has adopted a trend of such pessimism. Daryong, however, reminds him that among them, Mugeuk is actually the youngest. Setting amusement aside, Mugeuk finally demands to know the full truth of what transpired in this place. Jang Ho discloses that the demonic army commander has been exploiting the demonic army for personal gain. Rather than serving its intended purpose, he has been accepting payments for assassination requests and coercing subordinates into carrying out the killings. Initially, Mugeuk had assumed Ginyang was merely accepting bribes from a martial arts faction, but the reality far exceeded his expectations. Contemplating the structure of the demonic army, he deduces that the First Corps is likely responsible for carrying out these assassinations. His reasoning stems from their reaction during the investigation. Just as the Third Corps displayed noticeable restraint, the First Corps had been the first to obstruct the inquiry. They had also reacted with the most hostility upon seeing the crow's carcass. Jang Ho then reveals a crucial piece of information. The martial artist believed to have committed suicide after killing the previous investigator had been a close friend. That individual had also been the first to send an anonymous letter exposing the corruption. When pressed further, Jang Ho explains that both of them had joined the cult at the same time, forming a bond akin to family. His voice heavy with conviction, Jang Ho asserts that the demonic army commander must have issued the order for his friend's death, with Go Dang, the First Corps commander, personally carrying out the execution. If this claim holds true, then the case extends beyond simple misconduct. It is a vast corruption scandal implicating the demonic army commander and the entire First Corps. Mugeuk remains certain that both his father and Sima Myung have already grasped the enormity of the situation. His father, it seems, is testing him, gauging whether he can resolve this crisis, even when pitted against the formidable demonic army commander. Turning to Jang Ho, Mugeuk acknowledges the depth of his loyalty, stating that he had chosen his friend well. Without hesitation, he expresses gratitude for the Third Army commander's courage. Overcome with emotion, Jang Ho sheds tears upon hearing those words. Beside him, Daryong also succumbs to the weight of the moment, his sorrow evident in the face of such a harrowing truth. As this day unfolds, a glimmer of hope begins to stir within Mugeuk. Perhaps the lost demonic path is not as irredeemable as it once seemed. The heavenly demon-divine cult that he envisions is one where individuals like Jang Ho hold significant roles, ensuring that integrity and loyalty prevail. Unlike in his previous life, Jang Ho will not meet his end this time. The purpose of Mugeuk's regression is clear: to prevent the deaths of those who should not perish. Sometime later, the two special investigators walked through the courtyard of the demonic dragon court. As they moved, Daryong remarked on the contrast between the rumors he had heard about Mugeuk and the reality before him. He hesitantly admitted that certain rumors suggested Mugeuk was unfit to become the heavenly demon. Mugeuk responded with a calm smile, regarding such rumors as a form of compliment. To him, being deemed suitable for that role was not necessarily praise, as the cult, in its current state, was not governed by terror. He further noted that change was overdue. Without transformation, only destruction awaited, the annihilation of his family and the downfall of the cult itself. The next day, an officer arrived in distress, urging Mugeuk to come immediately. Without delay, he and Daryong rushed through the corridor leading to the court. Upon arrival, Mugeuk was met with an unsettling sight: a faction of the army blocking the way, while several officers lay on the ground, brutally beaten to the brink of death. Among them, Daryong had also sustained injuries. Despite this, he assured that he was fine and directed attention to a severely wounded colleague. Surveying the injuries, Mugeuk quickly identified broken ribs and instructed the others to escort the wounded man to the infirmary. Without hesitation, they carried him away for treatment, while the First Corps remained stationed, obstructing the corridor. Turning his attention to them, Mugeuk inquired whether Go Dang was responsible for the attack. Without hesitation, Go Dang confirmed it. Pressing further, Mugeuk demanded to know why an investigator from the Nirvana Pavilion had been harmed. The commander nonchalantly explained that the investigator had brushed against his shoulder in passing and failed to offer an apology, so he had simply taught him a lesson. Mugeuk, however, was certain that Go Dang had been the one to initiate the collision and would not have let the matter go, regardless of any apology. In response, Go Dang merely laughed, confirming the accuracy of this assumption. Locking eyes with him, Mugeuk stated that he was nothing more than a poison to the cult. Without hesitation, he laid out the list of crimes committed, revealing that Go Dang had killed other cult members in the same manner before. 2 years prior, he had also slain 3 individuals after an altercation at a bar. Unbothered by the accusations, Go Dang scoffed, dismissing the victims as worthless individuals who failed to show proper reverence to the demonic army. Mugeuk then questioned whether Go Dang was aware of the authority he now held, the power to issue an execution order. Go Dang, however, responded with a challenge of his own, questioning what the young master, as an investigator, could possibly do in this situation. This arrogance, Mugeuk noted, was precisely why he was a poison. A fool would behave this way when conscious of how others perceived him. Despite facing an investigator, Go Dang showed no fear, instead putting on a show of bravado in front of his subordinates. He was oblivious to the significance of the stage he now stood upon. Taking a step forward, Mugeuk provoked the commander, prompting immediate movement from his subordinates. Go Dang responded with arrogance, warning that standing against him was the same as standing against the demonic army itself. Without hesitation, Mugeuk retorted, remarking that at the very least, he did not cower behind his subordinates. Feigning injury, Go Dang shifted the blame onto a supposed coward. In response, Mugeuk merely requested that he not use his right hand. The shamelessness of the commander knew no bounds, as he taunted Mugeuk, questioning whether he intended to report to the cult leader after being injured. With unwavering certainty, Mugeuk assured him that even if he perished here, no responsibility would be placed upon Go Dang. Daryong, watching from the sidelines, could only wonder at his intentions, while a vicious grin spread across Go Dang's face. Without warning, Go Dang unsheathed his sword, ready to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Daryong transmitted a warning through sound transmission, explaining that Go Dang was ambidextrous and could wield a sword with equal proficiency in both hands. This, he suspected, was the source of the commander's confidence. Mugeuk, however, remained composed. Holding his sword in his left hand, he placed his right hand behind his back, unfazed by the rising tension. The battle commenced as Go Dang swung his blade downward in a powerful strike. With effortless grace, Mugeuk sidestepped the attack. The force of the strike shattered the ground, narrowly grazing Daryong in the process. Despite repeated attempts, Go Dang failed to land a single blow. Mugeuk, evading each attack with minimal effort, showed no sign of strain. Then, in one fluid motion, he spun his sword, slashing upward in a precise strike. The next instant, Go Dang's hand was severed. A scream of agony escaped the commander's lips before Mugeuk silenced him, breaking his nose with the hilt of his sword. Enraged, the subordinates of the First Corps reacted immediately, unsheathing their weapons and preparing to strike. Daryong, filled with concern, braced for the impending assault as they moved to protect their commander. Yet, before any of them could act, Mugeuk had already cut down several, slitting their throats in an instant. The remaining members hesitated, halting in their tracks. Mugeuk then declared that those who had just fallen had committed treason. Meanwhile, Go Dang, now reduced to a pitiful state, crawled along the ground, pleading for his life. Ignoring his desperation, Mugeuk inquired whether Go Dang even remembered the families of the men he had slain in the bar fight. He doubted it, given the indifference he had displayed. Those families had lost their fathers, sons, and husbands, lives forever altered. Only at this moment did Go Dang finally admit his wrongdoing. But it was too late. Without hesitation, Mugeuk executed him. The remaining Corps members and Daryong could only watch in silence as their commander met his end. Turning his gaze toward the fallen man, Mugeuk reflected on the arrogance of one who had dared to kill fellow cult members without consequence. Not long after, Mugeuk found himself seated with the demonic army commander, Geom, in the midst of music and dance. As expected, the commander wasted no time shifting the blame on Go Dang, portraying him as a criminal despite having once served under him. Feigning regret, Geom lamented the difficult position he now found himself in, stating that the execution of a demonic army commander during an official investigation placed undue pressure on him. He then urged for the investigation to be concluded immediately. Mugeuk, appearing agreeable, acknowledged that he too wished to resolve matters smoothly. However, without evidence, the situation remained problematic. He had arrived to conduct an investigation, yet as things stood, he had nothing to report to his father or superiors. Bringing up the letter that had been sent, Mugeuk referenced the external assassination requests accepted in exchange for money. Without concrete proof, fabricating evidence would be impossible. His words carried an unspoken implication. Geom himself would need to provide the necessary fabricated evidence in order to officially close the case. Some time later, Daryong pondered the reason behind the young master's unexpected visit to the infirmary. Mugeuk arrived at the infirmary to check on the injured investigator. Daryong expressed gratitude, acknowledging that it was an unexpected kindness for the young master to bring the demonic physician for someone of such low standing. Mugeuk dismissed the notion, stating that it was only natural. Regardless of their ranks, they had been working together, even if only temporarily. Before long, the demonic physician emerged, searching for Mugeuk. Known as the most skilled healer in the cult, he was selective in his treatments, only tending to individuals of significant status. He explained that while the injured officer's life was no longer in danger, a period of rest would be required before he could return to duty. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Mugeuk insisted that the best medicine be used, emphasizing that the officer had suffered these injuries while faithfully serving the cult. Observing this, the surrounding officers displayed expressions of deep gratitude toward their young master. Soon after, Mugeuk returned and informed Daryong that Geom had requested the investigation be concluded, attributing all responsibility to the First Corps commander. Daryong speculated that Go Dang had been Geom's most valued subordinate, but Mugeuk knew better. Go Dang had not been the most important, merely the most useful. Someone else would inevitably take his place. Recognizing the situation as bait, Mugeuk understood that all that remained was to wait for the enemy to take the next step. With that in mind, he invited Daryong to share a drink. For the first time, Daryong revealed a genuine smile as he offered the drinks. The following day, the Dragon Court submitted numerous records, including logs of assassination requests and financial documents worth thousands of niangs, all allegedly discovered in the First Corps commander's residence. Mugeuk, seeing through the deception, smiled. Geom had taken the bait. Without even reading the contents, he instructed Daryong to find the most intelligent individual within the First Corps, assuming that this person was responsible for forging the records. Meanwhile, Mugeuk planned to meet Geom once again to stall for time. Shortly after, Mugeuk presented the evidence allegedly found in Go Dang's residence. Geom appeared pleased and, now that the matter seemed resolved, proposed another round of drinks at their previous gathering place. However, Mugeuk pointed out an issue. The evidence had been provided by the demonic army itself, whereas proper investigative protocol required it to be discovered independently. Brushing off the concern, Geom dismissed the importance of the detail. Mugeuk, however, remained firm. The chief advisor was no fool. If he discovered that the evidence had been handed over rather than uncovered through proper channels, he would question the legitimacy of the investigation and its results. With this in mind, Mugeuk proposed a temporary large-scale investigation, a mere formality to create the illusion of proper procedure. He assured Geom that he had no real desire to investigate further and only required some standard official documents. Eventually, Geom agreed, promising to instruct his subordinates to cooperate. What Mugeuk truly sought was not classified information, but the earliest documents used to hire the demonic army, as well as wills left behind by those sent on high-risk missions. By analyzing the handwriting, he could identify who had forged the records in the request logs. Before long, Mugeuk confronted Yonggu, the individual he suspected of fabricating the assassination request logs. Yonggu immediately denied the accusation, but Mugeuk had already determined that this man likely knew very little. Instead of pressing him, he merely encouraged Yonggu to be honest. Still, Yonggu feigned ignorance, insisting that he had never received direct orders from the commander. Mugeuk, understanding his fear, realized that the man was more concerned about Geom eliminating him. Seeing no reason to continue the interrogation, Mugeuk dismissed him. Since Yonggu refused to answer, nothing could be done. Mugeuk admitted that he disliked the idea of torturing a subordinate who had merely followed orders. However, he also knew that while the investigator would eventually leave this place, the demonic army commander would not allow Yonggu to survive for long. By now, Geom had likely heard of the investigator questioning Yonggu. Even if nothing had been revealed, suspicion alone would be enough to seal Yonggu's fate. Horror dawned on the man's face as he realized the extent of his predicament. More than anyone else, he understood what happened to those whom Geom no longer trusted. Reflecting on the earlier findings, Mugeuk reviewed Jang Ho's claim. Go Dang had likely been responsible for executing both the Nirvana Pavilion investigator and Jang Ho's close peer. Countless other heinous acts had also been committed under Geom's command. As Daryong reported on these past atrocities, he noted that the demonic army commander would never allow himself to be captured. Mugeuk calmly confirmed this, stating that there were no plans to arrest him. Daryong, taken aback, struggled to comprehend the young master's intentions. Mugeuk had already made his decision. Geom would be executed. Daryong, stunned, instinctively recoiled in surprise. Mugeuk understood the larger implications. If Gianyang were arrested, the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon would inevitably intervene. There was no chance he would allow his own brother to be executed. If that happened, the situation would spiral out of control. Furthermore, with Gianyang alive, forged evidence would soon surface, shifting all responsibility onto a scapegoat. Rumors, schemes, and counterclaims would cloud the truth. Zhang Ho, the one who had sent the anonymous letter, would likely be eliminated, along with any warriors from the Third Corps who sought to protect him. Even Darion would be targeted. The only way to prevent this was to ensure that Gianyang died during the process of his so-called arrest. If the commander perished, then only his crimes would remain to be proven. Not everyone sought revenge over a fallen ally, and the Blood Heaven Sword Demon was not the type to waste his life on personal vendettas. Without hesitation, Mugeuk departed. His goal now was the execution of the demonic army commander. Before long, Mugeuk sat across from Gianyang, feigning ease as he expressed relief at the conclusion of the investigation. Casually, he mentioned his succession and inquired about Gianyang's support. In response, Gianyang assured him that he would not forget the goodwill Mugeuk had shown. Mugeuk smiled, agreeing that this incident should be forgotten. However, he also knew that a man as greedy as Gianyang would never forget a loss of this magnitude. Raising his jar, Mugeuk proposed a toast to mark the end of the investigation. As he poured the drink, he pondered why Gianyang had done it. Given his vast wealth, he should have had enough resources to live comfortably for the rest of his life. He wondered, then, why he had gone to such extremes, even manipulating the demonic army for profit. Dismissing the accusation, Gianyang deflected, suggesting that such questions be directed at the First Corps commander instead. Mugeuk responded with a taunting remark, questioning how a mere puppet could possibly understand anything. His provocation continued, suggesting that within the pitch darkness inside Gianyang, there was nothing but insatiable greed, a hunger that would never cease. The tension escalated as Gianyang, unable to contain his rage, crushed the glass in his hand. His voice carried both frustration and disbelief as he accused Mugeuk of losing his mind, claiming he was consumed by bloodlust. Mugeuk, unfazed, calmly raised his own glass. Without warning, Gianyang unleashed a surge of inner energy, shattering the table as he roared in frustration, declaring that he had heard enough of Mugeuk's nonsense. Yet his display of fury was met with nothing more than indifference, as Mugeuk continued sipping his drink, unmoved by the outburst. Before Gianyang could even react, a sword had already pierced through his chest. Mugeuk, executing the fifth technique of the soaring sword art, Heavenly Strike, delivered a fatal blow while finishing his drink. As the final drop was consumed, Mugeuk formally declared Gianyang, the demonic army commander, under arrest for the misuse of the demonic army for personal gain, as well as for over 20 murders and the instigation of numerous others. With blood dripping from his lips, Gianyang pleaded, insisting that this was not an arrest but an execution. Mugeuk responded with a cold smile, remarking that the outcome would have been the same regardless. Without hesitation, he urged Gianyang to depart from this world, allowing those who remained to carry on. His expression devoid of emotion, Mugeuk pulled the sword from Gianyang's body. The former commander had only a fleeting moment left to cough up blood before drawing his final breath. Soon after, members of the army gathered in the office, accompanied by several officers. Mugeuk addressed them with authority, announcing that the demonic army commander had died while resisting arrest for his grievous crimes. Without hesitation, he instructed Darion to detain all members of the First Corps and imprison them, ensuring that a formal investigation into the matter would proceed. He then commanded Zhang Ho, the Third Corps commander, to mobilize his forces, excluding any First Corps members, to act as investigators and carry out the arrests. With full authority over the situation, Mugeuk's orders now held the weight of the cult leader himself. Compliance was immediate. Observing those who would carry out his orders, Mugeuk felt a glimmer of hope for the future of the demonic cult. After issuing the necessary commands, he made his way back to the demonic cult's castle, where his father conducted official affairs. Walking alone through the empty hall, he prepared to report his conclusions to his father, accompanied only by Sima Myung and the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. Meeting the gaze of the brother of the man he had just executed, Mugeuk's conviction in the truth remained steadfast. With formal decorum, he bowed before his father and then greeted the Blood Heaven Sword Demon, expressing pleasure in seeing him again. The elder warrior, unceremoniously referred to as a cursed old man, wasted no time in addressing the heavenly demon, demanding an explanation from the second young master regarding the incident. Mugeuk responded curtly, stating that everything was detailed in the report and advising him to simply read it. However, the Blood Heaven Sword Demon insisted on hearing the explanation firsthand. The silence of both the cult leader and Sima Myung signified their approval of this demand. Mugeuk complied, summarizing the investigation's findings. Yang had committed heinous crimes, and during his arrest, he had attempted to retaliate. With a measured tone, Mugeuk offered an apology. Surprisingly, the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon responded with acceptance. If his brother had committed crimes, then punishment was inevitable. However, he admitted there was something he could not comprehend. While he acknowledged his brother's weaknesses, he did not believe Yang was foolish enough to attack while his crimes had been exposed. Mugeuk understood the underlying implication. Had Yang been captured alive, he would have sought aid from his brother. Most likely, Yang had realized his execution was inevitable and sought to eliminate the threat before it was too late. Ultimately, Mugeuk feigned ignorance regarding Yang's motives, suggesting only that he had perhaps been unable to accept the reality of being captured by someone so much younger than himself. The Blood Heaven's Sword Demon, having seen his brother's corpse before arriving, noted that the fatal wound had been inflicted with a single strike to the chest. The fact that Mugeuk had killed him so swiftly demonstrated exceptional martial prowess. To this, Mugeuk attributed his success to his father's teachings, stating that Yang's agitation had prevented him from using his full strength. Accepting this explanation, the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon expressed gratitude for the truth. In return, Mugeuk lowered his gaze and offered condolences for the loss. Despite the situation, Mugeuk was somewhat surprised by the elder's composure. He had expected the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon's anger to reach its peak. Shifting his attention back to the heavenly demon, Kionpa signaled the completion of his business. Chanhua, the cult leader, instructed him to make arrangements for the funeral and take time to rest. The Blood Heaven's Sword Demon bowed in gratitude. Observing this, Mugeuk speculated that the elder warrior wished to question the cult leader's handling of the situation, wondering if such an extreme resolution had truly been necessary. Once the three of them were left alone, Sima Myung praised Mugeuk, acknowledging the thoroughness of the evidence gathered and noting how the incident had been resolved without further complications. He then inquired whether Mugeuk had sustained any injuries. Mugeuk reassured him that he was unharmed, expressing gratitude for the chief advisor's concern. At that moment, another individual entered, carrying a box. Sima Myung presented it as a reward from the cult leader for Mugeuk's efforts. Recognizing the item immediately, the second young master's expression shifted. This was no ordinary sword. Sima Myung revealed its name, the Black Demonic Sword, one of the cult's treasured blades alongside the White Demonic Sword. Mugeuk, however, requested the White Demonic Sword instead, stating that it suited his aloof nature better. Chanhua firmly denied the request, asserting that the Black Demonic Sword was what best suited him. Unsheathing the blade, Mugeuk remarked that his father understood far too little about him. To his surprise, the sword exuded a chilling energy, even before any internal energy had been infused into it. Sima Myung, equally astonished, observed as the cult leader looked on with satisfaction, seemingly pleased to witness the second young master's genuine reaction. Despite his admiration for the weapon, Mugeuk voiced that the reward felt excessive. However, Sima Myung countered, explaining that the matter concerning the demonic army commander had been one of the cult's most dire problems. He added that the cult leader himself should weigh in on the matter. Chanhua remarked that Mugeuk was fortunate to have survived while navigating such perilous circumstances. Yet, Mugeuk knew better. His father had sent him there not out of mere formality, but out of confidence. Chanhua had known that Mugeuk had mastered the soaring sword art. He had also been aware that Mugeuk had consumed the demonic essence pill, ensuring that he would not fall so easily. However, he likely had not anticipated Yang's death. Still, Mugeuk understood the deeper reason behind his father's decision to bestow this exceptional sword upon him. Chanhua addressed the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon with a firm statement, acknowledging the contributions he had made to the cult, but making it clear that he would not tolerate any attempt to tarnish his son's reputation over this incident. In response, Mugeuk expressed gratitude to his father for bestowing the sword upon him and for the meaning behind it. This unexpected reaction caused Chanhua a moment of surprise. With the matter settled, the cult leader granted his son permission to leave. As Mugeuk stepped out of the pavilion, he was immediately greeted by the Blood Heaven's sword demon, who requested that he take a short break before departing. Mugeuk, aware of the elder's persistent nature, understood that he would not have simply left without another discussion. As the young master approached, the old man's gaze shifted toward the sword, immediately recognizing its significance. Mugeuk casually remarked on the summer's unusual heat before taking a seat beside him. Without warning, the Blood Heaven's sword demon erupted in rage, his voice booming as he hurled curses at Mugeuk. His accusations were seething. He demanded to know how Mugeuk had dared to ambush and kill his brother. His fury escalated as he declared his intent to tear Mugeuk limb from limb and offer his remains at his brother's grave. Even the mere release of his inner aura carried enough force to wither the surrounding flowers, his energy surging without restraint. Then, just as suddenly he stopped, a wide grin spread across his face as he stated that such words were exactly what he should have said. Matching the intensity of the moment, Mugeuk immediately retaliated, shouting back with equal vigor. He ridiculed the elder's immaturity despite his age and challenged his audacity, questioning how he had dared to disrupt the order within the cult for his own selfish desires. Without hesitation, he issued a warning, declaring that if the Blood Heaven's sword demon dared to act in retribution for his corrupt brother, then Mugeuk would personally dismember his body and grind him into dust. The moment his words ended, a smile swiftly returned to Mugeuk's face as he concluded that this was how he would respond. The Blood Heaven's sword demon, taken aback, silently observed the young man. He had not anticipated the sheer depth of inner energy radiating from Mugeuk. A moment later, laughter erupted from him, echoing through half of the inner courtyard. Once his laughter subsided, he expressed hope that the young master would go easy on an old man like himself. Mugeuk, maintaining his composure, reassured him that efforts had been made to conclude matters as amicably as possible. However, Geom had crossed far beyond any reasonable boundary, to the point where it could be argued that, for him, such a boundary had never even existed. Turning the conversation, Mugeuk voiced a realization. This elder had always been aware of the corruption within the demonic army. If that was the case, he wondered why he had chosen to ignore it. With solemn honesty, the Blood Heaven's sword demon revealed the truth. His brother had never listened to him. Furthermore, he himself was not entirely free of blame in this matter. Now, upon hearing of his brother's death, an unexpected emotion surfaced: relief. A thought settled in his mind. Geom would no longer stand in his way. Mugeuk, listening intently, found himself astonished by such an open admission. The honesty in the elder's words was unexpected. A quiet moment passed before Mugeuk spoke again, acknowledging that he understood the feeling. If he were to hear of his own brother's death, he, too, would feel relieved. After all, it would mean he would no longer have to bear the burden of killing his own brother with his own hands. Gu Qianpa, known as the Blood Heaven's sword demon, sought to discern the true nature of the second young master. On the other hand, Mugeuk pondered what the old warrior perceived when looking at him. In the end, Qianpa did nothing more than remark that the year would be particularly hot before departing, the heavy broadsword resting on his small, aging shoulders. As he walked away, he solemnly noted that, fortunately, he was not weak against heat. Despite observing the exchange, Mugeuk remained uncertain about Qianpa's true intentions. Though the elder had claimed to feel relief, he was still the brother of the man Mugeuk had killed. It was entirely possible that he was already plotting revenge. Alternatively, he might choose to let the incident drift away, much like the passing clouds in the sky. Whatever the case, Mugeuk had no regrets about his actions. Returning to his training room, he prepared to test his newly acquired sword. The initial moments after receiving a weapon held great significance. A sword and its wielder were meant to commune, and a supreme blade such as the black demonic sword operated on an even deeper level than most. If the bond between them was not properly established, the weapon's true potential could never be realized. Holding the sword, Mugeuk acknowledged its presence as cold energy emanated from the blade in a seemingly joyful response. Taking a deep breath, he infused it with inner energy. At that moment, the sword reacted, releasing an even stronger surge of icy power. A sense of astonishment overtook him as he observed its sheer robustness, noting how vastly different it was from his previous weapon. The strength of this blade was undeniable, and he found himself taking a liking to it. With steady movements, he practiced several sword techniques, allowing his inner energy to flow through the weapon. His purpose was twofold: to familiarize himself with the blade and to convey to it that they would rely on his current techniques for the time being. A silent promise followed. He would display far greater martial prowess in the future, but until then, he sought the sword's cooperation. From that day onward, Mugeuk devoted himself entirely to training within the confines of his room. Day and night, he cultivated his abilities, pushing his sword techniques to the absolute limits of his youthful body, something he had never been able to do in his previous life. By his side, Leon faithfully provided support as his personal bodyguard. Once satisfied with his progress, he finally stepped out of the training room. Awaiting him was an overwhelming crowd. Members of the Sword Demon faction had gathered in great numbers. Whether they had come of their own volition or had been sent by the Bloodheaven's Sword Demon remained unclear. However, one thing was certain: hostility radiated from them. They refrained from drawing their swords, but instead unleashed waves of demonic energy in his direction, expending their power without hesitation. If Mugeuk miscalculated, the sheer force could cause internal injuries. This was not a direct assault, but a battle of attrition. Their aim was intimidation, to turn him into a coward who would not dare step outside. Then, in an instant, an insight dawned upon him. If such an overwhelming amount of demonic energy was being directed toward him, he could turn the situation to his advantage. Recalling the meridian strengthening technique, a secret method designed to fortify the meridians by allowing multiple martial artists to discharge energy at a single target, he realized the greater the number of opponents, the more effective the technique would be. As the surrounding warriors began to reach their limits, Mugeuk seized the opportunity. While others faltered, he pressed forward, absorbing their energy to temper his meridians. Step by step, the concentrated energy grew more intense, but this was exactly what he had intended. The meridian strengthening technique, having already surpassed the second stage, now progressed into the third. Advancing further, Mugeuk continued his steady march, reaching the fourth stage in a remarkably short time. Finally, as the technique neared its ultimate level, the fifth stage, the incoming waves of demonic energy ceased abruptly. Opening his eyes, Mugeuk met the stunned gazes of those before him. Disbelief spread across their faces. Despite their numbers, they had failed to overwhelm him. A particular brood among them, once defiant, now trembled under Mugeuk's gaze. In the end, he stepped aside, followed by those behind him, allowing the young master to pass. A weary yet satisfied smile formed on Mugeuk's face. It was clear that the sword demons had now acknowledged his strength. Upon arriving at the hall of the demonic castle, he found his father's seat empty. Chanhua appeared suddenly behind him, inquiring whether he wished to test sitting in the heavenly demon's throne. As his father made his way toward his seat, Mugeuk dismissed the idea, stating that he had no desire to be confined by that position. Chanhua, unimpressed by the response, instructed his son to come forward and take the seat regardless. Once seated, Mugeuk reflected on the moment. Though he had expected to feel some excitement, he realized he felt nothing at all. Only then did his father express a similar sentiment. Recalling how his father had slaughtered countless individuals, including his own brother, to ascend to this throne, Mugeuk silently wondered what his father must have felt in that moment if there had been no sense of excitement. Chanhua then revealed that the sword demons had sought out Mugeuk of their own accord. The Bloodheaven sword demon had not ordered them to do so. Hearing this, Mugeuk admitted that although he had acted as if the situation had not affected him, enduring the barrage of energy had been no simple task. He had refused to submit to their suppression, but the moment he left their presence, his body had begun to tremble. It was not fear of them that unsettled him, but fear that his judgment had been flawed. If any among them had lost control and attacked, he might not have survived. And even if he had, the act of killing so many of the sword demons would have destroyed any chance he had of becoming the successor. His father listened intently as Mugeuk explained the true source of his fear: the possibility of facing another moment where a single decision could determine everything. Strangely, in that moment of doubt, he had found himself missing his father, though he could not fully understand why. In response, Chanhua simply stated that a demonic human does not look back. They look forward and continue advancing. Mugeuk, taken aback by such words from his father, suspected that this was his way of offering comfort. Shifting the conversation, he suggested replacing the current demon statue with that of a beautiful woman. He even proposed using one of the renowned Central Plain Four Flowers, whose beauty was said to be unparalleled. The moment he glanced at his father's face, he noticed clear discontent. Realizing that his words had taken an unnecessary turn, he decided it was time to leave. Handing control of the seat back to his father, he prepared to step down. As he slowly descended the steps, his father watched in silence. Before departing, however, Mugeuk posed a final question: whether it was possible for him to kill the Blood Heaven's sword demon. The instant the request was made, a vein bulged on Chanhwa's forehead as he locked his gaze on his son, his expression unreadable. In the end, a dismissive laugh escapes from Chanhwa as he acknowledges that while Mugeuk may possess the ability to defeat the demonic army commander, he stands no chance against the Blood Heaven's sword demon. In response, Mugeuk questions the reason behind his father's actions, wondering why conflict was created between them in the first place. He then demands that Chanhwa take responsibility. Chanhwa affirms his responsibility by declaring that Mugeuk will assume leadership of the Nirvana Pavilion, an inspector bureau within the cult. With a calculated tone, he provokes his son by echoing his own words about maintaining discipline and order within the cult. Mugeuk cannot help but speculate whether his father is merely using him to resolve long-delayed matters, indifferent to whether he survives or perishes in the process. Eventually, he abandons any further attempts to decipher his father's true intentions, choosing instead to focus on decisions based on what he directly perceives. Chanhwa is known for leaving cryptic messages on walls for his children. Yet he is also a man who will not hesitate to place them in peril if they prove useful to his plans. Mugeuk then expresses his thoughts, likening his father's expectations to sending a man to slaughter a cow without so much as a sword in hand. His words hint at a deeper intent. Surprise flickers across Chanhwa's face upon realizing that Mugeuk seeks entry into the Heavenly Demon Archives, a repository of rare and secret Murim manuals. Only a select few, including the Heavenly Demon, are granted access. With a skeptical tone, Chanhwa warns that simply entering the archives will not guarantee the discovery of supreme martial arts. The sheer number of manuals housed within would be overwhelming, making it unlikely for Mugeuk to find anything more formidable than the soaring sword art he already possesses. Despite this, Mugeuk expresses a desire to test his luck. Chanhwa, while still harboring suspicions regarding his son's true intentions, ultimately grants Mugeuk 7 days within the archives. Accepting this, Mugeuk subtly implies that his leadership of the Nirvana Pavilion is a price for this opportunity. In another life, Mugeuk was meant to be dead. Years had passed since his departure, and with his disfigured face, none could recognize him. Back then, it had taken him an arduous journey to rise from an ordinary warrior to a position where he could converse privately with the cult leader. During one such meeting, he had learned of a certain martial art. The strides of the wind god was regarded as the greatest mobility technique, consisting of only 4 steps. It had once served as a supporting technique for the Heavenly Demon's martial arts, but was eventually lost to history. The manual was said to have been discovered by Ju Baekdo, the cult leader of that time, who secured his rise to power after finding it within the Heavenly Demon Archives. However, he had later revealed that the manuals were not located among the bookshelves. Now, before this knowledge becomes common, Mugeuk enters the archives and discovers the long-lost manual. From the one who was supposed to be the future cult leader, the treasured text had been repurposed to prop up the 19th bookshelf. A knowing smile appears as Mugeuk retrieves the manual, realizing that these 4 strides alone would be enough to traverse the world freely. Without hesitation, he begins meditating to absorb its teachings. The first step, Shadow Step, is designed for infiltration, initially allowing evasion from a single individual. With mastery, however, its effectiveness expands to escape detection from entire groups. The second, Flicker Step, functions as a defensive maneuver, ensuring an escape route even when confronted with an unavoidable attack. The third, Death Step, serves as an aggressive charge, capable of piercing through any defense. The final, Swift Step, is a mobility technique so fast that the word itself fails to encapsulate its true speed. 7 days are spent internalizing the technique. The moment the process is complete, Mugeuk returns to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion to report his success. Chanhwa, curious about the technique his son has acquired, listens as Mugeuk simply describes it as a mobility art. Upon hearing that it is the 4 strides of the wind god, Chanhwa's reaction shifts to disbelief. The claim enrages him, for he is certain that the shadow step had been lost. Mugeuk calmly asserts that he would not dare to lie about such a matter. In response, Chanhwa demands a demonstration. Mugeuk, ever calculating, inquires what reward awaits him for doing so. His father, stern and unwavering, declares that his life will be spared in exchange for the proof. Without another word, Mugeuk closes his eyes and begins executing the lost technique. In an instant, he vanishes and reappears in multiple places simultaneously. Chanhwa rises abruptly from his seat, stunned by the undeniable reality before him. His son has truly mastered the 4 strides of the wind god. Determined to understand the truth, Chanhwa presses for the origin of the technique. Mugeuk, with conviction in his voice, claims that he learned it within the heavenly demon archives. The response only fuels Chanhwa's anger, for he is certain that the technique had never existed within the library's collection. Mugeuk challenges his father's certainty, questioning whether a book's absence from recorded knowledge means it was never there. With a calm yet pointed revelation, he explains that the manual had been discarded and used as a support beneath a shelf. Upon hearing this, Chanhwa immediately assumes that the most crucial sections of the technique must have been removed. Mugeuk, intrigued, asks how his father could be so certain. With an air of certainty, Chanhwa admits that it is exactly what he would have done, turning the accusation back onto his son. Following this, he orders Mugeuk to demonstrate each step of the technique. However, Mugeuk's true ambition does not lie in defeating his father or usurping the title of Heavenly Demon. His goal is to eliminate Mugeuk, ensuring the survival of both his father and the cult. More than that, he envisions his father traveling the world, enjoying life before stepping down from his position. As a result, there is no hesitation in passing the 4 strides of the wind god to Chanhwa. Before doing so, however, Mugeuk playfully refuses, boldly stating that nothing in this world is given freely. Amused yet mildly exasperated, Chanhwa reminds his son that he once taught him a technique at the hunting grounds without demanding anything in return. In a cheeky rebuttal, Mugeuk claims that the lesson had merely been the price of the liquor consumed on that day. Chanhwa, struggling to contain his frustration, observes his son with an exasperated expression. Mugeuk then confidently declares that he had held back until reaching this level. Recognizing this, Chanhwa finally asks if there is something his son desires. Without hesitation, Mugeuk addresses his father, expressing his desire to learn the Heavenly Demon defense art. This technique, known for its ability to fortify the body, remains an exclusive martial art reserved solely for the Heavenly Demon. If he were to master it, it would be tantamount to gaining an extra life. Chanhwa swiftly dismisses the request, stating that the Heavenly Demon defense art can only be inherited by the Heavenly Demon or the chosen successor. In response, Mugeuk suggests an alternative. He asks for the technique to be taught in secret. He explains that since the art's effects remain invisible to the outside world, its clandestine transmission would go unnoticed. Before any further discussion, Mugeuk requests permission to leave. However, before he can exit, Chanhwa unexpectedly agrees, but with one condition. His son must first teach him the 4 strides of the wind god. Mugeuk is momentarily taken aback by his father's willingness to impart the Heavenly Demon defense art in secrecy. Accepting the terms, he begins to recite the technique manual. As Mugeuk speaks, Chanhwa closes his eyes, his body emanating a powerful energy as he absorbs the teachings relayed through his son's voice. Once the recitation concludes, Mugeuk offers to repeat the manual. But before he can do so, Chanhwa immediately executes the technique. The steps mirror what Mugeuk had demonstrated earlier, yet there is a distinct difference. Chanhwa interprets the technique in his own way. Observing this, Mugeuk is left astounded by his father's ability to instantly grasp and refine the martial art. Once the demonstration ends, Chanhwa acknowledges the formidable nature of the technique. In this altered future, a pressing question arose as he wondered whether Mugeuk would still stand a chance against a father who now possessed the 4 strides of the wind god. Now it is Chanhwa's turn to fulfill his promise. He warns his son that the Heavenly Demon defense art will be explained only once and orders him to commit it to memory. By the time the lesson concludes, Mugeuk departs with a fresh bruise on his forehead. Upon his return, Leon immediately reacts with indignation, demanding to know which audacious fool dared to lay a hand on her young master. She vows to seek retribution. However, the moment Mugeuk reveals that Chanhua was responsible, Leon falls into stunned silence. This reaction stems from the fact that Mugeuk has successfully learned the Heavenly Demon Defense art. Rather than expressing frustration over the injury, he smugly remarks that they now share a secret. More than acquiring the martial art itself, this shared understanding brings him greater satisfaction. The comet pushes Chanhua beyond his limits, and for the first time in a long while, he flicks his son on the forehead, sending him off with a stern warning. Chanhua reminds Mugeuk not to become overly brazen. As Mugeuk departs, he notices that Leon lingers. Confused, he questions why she has yet to follow. Blushing, Leon hesitates before conceding that her role is to protect, not to attack. A rare, pleasant smile crosses Mugeuk's face. Such words would have never left her lips in the past. Without missing a beat, he addresses her again, making a solemn promise. Though unable to act immediately, he vows to find a way to counteract the side effects of her petrification technique. He urges her to wait a little longer. Furthermore, he reveals a conversation with the cult leader, in which he expressed a vision for change. The cult, he declared, must evolve into a place where warriors no longer need to sacrifice their bodies to protect others. It should become a sanctuary where individuals like Leon are not forced into actions they do not wish to take. Leon stands speechless, captivated by the weight of his words. As the moment lingers, Mugeuk shifts his demeanor to a formal stance and commands her to listen carefully. She instinctively places her hands together in a bow, awaiting his next statement. With unwavering authority, he announces that, from this moment forward, she is relieved of her duties as his guard warrior. The abrupt declaration leaves Leon momentarily stunned. However, before any assumptions can settle, Mugeuk continues. She has been chosen to serve as the captain of the Phantom Shadow Corps. Confusion flashes across her face, as such a group does not exist. Mugeuk affirms this fact, but clarifies his intention to establish the unit. This elite force will report directly to him, and he seeks her commitment to lead it. Meeting her gaze, he waits for her response, ensuring she fully grasps the sincerity of his offer. After a moment of contemplation, Leon accepts the role with firm conviction. Days later, Mugeuk departs from the cult, making his way to a city he remembers from his past life. Though he had informed Leon of his intent to form his own faction, the reality of such an endeavor is anything but simple. Running an organization requires significant capital, and he plans to acquire it by exploiting an event that once occurred before his regression. A man named Yang Dang announces himself as the appointed leader of an upcoming mission. Recognizing the high pay, he also acknowledges the dangers involved, cautioning all participants to remain vigilant. Issuing a warning, he threatens that anyone who acts foolishly will meet death by his hand. Turning his attention to Mugeuk, Yang Dang identifies him as a new recruit recommended by Warrior CO. For now, Mugeuk intends to follow orders without drawing unnecessary attention. Yang Dang, however, makes it clear that he will be watching him closely. The mission is to escort a woman and her daughter, both clad in yellow robes, to Namping safely. As they prepare for departure, Mugeuk waves at the child, recalling their tragic fate in his past life. This time, he resolves to intervene. Before long, the group sets out, forming a protective formation around the carriage carrying the two passengers. As night approaches, they make camp for the evening. Yang Dang distributes portions of dried beef to the mercenaries, emphasizing the uncertainty of when they will next have a proper meal. Urging them to eat their fill, he unknowingly initiates a deadly trap. As the fire crackles and weary warriors consume their rations, dissatisfaction murmurs through the group. Mugeuk, seated leisurely atop a boulder, refrains from partaking in the meal. Moments later, chaos erupts. Members of the party begin coughing up blood. Confusion flickers through Mugeuk's mind. Poison has taken hold of the others, yet his own body remains unaffected. The realization dawns as Yang Dang steps forward, perfectly unscathed. His expression betrays no remorse, revealing his role in the treachery. Mugeuk's suspicions are confirmed. The leader himself poisoned the food. Disgusted, he wonders what kind of wretched man would betray his own comrades for mere profit. The answer is as pathetic as expected. Yang Dang seeks only wealth and indulgence. As Yang Dang draw his sword, Mugeuk taunts the traitor, remarking that death by his own poison would have been a fitting punishment. Unfazed, Yang Dang sneers, urging Mugeuk to focus on his own survival. Before retribution can be exacted, another party arrives. A single glance is enough for Mugeuk to discern their strength. Rather than act hastily, he allows events to unfold. The true orchestrator of the ambush steps forward, directing his wrath toward the carriage. With a menacing shout, he orders the occupants to emerge, threatening to set the carriage ablaze if they refuse. The woman and her daughter step out, fear evident in their eyes. Frustration laces the ringleader's voice. He had been reprimanded for failing to locate them sooner. As the tension in the air thickens, Mugeuk remains still, carefully observing the unfolding scene. The woman recognizes the ringleader as Warrior Quan. Tears well up in her eyes as she pleads with him to spare her child. Quan acknowledges her request, agreeing to it only in consideration of their past association. However, his demeanor quickly shifts, his voice rising in fury as he demands that she kneel and beg for mercy. His anger stems from her perceived audacity in acting as though she holds authority over him. As her child clings tightly to her, she continues her desperate plea, offering Quan 10 times the amount he was originally promised. He dismisses her offer with little interest, coldly informing her that her father has already been captured. Unexpectedly, Mugeuk raises a hand in a warm wave toward the woman and her daughter. The sudden gesture catches the surrounding lowlifes off guard, prompting murmurs of confusion about the identity of the young man. Without hesitation, Mugeuk steps forward, positioning himself between the woman and her aggressors. With a calm demeanor, he states that he is merely someone who has been paid to ensure the safe passage of the two travelers. When questioned, Yang Dang can only respond with reluctant acknowledgement, admitting that Mugeuk is simply a vagrant he has yet to deal with. Seizing the moment, Yang Dang immediately moves to attack. Unfazed, Mugeuk responds with provocation, labeling them nothing more than common street thugs. He further remarks that once he is finished dealing with the situation, Yang Dang himself will likely be next to die. Enraged, Quan's face flushes red as he vehemently denies betraying his master. Meanwhile, Mugeuk maintains a composed tone, his speech deliberately polite out of consideration for the presence of the child. Irritated beyond restraint, Quan issues a command to his men. He orders them to kill the young man on the spot. Mugeuk remains undeterred, pointing directly at Yang Dang and reiterating that his death will come next. Before the traitor has a chance to fully process the words, an attack strikes from behind, severing his neck in an instant. Quan, having deemed Yang Dang too careless, eliminates him first. Mugeuk watches the lifeless body fall to the ground, his gaze cold as he regards the corpse of the man who traded loyalty for greed. With a quiet farewell, he remarks that such is the fate of those who betray others for money. Enraged by Mugeuk's defiance, Quan orders his henchmen to strike him down immediately. As the attackers close in, Mugeuk turns toward the woman and calmly instructs her to shield the child's eyes and ears. Without hesitation, she follows his command. Meanwhile, Mugeuk remains still, awaiting the incoming attacks. He waits until the very last possible moment, allowing the strikes to approach dangerously close. Just as a blade reaches his head, he executes the death step, one of the 4 strides of the wind god, evading all attacks in an instant and reappearing directly in front of Quan. A flicker of confusion crosses Quan's face as he wonders how Mugeuk closed the distance so effortlessly. In the brief moment it takes to process what happened, Mugeuk has already beheaded 3 of Quan's men, their bodies collapsing behind him. Stunned, Quan demands to know who Mugeuk truly is, refusing to believe that a mere vagrant could possess such abilities. Mugeuk responds with a question of his own, mocking Quan by asking who this pathetic excuse of a man could be. The woman interjects, revealing that Quan is one of the vassals assigned to protect her household. Introducing herself as Geom Seyon, she identifies herself as the daughter of the Golden Manor Master. Mugeuk, already aware of this from his past life, had deliberately concealed his identity by joining as a vagrant warrior. Her father, Geom Asu, stands among the 10 most powerful merchants in the Central Plains. As the wealthiest man in Fujian and the master of the Golden Manor, his influence is significant. However, Mugeuk recalls a tragedy from his previous life. Geom Asu had been betrayed by his most trusted vassal, and lost his life, with his daughter perishing soon after. Now, by interfering in this event, Mugeuk has the chance to change their fate. As the conversation unfolds, Quan sees an opportunity and lunges forward, sword aimed at Mugeuk's neck. Yet before the strike can land, Mugeuk's blade has already moved. In an instant, Quan's head rolls to the side, severed cleanly. Mugeuk remarks on how those who resort to underhanded tactics always attempt to strike when his attention is elsewhere. With the immediate threat eliminated, he turns back to Seiyon. She wastes no time in making an offer, pleading for his aid. Since the situation has shifted from what was originally agreed upon, Mugeuk demands a far greater payment for his services. Without hesitation, Seiyon agrees. Regardless of the cost, she remains determined to secure his help in saving her father. At the Golden Manor, the true orchestrator of the betrayal revels in his success. Years of meticulous planning have led to this moment, and with his underlings, he finally believes he has ensnared both Seiyon and her daughter. However, as the carriage arrives, he is met with an unexpected sight. They have returned unharmed, accompanied by an unfamiliar young man. Suspicion sets in as he demands to know Quan's whereabouts. Mugeuk responds with a cold, unyielding gaze, informing him that everyone except for himself has perished. The betrayer, puzzled, demands to know who is responsible for their deaths. With a slight smirk, Mugeuk offers an answer, an elusive martial master, both young and striking in appearance. The remark sends the lowlife into a fit of rage, unable to comprehend why his enemy would be praised. Mugeuk chooses silence, watching as realization dawns. Recognition flickers across the traitor's face as he finally understands that the person standing before him is the very same young and skilled warrior he was just questioning. The instant that truth settles, the henchmen draw their weapons, swiftly surrounding Mugeuk. Their leader sneers, mocking Mugeuk for his decision to return. In his eyes, escaping after saving the woman and child would have been the wiser choice, rather than stepping back into danger. Mugeuk, unshaken, meets his gaze and dismisses his words with ease. What stands before him are not tigers, but mere dogs barking loudly. For the first time, the ringleader acknowledges the reality before him. The young man who eliminated Quan and arrived unscathed is not ordinary. Mugeuk exudes confidence, appearing entirely at ease despite being encircled by enemies. Suddenly, the betrayer adopts a more cordial tone, placing his hands together in a gesture of peace. He extends an invitation, suggesting they discuss matters over a drink. Mugeuk, unimpressed, refuses outright. No amount of forced hospitality will change the inevitable outcome. Realizing that diplomacy has failed, the ringleader issues the command to kill him. The moment the order is given, Mugeuk vanishes from sight, reappearing before one of the henchmen with lethal precision. With a single decisive strike, the man collapses lifelessly. The remaining henchmen quickly realize the truth. Mugeuk is far too fast for them to handle. Before any of them can retaliate meaningfully, they fall one after another. The massacre unfolds before their very eyes, each betrayal answered with swift execution. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they stand no chance. Their bodies drop like flies, paying the price for their treachery. The betrayer stands frozen in shock, forced to watch as his underlings are slaughtered by a single man. Horror grips him as he struggles to comprehend the force before him. He could only ask himself who exactly this young warrior was. Mugeuk, unbothered by the disbelief, offers only a simple reply. He is no one, just a hired swordsman who saw an opportunity for great profit. Seizing on this, the ringleader hurriedly offers Mugeuk money in exchange for walking away. Yet Mugeuk remains unmoved. He has already been hired, and he has no interest in the wealth stolen from Geom. Suddenly, a remaining henchman emerges, gripping a sword against Geom's neck. A demand is made. Mugeuk must lower his weapon, or the Golden Manor Master will die. Seiyon, helpless and desperate, pleads for her father's safety. The ringleader, emboldened, reinforces the threat, warning Mugeuk to comply or face the consequences. Instead of obeying, Mugeuk moves swiftly. His sword arcs upward, slicing through the air in a flash. Confusion spreads across the ringleader's face as he fails to grasp what just happened. Within a blink, the blade held against Geom shatters where it was struck. Mugeuk had executed the soaring sword art's fourth form, Flaming Heaven. The technique travels through its target, splitting the henchman cleanly in two. A scream erupts from the ringleader as he witnesses his final ally fall to ruin. Mugeuk turns toward him, expression cold, and mockingly asks him to repeat what he had just said about dropping his sword. Panic overtakes the betrayer, who now pleads for his life, urging Mugeuk to listen. But Mugeuk shows no interest in idle discussions. He tells the traitor to come at him if he wishes to live. Believing Mugeuk has exhausted his energy, the ringleader grips his sword tightly and lunges forward in an all-or-nothing attack. Feigning struggle, Mugeuk pretends to falter, giving the illusion of difficulty. Sensing an advantage, the ringleader pours all of his strength into his assault, convinced that victory is within reach. One after another, his frenzied attacks are deflected. Confusion clouds his mind as he wonders how such a young man can maintain both overwhelming offense and unbreakable defense. In his desperation, he convinces himself that one final push will turn the battle in his favor. But in that moment, he realizes the truth. Mugeuk's sword is already buried deep within his chest. Disappointment laces Mugeuk's voice as he condemns the ringleader's wasted potential. Had he spent his life honing his skills rather than indulging in greed, he might have been worthy of his title. A vassal meant to protect the Golden Manor should have upheld his duty, not succumbed to corruption. With everything settled, Geom steps forward, expressing deep gratitude. He promises never to forget what has been done for him and his family. Mugeuk, however, dismisses it lightly. He claims to be nothing more than a wandering vagrant passing through. Yet, for those who witnessed his skill, it is clear that no mere vagrant could possess such ability. The name he refuses to reveal remains shrouded in mystery. Seong steps in, reminding her father of the promise made to reward Mugeuk financially for his help. Geom responds with a nod of approval, praising his daughter for making a promise they are more than capable of keeping. Turning to Mugeuk, he assures him that if money is what he seeks, he has certainly come to the right place. In truth, this was precisely why Mugeuk went to such lengths to disguise himself as a vagrant and offer his assistance. To fulfill the agreement, Geom leads him to the manor's warehouse, expressing his wish to give everything in gratitude. However, realistically, that would be an impossible feat. In response, Mugeuk remains respectful, stating that he would not demand such excess. The old man then makes a proposition. Mugeuk may enter the warehouse and take as much as he can carry as payment. However, there are conditions. He must not use any carts or seek help from others. Only his own strength and inner energy may be used. Before proceeding, Mugeuk asks if the old man is truly certain, warning that he is capable of carrying an immense amount. Geom stands firm in his decision, reaffirming that he and his family owe their lives to Mugeuk. Acknowledging this kindness, Mugeuk bows respectfully before stepping into the warehouse. Meanwhile, Seong turns to her father with concern, questioning whether he has considered just how much a skilled martial artist like Mugeuk might be able to take. Geom, however, remains unconcerned. To him, nothing within the warehouse holds more value than the safety of his daughter and granddaughter. Both father and daughter share an unspoken understanding. Mugeuk is no ordinary warrior. Seong, in particular, has observed his hidden strength, sensing the power that lies beneath his unassuming exterior. The old man, having encountered countless individuals in his lifetime, finds himself unable to describe Mugeuk in mere words. Never before has he met someone so young, yet exuding such confidence and an unmistakable presence. As a merchant, he understands that wealth can always be regained, but a connection with someone like Mugeuk is an opportunity that may never come again. Thus, he remains at peace with whatever Mugeuk decides to take. The greater the amount, the deeper the bond they will form. Once the transaction is complete, Mugeuk returns to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, selling the gold and treasure he obtained from the Golden Manor across various locations. He ensures that no single shop is burdened with too much wealth at once. By the time he is finished, a literal mountain of riches has been exchanged, earning him a staggering sum of 38 million niang. This fortune will serve as the foundation for the elite squad he plans to establish under his direct command. Upon his return, he finds Chanhua seated as usual. As always, his father receives frequent reports from Sima Myung, making critical decisions that determine who will live and who will die. Observing this, Mugeuk cannot help but wonder if this is truly the life his father desires. As he approaches to deliver his report, a thought crosses his mind. Perhaps, like himself and Leon, his father also harbors the desire to step away from the role of heavenly demon and venture beyond the cult's confines. Standing before his father, Mugeuk explains that he ventured outside to earn money, reasoning that he cannot continue to rely on his father's wealth and will require substantial funding for the future. This piques Chanhua's curiosity, prompting him to inquire about how his son intends to use it. The response leaves Chanhua momentarily stunned. Mugeuk wishes to form his own private faction. Just as the Demon Supremes each command their own subordinates, he asserts that he will need his own force to contend with them. Chanhua, however, rejects the idea outright. If Mugeuk establishes his own squad, his brother will demand the same, leading to division within both the family and the cult. Anticipating this resistance, Mugeuk presents a bamboo slip, offering it to his father. Upon inspecting its contents, Chanhua immediately questions the meaning of the sum written inside. Shock overtakes him when Mugeuk calmly explains that the money is an allowance from son to father. Chanhua dismisses the notion, insisting that his wealth is already beyond measure. However, Mugeuk is well aware that while his father is the wealthiest individual in the world, the vast fortune he commands belongs to the cult. What he has just given is his personal token of gratitude, an offering to thank his father for bringing him into the world and raising him. He simply wishes to do this once and requests permission to leave, encouraging his father to rest well. Chanhua remains silent, pride evident in his expression. Yet, due to his position as heavenly demon, he cannot openly acknowledge the sentiment. Beyond that, the money he has just received is his alone, separate from the cult's resources. With this gift, Mugeuk hopes that his father will be able to enjoy life as he desires. Not as the leader of the cult, but as a man free to make his own choices. The next day, preparations begin for Mugeuk's official induction as the master of the Nirvana Pavilion. Leon stands beside him as final arrangements are made. Once all is set, Darion arrives to inform them that everything is ready. The announcement surprises Mugeuk, as he had not expected Darion to personally report on the matter. Despite the unexpected nature of the appointment, Darion expresses full confidence that his new master will serve the cult well. Under the bright morning sky, the members of the pavilion gather in neat formation. The next chapter of Mugeuk's life begins with capable allies at his side. Stepping outside, he is met with enthusiastic greetings from the pavilion members. The warm reception catches him off guard. He had not expected such a friendly atmosphere. Suspicious, he suspects that Darion may have threatened them with pay cuts if they failed to show enthusiasm. However, Darion denies this, explaining that the pavilion's members hold genuine respect for their new leader. Their admiration stems from the events surrounding the demonic army commander's investigation. Previously, Go Dang, the first corps commander, had killed the investigator assigned to the case. Yet when Mugeuk conducted his own inquiry, only one investigator was injured. In that moment, Mugeuk personally ensured the man received medical attention from the demonic physician. Beyond that, he had personally avenged them by crushing Go Dang's skull. With the gathered members awaiting his address, Darion prompts him to speak. Mugeuk steps forward and begins. He admits that even he does not know whether their lives will improve or worsen under his leadership. However, there is one certainty. Under his command, their hearts will race faster than ever before. The ceremony concludes with resounding cheers from the pavilion members, a clear signal of the unity and direction they will move toward. Once fully immersed in his duties, Mugeuk quickly discovers troubling information. Upon requesting reports of past cases where justice had been obstructed, he finds multiple instances involving the heaven demons. Darion shares in his frustration, but acknowledges that the timing of this discovery is particularly unfortunate. It coincides with the involvement of a subordinate of the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. Leon, sensing the gravity of the situation, advises caution, urging her young master to restrain himself. She knows all too well that the cursed old man's wrath is about to erupt. Mugeuk, however, merely hands her the report and instructs her to read it. The injustice detailed within the pages is too egregious to be ignored. As her eyes scan the document, her expression shifts. Any hesitation vanishes. Rather than advising restraint, she now insists that something must be done. At the entertainment pavilion, a middle-aged man sat alone, drinking in silence. The barkeeper, observing his pitiful state, urged him to stop, concerned by how helpless he appeared. However, the man, drowning in despair, continued, unable to suppress his misery. He muttered bitterly about the scum from the heaven demons, the ones who had left his child in a coma for 10 days, yet were acquitted as innocent. The barkeeper, attempting to console him, reminded him that the Nirvana Pavilion was investigating the case. But the man had already lost faith, revealing that the investigator concluded his child had merely been sparring with a friend and was injured in the process. Seething with anger, he cursed the father of the child who led the attack. 100 Sword Demon, a subordinate of the Blood Heaven Sword Demon and the leader of the 100 Sword Demons. Hopelessness filled his voice as he lamented that the Nirvana Pavilion investigator was no different from the rest. The barkeeper, worried for his safety, repeatedly urged him to stop speaking in such a manner, fearing that an investigator might overhear and take his life. But the man no longer cared. Having lost everything, he had already given up on life. If his son did not wake, his wife would not be able to endure either. When that happened, he resolved that he would kill the one responsible himself. Before another word could be spoken, an arrogant figure entered the establishment, flanked by 2 henchmen. The smug-faced man approached abruptly, claiming responsibility for what had happened to the middle-aged man's child. The father immediately rose from his seat, his eyes burning with rage as he demanded the return of his son and an apology. To his surprise, the smug-faced man bowed, acknowledging his wrongdoing and admitting to committing a terrible crime. But before any relief could be felt, the smirk returned to his face as he lifted his head, mockingly declaring that his bow was the extent of his apology. Laughter erupted from his companions, turning the scene into a cruel spectacle. Unable to restrain himself, the drunken father reached for his sword in fury. Yet before he could unsheath it, the smug-faced man delivered a brutal punch to his face, sending him sprawling across the floor. Turning to the onlookers, the attacker falsely proclaimed that the man had drawn his sword first, prompting his henchmen to nod in agreement, supporting his lie. With renewed aggression, he continued to pummel the fallen man, venting his anger over the audacity of a mere storage keeper who dared to report him to the Nirvana Pavilion. His resentment stemmed from the fact that the storage keeper's son had refused to steal money from his own home, an act that had defied his orders. As he struck him again and again, he unwittingly confessed to the crime in his drunken arrogance. The storage keeper, though beaten and weakened, seized the opportunity and cried out, ensuring that everyone heard the admission. But the smug-faced man only laughed, delivering another punch before turning to the crowd and mockingly asking if anyone had heard a thing. The tavern fell into silence. No one dared to challenge him. Faced with such injustice, the storage keeper could do nothing but weep. The sight amused his tormentor, who sneered at him, ridiculing a grown man for crying so pitifully. He insulted both father and son in the same breath, drawing further laughter from his henchmen. Their amusement, however, was short-lived. Mugeuk entered the establishment, flanked by Daryong and Leon. His voice rang through the tense air, stating that he had heard everything. The smug-faced man turned, momentarily taken aback by the interruption. Yet as his eyes fell upon the unfamiliar figure, his confidence wavered. Silence spread through the room as realization dawned that someone had dared to challenge him. Mugeuk, with an air of calm authority, remarked on the sheer rudeness displayed and speculated on how poorly the man must have been raised. Immediately, the smug-faced man lowered his head, adopting a submissive tone. He apologized, claiming that he had simply been too emotional and pleaded for Mugeuk's understanding. But in the next breath, he turned once more, sneering at Mugeuk and asserting that he had no idea who he was dealing with. He warned him not to interfere. A serene smile appeared on Mugeuk's face as he pondered the arrogance displayed by a man whose only claim to power was being the son of the 100 Sword Demon. The realization struck. 100 Sword Demon's influence must have been great for this man to act so brazenly in broad daylight. The smug-faced man stiffened, wondering how Mugeuk dared to speak of his father in such a way. Before further words could be exchanged, the storage keeper intervened, recognizing Mugeuk and addressing him as the second young master. Shock rippled through the smug-faced man and his henchmen. The other patrons quickly stood, offering their greetings. As the weight of the situation sank in, the smug-faced man scrambled to lower his head once more, this time stammering out an apology for failing to recognize Mugeuk's identity. Yet Mugeuk brushed aside the insincere words. He pointed out the clear lack of genuine remorse, given the man's behavior mere moments ago. Aware of how cunning the smug-faced man was, Mugeuk recognized the act. This was someone who had mastered the art of knowing exactly when to bow. When the man attempted to excuse himself and leave, Mugeuk stopped him. His presence in the tavern was no coincidence. He had come specifically to confront the smug-faced man and investigate the string of assaults he had committed. The accused, grasping at straws, insisted that the Nirvana Pavilion had already cleared him of all wrongdoing. Unfazed, Mugeuk declared that the case would be reinvestigated. The repeated extortion of money constituted habitual robbery. The coercion of minors into theft was instigation. The severe beating of his so-called friend amounted to attempted murder. On top of that, there was the assault against the father. With these crimes laid bare, Mugeuk passed judgment, 20 years of imprisonment. Desperate to defend himself, the smug-faced man argued that it had merely been a sparring match. Mugeuk reminded him that a confession had already been made, one that he, as the Nirvana Pavilion master, had personally witnessed. Outraged, the condemned man refused to accept the sentence, declaring that his father would never stand by and allow this to happen. Mugeuk reassured him that he need not worry about his father's interference. The 100-sword demon would soon be too occupied to come to his aid. The smug-faced man froze as Mugeuk continued. His father, too, would be arrested for conspiring with a Nirvana Pavilion investigator. Panic set in, turning into fury. The prisoner spat out threats, vowing that once his father was freed, he would take revenge. Mugeuk, having heard enough, silenced him with a swift and effortless jab. Without hesitation, he adjusted the sentence, 30 years of imprisonment, citing the act of threatening the Nirvana Pavilion master as further grounds for punishment. Defiance crumbled into pitiful sobs. The once arrogant man now begged for mercy, gasping for breath as he pleaded for forgiveness. Mugeuk, however, had no patience for more talk of his father's influence. He demanded a single reason why mercy should be granted. He wondered whether this man had ever spared another, whether he had ever shown kindness, or whether he had ever done anything good, even if only once. Even with the chance to fabricate an answer, the smug-faced man found himself unable to respond. His life had been void of any such actions. Desperate, he swore that he had changed, vowing to live righteously from that moment forward. Mugeuk, unamused, delivered a firm slap across his face. With a satisfying finality, the smug-faced man lay unconscious, felled by a single decisive strike. Mugeuk, standing over him, remarked that he should remember to live with kindness once his sentence was served. Turning his attention to the henchmen, Mugeuk addressed them with a stark warning. If they wished to avoid becoming scapegoats, they would do well to reveal everything. The weight of the threat hung in the air, leaving them with little choice but to comply. Without further delay, Mugeuk instructed Daryong to escort them to the Nirvana Pavilion. For the first time in far too long, justice had been served, not for the powerful, but for the common people of the cult who had long suffered under oppression. With the matter settled, Mugeuk turned to the gathered crowd and urged them to report any future injustices. As long as he remained the Nirvana Pavilion master, he assured them that no amount of external influence would be allowed to interfere with the pavilion's decisions. Furthermore, he added a final warning. If anyone attempted to invoke their father's name to intimidate others as the smug-faced man had, then he would not hesitate to call upon his own father in response. The tension that had gripped the room dissipated in an instant. A wave of relief swept over the onlookers as murmurs of approval turned into open expressions of gratitude. The sight of their young master standing firmly on the side of fairness was met with heartfelt joy. Amid the renewed atmosphere, Leon turned to the storage keeper, informing him that before arriving at the tavern, the demonic physician had been sent to examine his son under Mugeuk's orders. Disbelief flickered across the father's face. The idea that his son was important enough to warrant such attention seemed almost impossible to grasp. Mugeuk met his gaze and dismissed the man's doubts with quiet certainty. His son mattered. Without prolonging the moment, he revealed that the boy had already regained consciousness before their arrival and urged the father to go to him without delay. The storage keeper collapsed to his knees, overcome with emotion. Tears of relief streamed down his face as he expressed his gratitude, swearing never to forget the kindness shown to him. A faint smile crossed Mugeuk's face. The man before him had dedicated his entire life to the cult. It was only right that the cult should, in turn, protect him. The father continued to offer his heartfelt thanks, but Mugeuk knew the truth. It was not the storage keeper who owed a debt of gratitude. It was he who was thankful for the unwavering devotion of men like this, who had long given everything to the cult, asking for nothing in return. Mugeuk had anticipated that his actions would provoke backlash. However, he had not expected the opposition to emerge from within the Nirvana Pavilion itself. Approximately 30 investigators gathered in protest against Yang Ho's arrest. Leading them was Gok Myung, the most senior special investigator. With measured words, he expressed that he should have sought out Mugeuk in his office, but given the number of people involved, they had chosen to assemble in front of the pavilion instead. When questioned about their intent, Gok Myung explained that they had come to discuss Mugeuk's decision to reopen an investigation that had already been ruled upon. The primary concern among the investigators was that such an action would undermine both their authority and morale. Turning his gaze to those standing behind Gok Myung, Mugeuk asked whether they all shared the same belief. In unison, they responded with a resounding affirmation. Standing firm, Mugeuk declared that his perspective differed entirely. In his view, it was not the reinvestigation that would weaken the Nirvana Pavilion's authority, but rather the original mishandling of the Yang Ho case itself. His words, sharp and deliberate, caused Gok Myung to pause, uncertain of the full meaning behind them. Without hesitation, Mugeuk elaborated. Yang Ho had publicly confessed to his crimes before his arrest. Gok Myung acknowledged that he was already aware of this fact. Mugeuk, unimpressed, questioned why they were gathered there at all. Gok Myung clarified that their concern was not about Yang Ho's guilt, but rather the implications of reopening a closed case. Mugeuk quickly understood. This was a matter of principle. With unwavering conviction, he reminded them that an innocent child had been beaten to the brink of death, and a confession had already been secured from the perpetrator. Such a case demanded reinvestigation. Sighing, Gok Myung admitted that there was little that could be done. He considered himself old-fashioned, valuing the importance of adhering to principles within an organization. Mugeuk silently observed the man, questioning whether he was merely stubborn or actively attempting to pressure him. Without further delay, he instructed all those in favor of reinvestigating the case to step to one side of the court. If their gathering was truly meant as a collective statement, then surely someone would be willing to break formation. A brief silence followed before one individual stepped forward. Co Daryong was the first to move, voicing his agreement that a reinvestigation was necessary. When prompted for his reasoning, he stated that the initial inquiry had been insufficient and could not rule out the possibility of external influence. Mugeuk agreed with his assessment and turned his attention to the rest of the investigators, asking for their thoughts. Another figure came forward, accompanied by his colleagues. Echhi, the investigator injured during the demonic dragon court case, now stood in support of the reinvestigation. Before making his stance known, he took a moment to express gratitude to his young leader for ensuring that medical aid was sent to him. Despite these defections, the majority of the investigators remained aligned with Gok Myung. Mugeuk then turned his attention to Zhang Hua, the investigator originally responsible for handling the case. Looking directly at him, Mugeuk asked for his assessment of the situation. Without hesitation, Zhang Hua maintained that he had conducted the investigation properly. Fixing his gaze on him, Mugeuk bluntly questioned whether he had accepted a bribe from the 100-sword demon. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Hua's expression hardened, though before he could respond, Gok Myung reacted with immediate outrage. In that instant, Mugeuk unleashed his inner energy, silencing him. A wave of killing intent radiated from his entire being, serving as a warning for Gok Myung to remain silent unless given permission to speak. Beads of sweat formed on the senior investigator's forehead as the weight of fear settled over him. Turning back to Zhang Hua, Mugeuk demanded an answer. In that moment, Zhang Hua swore upon his life that he had never accepted any money. If there was any doubt, he invited Mugeuk to investigate him thoroughly. A brief smile crossed Mugeuk's face as he revealed that such an investigation had already been conducted. No evidence of bribery had been found. The revelation sparked protests among the other investigators, but Mugeuk quickly silenced them with another revelation. This special investigation had been carried out under direct orders from the cult leader. Gok Myung's expression shifted to one of shock upon hearing that the cult leader himself had been involved. Curious, Mugeuk then questioned why Zhang Hua had covered up the case if he had not been bribed. Zhang Hua, unwavering, insisted that he had not engaged in a cover-up and attempted to defend himself further. Mugeuk cut him off, pointedly questioning whether he had been threatened with harm to his sister. A brief moment of silence followed before Zhang Hua's expression betrayed him. Without directly answering, his reaction confirmed the truth. Mugeuk, in a roundabout way, commended him. The reports had described Zhang Hua as an incorruptible investigator, and this proved it. But then, he wondered why someone with such integrity had handled the case so poorly. The answer became clear. Zhang Hua had a singular weakness. His younger sister, the only family he had been used as leverage against him. Gok Myung, still processing the situation, demanded confirmation. He repeated the question, pressing for an answer, wondering whether Zhang Hua had truly been threatened by the 100-sword demon. Zhang Hua remained silent. Meanwhile, Mugeuk understood why Gok Myung had gathered so many people in protest. Zhang Hua was a junior investigator he cared for deeply. The entire demonstration had been orchestrated to ensure that Zhang Hua's reputation remained untarnished. After allowing the weight of the moment to settle, Mugeuk reassured Zhang Hua that there was no longer any reason to fear. Warriors had already been sent to his house to guard his sister. Until the matter was resolved, she would be kept safe. At those words, visible relief washed over Zhang Hua's face. A burden that had weighed heavily upon him was finally lifted. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees before Mugeuk, acknowledging his failure and admitting to his grave offense. Gok Myung, unable to process the moment, stammered, questioning whether the junior investigator he had tried so hard to protect had truly covered up an investigation. Mugeuk, unyielding, reminded Zhang Hua that his duty remained unchanged, regardless of the threats he faced. Without resistance, Zhang Hua submitted himself and accepted whatever punishment would be given. The gathered investigators watched in silence, their expressions reflecting a mix of emotions. Ultimately, the matter was no longer their concern. The decision now rested solely in their young leader's hands. Mugeuk instructed Zhang Hua to stand. Calmly, he explained that had this incident occurred after he had assumed his position as pavilion master, the consequences would have been far graver. Tears welled in Zhang Hua's eyes as he struggled to process the words. Hesitantly, he asked whether Mugeuk truly intended to forgive him. Without hesitation, Mugeuk confirmed it. However, he left him with a single truth to remember. His forgiveness was not an act of mercy. It was granted because of the life Zhang Hua had lived before this incident. That incorruptible life had been tarnished, but Mugeuk urged him to rebuild it. Zhang Hua, deeply moved, found himself at a loss for words. Even if he could not yet forgive himself, he could only offer gratitude to the young leader standing before him. At that moment, Mugeuk's voice carried through the court, imbued with internal energy. As pavilion master, he declared that he regarded the Nirvana Pavilion as his family. If anyone dared to threaten them, he would personally ensure their destruction. From this moment forward, the Nirvana Pavilion would no longer be swayed by any external influence. In return, he gives his assurance that no one will be allowed to escape unpunished for their transgressions, just as had been demonstrated this time. A reminder follows. Should any of them receive a threat and report it to him, their family will be protected without fail. If his youthful appearance seems untrustworthy, then faith should instead be placed in the cult leader. Should his own efforts prove insufficient, he is willing to plead for his father's assistance. With that in mind, Mugeuk seeks to instill confidence in their work, ensuring that it can be carried out with dignity. Only when absolute safety for them and their families is secured will the Nirvana Pavilion function as intended. Regardless of the perpetrator, all crimes should be met with punishment. Even should someone within the Heavenly Demon Pavilion commit an offense, no leniency will be granted. Should the cult leader himself be found guilty of wrongdoing, accountability will be demanded. His true fear does not lie with the cult leader or the 8 demon supremes. A brief silence follows this declaration, as the weight of his words is equivalent to challenging the cult leader directly, an act no different from inviting death. What he truly fears is the possibility of the Nirvana Pavilion losing its purpose, becoming incapable of protecting those under its care. The notion that wrongdoers might escape justice while those meant to uphold the law remain powerless against them is far more alarming. A soft voice unexpectedly rises among the investigators. A woman acknowledges her delay in speaking, but expresses a desire to follow the wishes of her new pavilion master. A faint blush appears on Daryong's face upon seeing her. Zhou Hyang, the first to step forward in response to Mugeuk's words. That moment marks the beginning. One by one, the investigators align themselves with him. Some do so sincerely, while others hesitate, but ultimately yield to the prevailing atmosphere. For Mugeuk, their motivations are of little concern. What matters now is their collective movement in a single direction. Only one remains, Gakmyeong, who had arrived with a sense of purpose and momentum, now stripped of both. A desire to stand beside the young leader exists within him, yet his pride restrains him. Mugeuk addresses him directly, assuring him of his sincerity and emphasizing the need for his experience and assistance in making this resolve a reality. Extending a hand first, Mugeuk waits. After a moment's hesitation, the old man accepts the gesture, silently committing himself to the path ahead while offering quiet gratitude in return. Without delay, Mugeuk issues an order to Daryong to accompany the enforcement warriors and arrest Yang Tae, the 100-sword demon and father of Yang Ho. A warning follows from Gakmyeong. Compliance will not come easily. Yang Tae commands 100-sword demons who will not allow their leader to be taken without resistance. Mugeuk remains unfazed, instructing that the necessary actions be taken, for should Yang Tae refuse to submit, he will be charged with mutiny. Before long, the man in question stands before Mugeuk. With a respectful tone, he greets him as the young master. However, Mugeuk immediately corrects him, instructing that he be addressed as Pavilion Master instead. Despite the significant age gap, Yang Tae maintains a composed manner in his speech, addressing the mutiny charge directly and inquiring about its meaning. Mugeuk reveals the truth. It had been the only means of ensuring his presence. An apology follows from Yang Tae, citing the complexities involved in managing an organization. He explains that maintaining pride before one's subordinates is essential. The incident, he insists, was never intended to escalate. It had begun as nothing more than children at play. For the sake of appearances, Mugeuk acknowledges the statement without dispute. Yang Tae then shifts the conversation, alluding to the necessity of external support for the continued operation of the Nirvana Pavilion, emphasizing the significant financial resources required. The underlying intent is evident, an offer of bribery, veiled within the discussion. A reminder is given. Those in power have already placed their support behind the first young master. Before further persuasion can be attempted, Mugeuk interrupts, offering what appears to be an expression of gratitude. Yang Tae interprets this as acceptance, assuming a favorable outcome. He eagerly pledges allegiance and even promises a grand meal in celebration. Rising to leave, he is abruptly stopped, startled by the suddenness of the action. The expectation of escaping unscathed vanishes in an instant. Mugeuk clarifies his statement. When he had spoken of accepting assistance, he had meant after Yang Tae's release from prison. A request follows for the matter to be treated as a joke. With unwavering conviction, Mugeuk denies any jest. The crime at hand concerns a direct threat against the family of a Nirvana Pavilion investigator. A denial follows from Yang Tae, an insistence that no such threat had been made. However, Mugeuk dismisses the denial entirely, emphasizing the testimony already received from the investigator. The laws of the cult dictate that the word of a Nirvana Pavilion warrior carries greater weight than that of others, a provision designed to protect the authority of the investigators. It is suggested that Yang Tae's ignorance of this clause is unsurprising, as its very necessity arises from individuals like him. Many others before him had believed they could escape accountability with mere words. A plea bargain is offered, 10 years in exchange for a confession. A refusal will result in a 20-year sentence. No further negotiations will be entertained. The response was disbelief as he wondered whether the pavilion master had lost his mind. Mugeuk, unbothered, expresses a willingness to be seen as mad if that is what it takes. Dealing with men like Yang Tae requires such an approach, for rational discourse holds no value to those who believe absolute power determines all outcomes. A question followed as he wondered why such a stance had been taken. Mugeuk provides his answer. Yang Tae's son had nearly beaten his own friend to death. This was not a single incident. It had been years of torment. As his father, Yang Tae had sought to conceal the crime by issuing a death threat to the investigator's family. And yet, a question is asked as if the reasoning is unclear. The audacity of it enrages Mugeuk. Yang Tae, too, grows angry. As a sword demon, he declares that his status should afford superiority over those beneath him. The Nirvana Pavilion, after all, had always turned a blind eye to such matters. To Mugeuk, these words are both infuriating and deeply unsettling. With him in command, such practices will cease. A warning follows from Yang Te. Interference will not go unnoticed. The Demon Supreme himself will not stand idly by. Mugeuk, unfazed, reminds him that even in the past, nothing had been done when his own brother had been cut down. There is no reason to expect action on his behalf now. Fury overtakes Yang Te, a fist slamming against the table. A provocation follows from Mugeuk, questioning whether another threat will be made against his family. But there is awareness of exactly who his father is. A final ultimatum is given. Confession must come within minutes. With that, Mugeuk departs, leaving behind a man consumed by his own rage. As he walks through the hall, a single thought lingers. Perhaps the downfall of the demonic cult had never been due to Mugeuk after all. A mere 100-sword demon had already dared to threaten a Nirvana Pavilion investigator. The order within the cult had deteriorated to the point where such a figure would even think to threaten the second young master, who was also the pavilion master. Upon returning to his residence, Mugeuk found the Blood Heaven's sword demon, Guqianpa, already waiting in the yard. His sword was embedded in the ground, supporting his weight as he leaned against it, a bottle of liquor in hand. A greeting followed, accompanied by a question, whether he should now address this young master as the Nirvana Pavilion. Mugeuk approached as the cursed old man offered a drink. Seated now, Mugeuk was reminded of the frequent warnings that nothing good would come from their repeated meetings. Yet, as he pointed out, it was this very old man who kept seeking him out. A thought crossed Kiampa's mind. Recently, there had been a moment when something new was felt toward Mugeuk. When the wish was made to the cult leader after victory in the fight, there had been an unspoken acknowledgement. Yes, that was it. If one possessed true intelligence, such a wish would be the only logical choice. Mugeuk agreed with the assessment, for what had been gained then was of immeasurable importance. However, Kiampa believed that moment had marked the beginning of something else, the moment when Mugeuk had begun making his blade cry. A correction followed. The blade was not crying, it was lamenting. Poison had been used by one disciple against him in combat, while another had arrived only to shame a subordinate. A brother had manipulated the demonic army for personal gain. A subordinate had threatened to kill an investigator's family. Of course, the blade would lament, for those surrounding it failed to meet its expectations. Kiampa silently acknowledged the skill behind such words, though he found them incorrect. When prompted to explain, he dismissed the notion that those around Kiampa failed to meet his standards. Instead, he insisted that they were precisely the kind of people he deserved because that was the extent of his worth. A difficult man, Mugeuk thought. Prideful individuals seeking fame were usually easier to break. Without delay, Kiampa made his demand. The immediate release of the imprisoned 100-sword demon, Yang Te. Morale among his people had plummeted to its lowest point. Mugeuk stood firm. Release would only come if the investigation proved innocence. In response, a surge of demonic energy filled the space. The sheer intensity of it allowed Mugeuk to understand why his father had once said that handling the Blood Heaven sword demon was still beyond his capabilities. Kiampa's martial prowess existed on an entirely different level. As the energy continued to radiate, words followed, an offer of advice. Mugeuk, undeterred, interrupted. If a favor was being requested, it should be done plainly. A request should not be made while simultaneously offering unsolicited counsel. The oppressive aura vanished in an instant. A rare admission followed. Mugeuk was right. Few had ever spoken so directly to him. A warning was given in return. Stagnant water was bound to rot. No one remained stagnant by choice. Yet, over time, as familiarity settled in, the chance to escape was lost. This was an opportunity to release that stagnant water. Yang Te was not someone worthy of the cursed old man's protection. A drink was poured, and an agreement was reached. The route would be cleansed. A wise decision, Mugeuk noted. However, surprise struck as Kiampa took the matter further. Mugeuk was to become his water. The condition was simple. Drink, and in doing so, accept the role of the next heavenly demon, with Kiampa as his backer. It was unexpected. Everyone knew where the Blood Heaven's sword demon's allegiance lay. Yet now the decision had shifted. A question formed as he wondered why the first young master was being abandoned now. A simple response: Mugeuk's madness had been unknown before. A realization settled. This old man was untrustworthy, willing to cast aside anyone for his own ambitions. Mugeuk acknowledged a truth: the brother had been killed. To Kianpa, bonds ended the moment one stepped beyond a parent's embrace. No suffering would be endured for the sake of lost kin. With the Blood Heaven Sword Demon support came an entire army. Yet the timing remained suspicious as he wondered why this moment had been chosen. The answer lay in what had been witnessed. A relentless force that bulldozed through everything, fearless and unyielding. Had he been younger, Mugeuk might have been taken in by the flattery, blindly trusting the old man's words. But experience had already taught the dangers of such tricks. The offer was nothing more than a carefully disguised ploy. The glass was set down. Gratitude was expressed for the high regard, but duty called. Mugeuk had no intention of abandoning his responsibilities as Nirvana Pavilion Master. A father's disappointment would follow if work was neglected in favor of political maneuvering. Another challenge followed as he wondered whether, if the cult leader intended to keep him in his current position indefinitely, he would truly be content to remain there, stagnating forever. There was only one path: to become the heir or not. Collaboration would only draw the cult leader's attention further. The reasoning was sound, but a crucial detail had been overlooked. Mugeuk was not the only one seeking to restore order within the cult. His father shared the same objective. A decision would require time. The drink would be taken only once that choice was made. Kianpa rose, retrieving the immortal blade from where it had been embedded in the ground. Without hesitation, the blade was swung at full force toward the second young master. No attempt was made to evade. The black sword at Mugeuk's waist was drawn, clashing against the attack. The resulting impact sent a resounding explosion of metal through the air. From behind the crossed blades, a demand was made. An answer would be given by tomorrow. A bead of sweat formed on Mugeuk's face. 5 days would be needed. The brief but intense confrontation ended. Kianpa accepted the counteroffer: 3 days. No response was awaited. In an instant, he soared into the sky, vanishing beyond the walls. As the sword returned to its scabbard, Mugeuk rotated his wrist. Pain shot through his arm. The old man was cursed indeed. Blocking that strike had been agony. The following day, Mugeuk observed the enforcement warriors undergoing training from a hill overlooking the grounds. Jang Ho's methods were ruthless, a regimen that involved the tearing of flesh and the breaking of bones. Yet, the warriors endured, gritting their teeth as they pressed forward. This, Jang Ho declared, was the true nature of demonic army training. A resounding cry followed. Loyalty could not be placed in a wife, a child, or a friend, for all could betray. Only the sweat shed in training would remain steadfast. Daryong chuckled at the remark, well aware that Jang Ho had never once mentioned having a wife or child. Mugeuk acknowledged the humor, but the conversation quickly shifted as Daryong inquired about the unprecedented apology statement issued by the Southern Blade House. A knowing smile formed on Mugeuk's face as he suggested that if curiosity persisted, Daryong should ask them directly. Panic flashed across Daryong's expression as he protested against the idea, fearing that such an action would result in broken legs. Mugeuk dismissed the concern, stating that even if Daryong were to dance in the Southern Blade House's training grounds, he would walk away unscathed. The reason was simple. The cursed old man had chosen to support him and had begun severing the stagnant influences they had previously discussed. Without further delay, Mugeuk issued an order. Yang Tae and his son were to be imprisoned in a location where outside contact would be nearly impossible. Full accountability for their actions would be enforced. A thought lingered. Had interference not occurred, they would have continued living as they pleased while victims such as Guak, Su suffered in silence. And if there was one, then surely there had been others before, and there would have been many more to follow. This could not be allowed. Those who sought to wreak havoc would be stopped. The following day, a new branch of the Nirvana Pavilion officially opened within the demonic village. Chunbei, a bar owner, observed as necessary furnishings were placed inside, and a signboard was mounted. A question formed as he wondered why a branch had been established in such a location. Mugeuk offered a simple explanation. Should any cult warrior abuse their authority, reports were to be made there. Another question followed as he wondered what the people had done in the past when such abuses had occurred. The inquiry seemed absurd. The expressions of those gathered revealed an unspoken truth. They had endured in silence. Even those who knew such matters should be reported had been unable to do so. The process required multiple identity verifications, making it near impossible to complete. A firm declaration followed. Any issue involving the cult's warriors could now be reported directly to the Nirvana Pavilion branch. Furthermore, any attempt to retaliate against those who submitted reports would result in execution. The bar owner was taken aback, startled by the realization that the second young master had truly established this branch for the people's sake. A bow of gratitude followed, along with a promise to ensure that the message spread. A pleased smile formed on Mugeuk's face. This was the beginning. With the Nirvana Pavilion at the center, protection would extend to the villagers, low-ranking warriors, and all those who suffered injustice simply for lacking power. Through this, a fundamental principle would be taught. Every life held equal worth. And with this principle, Mugeuk intended to move forward. That night, upon stepping into the yard, Mugeuk found the old man waiting. The promised decision was due. Seated now, Mugeuk listened as Kiampa questioned whether the drink would finally be accepted. Though his expression remained unreadable, the old man's heart brimmed with satisfaction as he poured the liquor. An expectation followed. Mugeuk was to drink. The glass remained untouched. The tension thickened as their gazes met. Silence stretched until Mugeuk broke it with a single statement, a request for snacks. An inquiry followed as he wondered what kind of snack was desired. Within the strained atmosphere, an answer came: the demonic army. A request was made, respectfully yet boldly, for the Blood Heaven Sword Demon to feed the demonic army into his grasp. The demand was met with incredulity. As if dealing with a spoiled child, Kiampa stated that such things did not work that way. Mugeuk remained undeterred, reasoning that having snacks with a drink was perfectly normal. A sigh of exasperation followed, a finger pressed against a throbbing temple. 3 days had been spent awaiting this decision. Frustration reached its peak, and finally, anger erupted. The audacity of the request was declared absurd. The Annihilation Blade was torn from the ground, a proclamation made, to simply sever Mugeuk's head and present it to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion instead. In a fit of rage, the blade swung, sending a sharp arc of energy hurtling forward. There was no true intent to kill, but the attack was fueled by impulse and irritation. With a swift reaction, Mugeuk raised his sword in defense. The clash of metal sent a resounding shockwave through the air. Observing the reaction, Kiampa noted the skillful use of inner energy. Considerable demonic energy had been imbued into the strike, yet Mugeuk had blocked it with apparent ease. Without hesitation, the Blood Heaven Sword Demon struck again, this time faster and with greater force. A realization emerged. It would not be so simple to take this young master's head. A second collision followed as Mugeuk met the vertical strike of the Annihilation Blade with his pitch-black sword. The impact sent another deafening explosion through the air. A masterful sword technique had been executed in defense against a powerful assault. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air, obliterating the surroundings. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon, appearing exhilarated, pressed forward, his excitement growing at the prospect of ending Mugeuk's life. As their blades clashed, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, flinging Mugeuk backward while the old swordsman stood his ground. Recovering quickly, Mugeuk steadied himself, but the Blood Heaven Sword Demon had already taken notice. His opponent's sword was shaking. A smirk formed on the old man's face as he acknowledged the thrill of the battle. His energy flared as he assumed another stance, preparing for the next strike. Frustration flickered in Mugeuk's eyes. Clenching his teeth, he considered using the 4 strides of the Wind God technique against his formidable opponent. Curiosity gnawed at him as he wondered whether Kiampa had the ability to counter the death step. However, the technique remained beyond his full mastery. The realization settled in. Engaging in such a high-risk confrontation without sufficient inner energy would be reckless. With a defiant shout, he demanded that Kiampa hand over control of the demonic army. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon, unfazed, inquired about Mugeuk's choice for demonic commander. There was no expectation that Mugeuk would assume the role himself, given his position as the Nirvana Pavilion Master. In response, Mugeuk declared his choice. Jang Ho, the 3rd Corps Captain. A pointed reminder followed. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon cautioned him. emphasizing that Jang Ho belonged to his faction, and warned of the dangers of overstepping. Mugeuk, unfazed, countered with a sharp remark. It was not greed, but an intentional pursuit of chaos that drove his actions. He reminded the old man that their collaboration had been his suggestion in the first place. A path walked only by madmen could never be ordinary. For a brief moment, there was visible shock on the old swordsman's face. Being called a lunatic struck a chord. Mugeuk, unwavering, pressed further, questioning whether it had been madness to seek an alliance in the first place. The words seemed to resonate in a way Mugeuk did not fully understand. In a past life, Kiampa's ambitions had never been realized. He had died before unveiling his true goal to the world. Strangely, among the 8 demon supremes, he was the first to perish. How such a ruthless and calculating individual had met an early demise remained an enigma. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon's gaze darkened. Fury smoldered beneath the surface as he accused Mugeuk of letting greed ruin their negotiation. Frustration boiled over. His foot came down, shattering a cup in a sharp display of anger. Without another word, he leapt from Mugeuk's residence. Watching him disappear into the night, Mugeuk's lips curled into a knowing smile. Rejecting the proposal was never an option. Kiampa understood better than anyone that there were still 7 other demon supremes Mugeuk could turn to. 2 days passed. Jang Ho stood before Mugeuk, a look of confusion on his face. His voice carried uncertainty as he questioned the situation. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon had recommended him for the position of demonic army commander, and Jang Ho wanted to know if Mugeuk was behind it. The confirmation came swiftly. Mugeuk's judgment had been correct. Jang Ho was perceptive enough to recognize the maneuver. Without hesitation, Mugeuk admitted to orchestrating the decision. Gratitude flickered across Jang Ho's face, but hesitation followed. He did not believe himself worthy of the role. Mugeuk dismissed the humility, insisting that Jang Ho simply lead the demonic army as he had led the Third Corps. If he succeeded, he would go down in history as the greatest demonic commander to ever live. The weight of those words left Jang Ho momentarily speechless. A hint of doubt crept into his voice as he questioned whether Mugeuk was overestimating him. Mugeuk acknowledged the possibility, reminding him that other candidates remained under consideration. Nothing had been finalized and the situation could still change. Jang Ho accepted this explanation, though he remained unsettled. However, despite what was said, Mugeuk had already set his plans in motion. He intended to ensure Jang Ho became the next demonic army commander. The scene shifted. Shock flickered across Mugeuk's face as he stood before his father. The heavenly demon's appearance was unusual. His long hair fell loosely, and his robe was adorned with floral patterns. It was an unfamiliar sight, one that left Mugeuk uncertain of how to react. After a moment, he inquired whether this was a new garment. The response was unexpected. The heavenly demon explained that it was merely his sleepwear. For a brief moment, Mugeuk was at a loss for words. His father, unfazed, asked why he had come at such a late hour. Surprise flickered in Mugeuk's expression as he corrected him. The time was still early evening. A smirk threatened to break through as he pointed out that his father's early bedtime was supposed to be a closely guarded secret. Mugeuk stated that if the Murim Alliance discovered the exact time the heavenly demon went to sleep, they could use it as a vulnerability against him. Despite this, the cult leader remained focused, urging his son to explain the purpose of his visit. Without hesitation, Mugeuk revealed his intentions. He planned to use the Blood Heaven Sword Demon as one of his swords. The heavenly demon regarded him with scrutiny, reminding him that not long ago, he had declared his desire to kill Kiampa. In response, Mugeuk admitted that eliminating the old man would be a waste. It was evident that his father had already deduced his involvement with Kiampa, likely realizing it when the Blood Heaven Sword Demon recommended Jang Ho. A knowing look crossed the heavenly demon's face as he warned Mugeuk that Kiampa was not someone who could be easily tamed. Making him into a weapon would be far from simple. Mugeuk, unfazed, clarified that taming was never his goal. Instead, he intended to use Kiampa until he was completely broken. The old man had not yet proven valuable enough to be considered a permanent part of his collection. With a calm yet pointed inquiry, the heavenly demon asked what Mugeuk would do if the sword he wielded turned against him. A smirk formed on Mugeuk's lips as he welcomed the possibility. There was a fundamental difference between them, he explained. If Kiampa were to break, nothing would come of it. He was already old. However, for Mugeuk, every slash he delivered only made him stronger. The heavenly demon dismissed such words as meaningless and pressed for the real reason behind this conversation. Mugeuk replied that, as someone receiving a salary from his father, it was only natural to report his actions. The cult leader, unimpressed, saw through the deception immediately. With a sharp gaze, he asked whether Mugeuk had truly come to request his approval for the Blood Heaven Sword Demon's recommendation. Surprisingly, Mugeuk insisted that he did not want the request to be accepted. No matter what happened, he urged his father to reject it. This response caught the heavenly demon off guard. There was a pause before he sought confirmation, wondering if Mugeuk had truly wanted the recommendation to be denied. Without hesitation, Mugeuk explained his reasoning. This was an opportunity to put the Blood Heaven Sword Demon in his place. The old man had acted too arrogantly, and others might even come to believe he was superior to the cult leader himself. Allowing this misconception to spread was unacceptable. The heavenly demon regarded his son with curiosity, attempting to discern what kind of game he was playing. Rejecting Kiampa's request meant losing a valuable chance to secure the demonic army. It seemed unthinkable that Mugeuk would pass on such an advantage merely to prove a point. Certain that his son was withholding the truth, he demanded to know his real intentions. Mugeuk, unsurprised by his father's perceptiveness, responded with an amused expression. There was, in fact, something to be gained from the Blood Heaven Sword Demon, and for that to happen, the old man had to face a setback. The heavenly demon then posed a direct question, questioning whether this goal had truly been more important than acquiring the demonic army. Mugeuk, still smiling, confirmed that it was. He had no doubts that he would obtain the demonic army regardless. Everything he desired would eventually fall into his hands. The heavenly demon found his son's confidence impenetrable. With a dismissive turn, he advised him not to be ridiculous. To Mugeuk, however, nothing in that moment seemed more absurd than his father's floral-patterned pajamas. The scene shifted to a conversation between the Blood Heaven Sword Demon and the heavenly demon. Kiampa acknowledged Mugeuk's recent rise within the cult, his voice carrying an air of calculated observation. The heavenly demon, unaffected by the remark, reminded him that it was only due to his own permission that Mugeuk had been able to distinguish himself in the first place. In a rare show of deference, Kiampa bowed his head and offered gratitude. He admitted that it was only recently that he had come to understand Mugeuk's true potential. However, the cult leader remained unconvinced. In his view, Mugeuk was still immature. Kiampa found this assessment peculiar. With a measured tone, he expressed his desire to guide Mugeuk to even greater heights. The heavenly demon regarded this as an unusual proposition, yet he recognized the opportunity it presented. With little resistance, he permitted Kiampa to proceed as he wished. Kiampa wasted no time. Bowing once more before making an additional request, he sought the heavenly demon's assistance in ensuring that his chosen candidate for demonic army commander would secure the position. The cult leader immediately recalled Mugeuk's earlier plea to deny Kiampa's recommendation at all costs. Weighing both requests, he informed the Blood Heaven Sword Demon that granting such a favor would be difficult. Kiampa then revealed a critical piece of information. Mugeuk himself was vying for the position. The heavenly demon, considering this, acknowledged that he had already done much to support his second son. However, the feelings of his firstborn needed to be taken into account as well. Kiampa, showing understanding, reflected on a lesson learned from his years training disciples. He had often been criticized for failing to commit fully to a single candidate. True support, he believed, required unwavering loyalty to one individual. The heavenly demon, unmoved, dismissed such concerns. With a cold, unyielding stare, he declared that unlike Kiampa, he did not concern himself with the opinions of others. Rather than tolerating criticism, he simply eliminated anyone who dared to voice it. The Blood Heaven Sword Demon found himself at a loss for words. The cult leader inquired whether there was anything else to discuss, but Kiampa simply bowed his head and stated that there was nothing further to address. He assured the heavenly demon that they would meet again before turning to leave the building. As he stepped outside, his thoughts lingered on the shift in the cult leader's support. Doubt clouded his mind as he wondered why the heavenly demon had withdrawn his backing from Mugeuk. If a choice had already been made, it seemed only logical that unwavering support should follow. The scene shifted to Mugeuk's residence, where Kiampa sat with a cup of liquor in hand. He remarked that Mugeuk's father placed greater value on his older brother. Mugeuk, unfazed, questioned whether that was truly Kiampa's belief. With a serious tone, he explained that their alliance had never been destined to work, for Kiampa should have been able to compensate for the shortcomings Mugeuk lacked. The remark visibly unsettled the blood heaven sword demon. A flash of anger crossed his face as he demanded clarification, asking if he was being deemed inadequate. Mugeuk responded with nothing but disappointment. Placing his cup down, Kiampa asserted that Jang Ho had never been a viable candidate for the position of demonic army commander. Mugeuk, however, challenged his resolve, questioning whether he had already abandoned the notion. With a measured motion, the older man poured himself another drink and cautioned against pursuing something unattainable. Mugeuk dismissed the advice, pointing out that Kiampa spoke with authority despite having failed to accomplish even a single task for him. The pouring of the liquor ceased as Kiampa's grip tightened around the bottle. His expression darkened as he demanded that Mugeuk repeat himself. Without hesitation, Mugeuk reminded him of the promise made to support him and act as his backer. The blood heaven sword demon countered, insisting that it was Mugeuk who had persistently urged him, like a stubborn child, to accomplish something impossible. In response, Mugeuk argued that if the task was unattainable, the proposal should have been rejected from the start. He accused Kiampa of making a mistake by recommending Jang Ho for the position in the first place. Kiampa found himself unable to formulate a response. Mugeuk drew his sword from his hip, using the sheath to carve a line in the dirt before them. He reminded the older man of a similar line drawn in the past, a representation of the heavenly demon's regard for them. At that time, a mere fraction of the line had belonged to Mugeuk, while the majority had been reserved for another. Now, however, a second line was etched into the earth, this time with Kiampa on the smaller side. A quiet understanding passed between them as the blood heaven sword demon found himself unable to refute the implied message. Mugeuk's lips curled into a knowing smile. He recognized the silence for what it was: acknowledgement. If their roles had been reversed, he claimed, Jang Ho would have secured the position no matter what. Kiampa's response was swift and unwavering. He challenged Mugeuk to prove it. The unexpected provocation left Mugeuk momentarily stunned. With a serious expression, Kiampa reminded him that he had mocked his supposed incompetence, implying that the task should be effortless for someone like Mugeuk. Curiosity flickered in Mugeuk's eyes as he questioned what would happen if his father granted the request. Unshaken, Kiampa encouraged him to attempt it, assuring him that the endeavor would inevitably fail. The blood heaven sword demon's certainty stemmed from his own rejection, and he believed Mugeuk's fate would be no different. Sensing an opportunity, Mugeuk proposed a wager. Amusement danced in Kiampa's gaze as he accepted, laying out the terms. Should Mugeuk fail, he would align himself fully with Kiampa's side and cease all talk of wanting more from him. Mugeuk, however, was not finished. He pressed further, demanding to know what Kiampa would offer if the bet was won. The older man's eyes narrowed as he issued a simple promise. He would comply with whatever was asked of him. Seizing the opportunity, Mugeuk revealed his demand: an elixir more powerful than the demonic essence pill. The request visibly unsettled Kiampa, who immediately questioned whether Mugeuk understood the rarity of such an item. With unwavering confidence, Mugeuk assured him that he was well aware. He reminded Kiampa that their fortunes were tied together, for as Mugeuk grew stronger, so too would his supporter. The weight of Mugeuk's argument settled over Kiampa. He knew the younger man was correct. The request was not without reason. Mugeuk had surmised that Kiampa possessed the elusive heavenly divine pill, an elixir surpassing the power of the demonic essence pill. With that knowledge, Mugeuk saw little value in an alliance if neither the commander's position nor the elixir could be secured. Left with no alternative, Kiampa conceded. He agreed to the terms, promising to hand over the elixir should Mugeuk succeed in securing Jang Ho's promotion. With the agreement sealed, Mugeuk raised his sword, demanding a final vow. Kiampa responded by striking his massive weapon against Mugeuk's own, solidifying the promise in a show of unwavering commitment. Without another word, he turned and leaped from Mugeuk's residence, leaving the wager hanging between them. Mugeuk understood that consuming the heavenly divine pill in addition to the demonic essence pill would ensure that energy would never be a limiting factor in any confrontation with the Demon Supremes. Fortunately, a perfect strategy had already formed in his mind. In the following scene, Mugeuk sought an audience with the chief advisor, Myung. Without hesitation, he inquired about the probability of Jang Ho securing the position of demonic army commander. He insisted that the advisor be completely honest. Myung, after a brief moment of contemplation, stated that the chances were below 10%. Finding this response peculiar, Mugeuk reminded him that the Blood Heaven Sword Demon had personally recommended Jang Ho. However, Myung revealed that the cult leader had rejected the recommendation outright. He further explained that the Heavenly Demon was not the kind of ruler who would reverse a decision unless provided with a compelling reason. Mugeuk acknowledged this, demonstrating his understanding of his father's unwavering nature. He then pondered another question, considering what would happen if a second Demon Supreme had recommended Jang Ho. Myung found the remark unusual, repeating it back to Mugeuk with a faint smile. A particular Demon Supreme came to Mugeuk's mind, a woman clad in blue robes. The scene transitioned to Myung seated at his desk, reviewing several documents. He recalled Mugeuk's words regarding the influence of two Demon Supremes endorsing the same candidate. Contemplating this, he admitted that such an occurrence was unprecedented. However, if it were to happen, it would provide the cult leader with the justification needed to reconsider his stance. With evident curiosity, Myung asked whether this was a realistic possibility. In response, Mugeuk merely smiled and assured him that he intended to give it a try. He remarked that, at times, it was easier to fight two tigers than one. A lingering sense of unease settled over Myung, who silently hoped that the second tiger in question was not the Sword Supreme. The scene shifted once again, this time introducing a martial artist from the Northern Heaven Sword clan. The man, Bae Jongtak, stood before Mugeuk clad in blue garments. His face betrayed his distress. He had been accused of rape. Desperate to clear his name, he insisted that the servant was attempting to frame him. He pleaded for the opportunity to confront his accuser. Mugeuk, calm and composed, asked the man to explain why he believed the servant would fabricate such a claim. Jongtak speculated that someone might have coerced the girl into making the accusation, or that he had unknowingly offended her in some way. He maintained his innocence, swearing that he had never forced himself on her. Observing him intently, Mugeuk agreed to allow him to face the girl. Calling out to Daryong, who stood outside the door, Mugeuk signaled for him to bring the girl in. The moment she entered, Jongtak sprang to his feet, immediately demanding to know why she was lying. Mugeuk, his voice steady, ordered him to remain silent. If he shouted again, the girl would be dismissed without a word. Instantly, Jongtak clamped his mouth shut. Turning to the servant, Mugeuk asked if Jongtak had indeed violated her. With a slight nod, she confirmed the accusation. The accused, his voice rising in desperation, called her a liar and insisted that her trembling was due to fear of exposure. However, Mugeuk countered that she was simply afraid. Jongtak, disbelief evident in his expression, questioned whether Mugeuk truly believed the girl's words. Without another word, Mugeuk gestured to Daryong, who immediately understood the command. Moments later, two additional young women were ushered into the room. Upon seeing them, a wave of sheer terror washed over Jongtak's face. Mugeuk calmly reminded him that these women had once served under him. With a trembling voice, Jongtak acknowledged them, noting how much they had grown. However, the fiery glares they directed at him left no room for doubt. Dropping all pretenses, Mugeuk declared that there was no point in feigning ignorance any longer. The two women had already testified against him. They had suffered the same abuse, endured the same threats, and had been discarded in the same cruel manner. Jongtak had treated his servants as disposable, exploiting them for years before replacing them with younger victims. Realization dawned upon the accused. His crimes had been laid bare. In a final attempt to save himself, he muttered that he had merely made a mistake after drinking too much. He begged Mugeuk for mercy, claiming that no one had ever been imprisoned for touching their own servants. Mugeuk acknowledged that this was indeed the case. Thorough research had confirmed as much. Jongtak, sensing an opportunity, swore never to repeat his actions. If necessary, he would even put it in writing. However, Mugeuk reassured him that there was no need for concern. He would not be sent to prison. Jongtak's face lit up with gratitude. Smiling, he promised to repay the favor. Yet before another word could escape his lips, Mugeuk's sword flashed through the air, severing his head in a single, merciless stroke. Coldly, Mugeuk informed the lifeless corpse that he was going somewhere else instead. The room fell in a stunned silence. No one had anticipated such an abrupt and decisive action. Turning to the girls, Mugeuk met their uncertain gazes. With quiet resolve, he assured them that the one who had tormented them was dead. Their families would no longer be in danger. They were free to live without fear. He acknowledged that the pain of their experiences would likely linger for the rest of their lives. However, if those memories could not be erased, then they should at least remember what had happened on this day. He hoped that witnessing Jongtak's downfall would provide them with some measure of solace. Mugeuk instructed the girls to remember the final expression on the bastard's face. Unfortunately, this was all he could do for them. His words left them momentarily stunned before the eldest among them stepped forward, expressing her gratitude for the justice he had granted them. The moment she spoke, emotions overwhelmed her, and she, along with the others, broke down in tears. Their sorrow and relief intermingled, creating a bittersweet moment. Between sobs, they thanked Mugeuk once more. Both Mugeuk and Daryong remained silent, merely watching as the girls cried. After a pause, Mugeuk gently told them not to express gratitude toward him. The only reason the bastard had been punished was because they had displayed the courage to testify against him. Without their bravery, justice would not have been served. He urged them to continue living with the same strength they had shown today. With deep respect, the girls bowed their heads and promised they would. Once their conversation ended, Daryong led them out of the building. Left alone, Mugeuk turned toward the window, gazing at the world beyond. A somber realization settled over him. The cult had failed these girls. Under the rule that only the strong survived, there had been no protection for them. If the cult continued down this path, fate would one day allow his father to be cut down by the very orthodox martial arts he despised. That future seemed inevitable. Quietly, Mugeuk acknowledged to himself that his father needed to be removed. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Leon stepped into his office, her gaze falling upon the lifeless body on the floor. Without hesitation, she informed him that the deceased man had once served the Northern Heaven Swordsman. She warned that the Flower Sword Supreme would not let this matter slide easily. Fixing her master with a piercing stare, she asked if he was not afraid. Mugeuk responded without hesitation. He admitted that he was indeed afraid, but his fear was not of reprisal. With a serious expression, he confessed that his true concern was dying before he had finished dealing with all the filth that plagued their world. Leon regarded him carefully before offering a different perspective. She noted that, over time, their cult had begun to change for the better. If things continued this way, soon they might even have more honorable individuals among them than the Murim alliance itself. Mugeuk smiled at her words, but his response was firm. Avoiding the crime of raping a servant was not an act of goodness. It was the bare minimum expected of any decent person. No one should be permitted to commit such atrocities. What she perceived as progress was nothing more than their cult finally doing what should have been natural all along. As he finished speaking, Mugeuk called out to Daryong. Without delay, he instructed him to notify the Sword Supreme immediately. A problem had arisen during the course of an investigation, and he intended to explain the matter personally. The scene shifted to the Northern Heaven Sword clan. A man dressed in blue led Mugeuk and Daryong through a vast bamboo forest. The surroundings were serene, the thick canopy of bamboo casting elongated shadows across the narrow path. Deep within the forest stood a refined, yet imposing building. Upon their arrival, an announcement rang out. The Nirvana Pavilion Master had arrived. Stepping out of the building to receive them was a woman of striking beauty. Her composed demeanor radiated both grace and authority. This was the Flower Sword Supreme, so Yeonrang. Yeonrang gestured for the two to enter. As Mugeuk's thoughts drifted, observations about the Flower Sword Supreme surfaced. Despite appearing to be in her 20s, reality dictated otherwise. Her true age doubled that assumption. This peculiarity birthed a saying within the sect. The world may change, but the Sword Master does not. Strangely, she even seemed to grow younger with each passing year. Once inside, Mugeuk pressed his hands together in a formal greeting, acknowledging the time that had passed since their last meeting. The remark prompted Yeonrang's response, noting how the title of senior still felt unfamiliar. A preference was expressed, being addressed as mentor instead. Mugeuk, however, dismissed that suggestion, explaining that their difference in status made such familiarity inappropriate. In response, Yeonrang questioned whether respect should be dictated by age alone. True reverence, she argued, belonged to those who earned it, regardless of youth or seniority. With the point made, Mugeuk relented, agreeing to address her as mentor. In return, a request was put forth. He wished to be called Young Master. Attention then shifted to another matter. Mugeuk subtly turned his head, revealing the reason for Daryong's presence. The special investigator had been brought in to explain the details of a case. A brief introduction followed as Daryong identified himself. Yeonrang, however, swiftly interrupted, raising a hand to halt further explanation. In her view, the Nirvana Pavilion's verdict rendered any discussion unnecessary. If guilt had been determined, then guilt existed. Furthermore, any individual who dared to assault a young servant deserved no leniency. The Northern Heavensword clan would not contest the ruling or its investigative process. With that, Mugeuk signaled to Daryong, prompting his departure. Leaving his leader alone with the Flower Sword Supreme, Daryong exited without delay. The conversation took on a lighter tone as Yeonrang acknowledged recent shifts within the sect, attributing them to Mugeuk's efforts. A soft smile accompanied the words, expressing appreciation for the changes he had brought. Mugeuk, however, redirected the praise, crediting her unwavering presence as the true foundation of stability. Yeonrang, seemingly amused, dismissed the compliment, jesting about unnecessary flattery directed at an aging face. Mugeuk countered immediately, insisting that she still appeared as youthful as ever. In response, Yeonrang scoffed at the notion, finding it absurd. Her gaze lowered to the back of her hand, as if searching for the passage of time etched upon her skin. A quiet remark followed. Perhaps it was time to step back and immerse fully in the essence of martial enlightenment. Mugeuk's mind drifted to the past. Yeonrang, despite her words, had lived a life steeped in battle. After the sect's gates closed following Mugi's defeat of the heavenly demon, chaos erupted. The 8 demon supremes and the sect's renowned masters clashed for supremacy. In the end, the Flower Sword Supreme stood victorious, ascending as the sect leader after leaving a trail of corpses in her wake. Her reign, however, remained turbulent, marked by unrelenting bloodshed. Had governance been her strength, her ambitions might have flourished. Instead, she faltered, failing to maintain power beyond 3 years. Eventually, her life was claimed by her successor, bringing himself back to the present. Mugeuk admitted the burden weighing on him in light of the recent case. Yeonrang, noting the concern, prompted further elaboration. Tensions with the Southern Heavenblade clan had escalated, Mugeuk explained. This revelation was deliberate, a calculated mention of the Heavenblade Demons faction, aimed at gauging her reaction. Among the 8 Demon Supremes, Blood Heaven Sword Demon and the Flower Sword Supreme shared a particularly strained relationship. Consequently, the forces they commanded, the Sword Demon and the 100 Sword Demon, remained at constant odds. Mugeuk continued, revealing the pressure exerted by Blood Heaven Sword Demon, followed by the growing conflict with the Southern Heavenblade clan. Yeonrang, however, dismissed any comparison between herself and the Elder, making a clear distinction. Mugeuk immediately agreed, reaffirming her uniqueness without hesitation. The shift in conversation led to an inquiry. Yeonrang referenced a matter concerning Jang Ho, a recommendation made by Blood Heaven Sword Demon for the position of Demonic Army Commander. Seeking clarification, she pressed for details. Mugeuk confirmed that Jang Ho possessed both capability and loyalty. More importantly, Jang Ho served under his own command. The answer piqued Yeonrang's curiosity further, prompting her to question how the Elder had been convinced to act against expectations. A brief explanation followed. The Elder's pride had been leveraged. Mugeuk had reasoned that a Demon Supreme should prioritize the sect's welfare over personal affiliations or political maneuvering. Yeonrang, unconvinced, pointed out that such an argument alone would not sway someone like Blood Heaven Sword Demon. Mugeuk speculated that the Elder's motivation stemmed from a personal desire not to be outmaneuvered. Yeonrang listened closely, offering no immediate response. Further elaboration continued. Even with the Elder's endorsement, an obstacle remained. A second Demon Supreme support was necessary, yet none had stepped forward to provide it. Yeonrang, seemingly deep in thought, considered the reason behind his belief that no one else had volunteered. Mugeuk hesitated, responding with uncertainty. Yeonrang clarified her meaning. Uncertainty remained over whether he genuinely believed that the Blood Heaven Sword Demon was the only supreme who cared for the sect. Mugeuk attempted a response, but faltered. Before he could justify his stance, Yeonrang voiced the true purpose of his visit. By challenging her pride, it became evident that his intent had likely been to secure her recommendation alongside that of the Blood Heaven Sword Demon. A quiet acknowledgement escaped Mugeuk. His thoughts deepened. Now was the time for honesty. When schemes and truths intertwined so seamlessly that the foundation of a plan became indiscernible, that was when a strategy truly flourished. A moment of silence stretched between them. Mugeuk pondered whether she had discerned his intentions from the start. Yeonrang, however, offered no immediate reply. The weight of the situation settled. Mugeuk considered the doubts she might harbor. The reasoning behind the elder's choice to abandon a brother in order to place trust in him remained uncertain. The thought lingered. Breaking the silence, Yeonrang voiced an understanding. At last, the reasoning behind the sect leader's decision became clear. The appointment of this young master to the Nirvana Pavilion made sense. Mugeuk, caught off guard, reacted with a single word of surprise. Yeonrang turned briefly, striding toward Mugeuk with a swift, elegant step. In an instant, she appeared directly in front of him. The sudden movement caught him off guard, and his eyes widened in surprise as he struggled to grasp her intent. The proximity between them was so close that, for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though she might kiss him. Yet, she halted. A quiet murmur escaped her lips, noting how this young master had a peculiar way of stirring emotions. A gentle smile accompanied the words before she abruptly turned away. Without hesitation, she declared her decision. Jang Ho would receive her recommendation as well. Mugeuk's response came quickly, laced with disbelief. The confirmation prompted Yeonrang to walk away, but not without offering a final remark. The choice, she explained, was not merely for his benefit. Rather, it served as proof that Blood Heaven Sword Demon was not the only demon supreme who prioritized the sect's well-being. As she spoke, she turned her head back momentarily before continuing forward. Mugeuk clasped his hands together in acceptance, acknowledging the favor. His thoughts deepened as he departed from the Northern Heaven Sword. The outcome had been somewhat expected. If he was indeed perceived as a potential successor, and if Blood Heaven Sword Demon had recognized that possibility before anyone else, then Yeonrang's decision made perfect sense. She would never allow the elder to have complete influence over him. Her disdain for that old man ran too deep. She detested him to such an extent that she wouldn't even spare him discarded refuse from the roadside. Her hatred was absolute. A testament to this was the first act she carried out upon becoming sect leader, eliminating Blood Heaven Sword Demon. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, Myung observed the unfolding situation and addressed Chanhua. The development had been unexpected. The young master had chosen to involve the Sword Elder. Chanhua, seated in his place, voiced his thoughts aloud. The move had clearly been a calculated one, exploiting the deep-seated discord between Yeonrang and Blood Heaven Sword Demon. Attention then settled on Jang Ho, prompting an underlying uncertainty regarding his suitability for the role of Demon Supreme. Myung responded without hesitation. Jang Ho's martial abilities were exceptional. However, his political influence remained weak. The young master had been shrewd in selecting someone like Jang Ho. Chanhua contemplated this further. It was unlikely that Jang Ho had been the young master's choice from the beginning. Emotion must have played a role. Despite outward appearances, the boy was more sentimental than he seemed. Myung, the chief advisor, murmured in response, recognizing both the strength and the vulnerability in such a trait. Chanhua, however, dismissed the sentiment entirely. From his perspective, such emotional inclinations were solely a weakness. With the discussion settled, Myung sought clarity on the next step regarding the Demon Supreme appointment. Chanhua considered the matter carefully before deciding aloud. If both Yeonrang and Blood Heaven Sword Demon had issued recommendations, rejecting the nomination would be impossible. For the sake of their standing, Jang Ho would be appointed Demonic Army Commander. Only after reaching his decision did he formally announce it, declaring that Jang Ho would ascend as one of the 8 Demon Supremes. His voice carried the weight of command. Myung acknowledged the ruling with a slight bow. clasping his hands together in formal deference before preparing to act upon the order. Mugeuk watched as Jang Ho stood there, clearly struggling to find the right words to express his gratitude. Jang Ho had spoken earlier, unsure of how he could ever repay the favor. Mugeuk's gaze turned toward the yard, and he responded with a matter-of-fact tone, explaining that Jang Ho probably wouldn't be able to repay it. He went on, elaborating on the reasons behind his decision to appoint Jang Ho as the Demon Supreme. The first reason, Mugeuk explained, was that he believed Jang Ho was the most suitable candidate for the position, not for his own sake, nor Jang Ho's, but for the demonic army and the main sect. Jang Ho, still processing this, asked what the second reason was. Mugeuk then told him that the second reason was his hope that the demonic army would become his strength, although this created a paradox. He explained that while the first and second reasons seemed contradictory, Jang Ho's upright nature would make maintaining personal relationships difficult. Mugeuk added that he had no intention of forcing friendship on him, so Jang Ho needn't worry. Jang Ho then surprised Mugeuk by revealing something unexpected. He said he abandoned the organization for the sake of personal reason, which caught Mugeuk off guard. Jang Ho reminded him of their first meeting, when he had submitted a report regarding his friend's death, driven by a desire for revenge. He went on to say that, despite being an emotional person who valued relationships above all else, he wanted to be loyal to Mugeuk. However, he clarified that he already considered himself loyal to Mugeuk, and while he would also be loyal to the sect and work for the demonic army, yet his greatest loyalty lay with Mugeuk. Mugeuk knew Jang Ho was speaking the truth. If it hadn't been for his intervention, Jang Ho would have died in that incident. He realized he had gained a far more reliable subordinate than he had initially expected. Mugeuk smiled, acknowledging the bond between them. He looked forward to working with him, and Jang Ho affirmed the feeling, clasping his hands in acknowledgement. Later that evening, just as always, Kianpa waited in Mugeuk's yard, standing tall like a silent guardian statue. Mugeuk chuckled at the sight of the old man, noting that his presence seemed like a protective force. Kianpa, not one to miss a chance to tease, shot back, asking if Mugeuk was calling him a blockhead. Mugeuk denied it quickly, assuring him that wasn't the case. The conversation shifted when Kianpa congratulated Mugeuk on making Jang Ho the Demon Supreme, and Mugeuk thanked him in return. As Mugeuk pondered the situation, he noted to himself how surprisingly calm Kianpa had been about involving the Flower Sword Supreme. He had expected anger but saw none. However, he reminded himself not to let his guard down, knowing Kianpa's cunning ways. Mugeuk knew the old man might be planning something unexpected. Kianpa, ever inquisitive, asked how Mugeuk had managed to persuade the Sword Supreme. Mugeuk, with a teasing glint in his eye, made a light-hearted promise to tell him honestly, if Kianpa promised not to get angry. Kianpa, half suspicious but intrigued, agreed. Mugeuk then revealed that he had provoked her pride by stating that Kianpa was the true Demon Supreme, using Kianpa as a pawn in the process. Kianpa, with a knowing smile, retorted that Mugeuk had clearly been tricked by the Sword Supreme, who would undoubtedly try to play tricks on him. The conversation grew serious as Kianpa warned Mugeuk not to underestimate her, predicting she would stop him from meeting Kianpa, using the excuse and notion to be helping him. When Kianpa asked Mugeuk what he would do if this came to pass, Mugeuk, without hesitation, declared that for him, Kianpa came first, no matter what. Kianpa's face softened at the loyalty, but he quickly turned the conversation back to strategy. As they spoke, Kianpa pulled out a small black box adorned with golden lines. Mugeuk took it, curious about its contents. Kianpa casually stated that a promise was a promise, but there was more to it than his laid-back tone suggested. When Mugeuk opened the box, his eyes widened in surprise at what lay inside. A marble of medicine, faintly glowing with a blue light that emitted an almost otherworldly energy. Kianpa didn't need to say more. The moment Mugeuk laid eyes on the item, he recognized it instantly, the heavenly divine pill. It was a treasure Kianpa had kept for years, refusing to take it himself, patiently saving it for the right moment. Mugeuk hesitated for a brief moment, then asked, almost teasingly, if Kianpa was truly going to part with it. The question seemed to hit a nerve, and Kianpa's anger flared. His voice sharpened as he threatened to take the pill back, his frustration evident. Mugeuk, half amused by Kianpa's sudden temper, quickly reassured him, making it clear that he wasn't about to let him back out now. Kianpa's actions were not lost on Mugeuk. After a moment, the old man took a seat, planting his broadsword in the ground in front of him, as though preparing for a final stand. Then, with grim determination, Kiampa pledged his loyalty, declaring that he would bet the rest of his life on Mugeuk. His words were solemn, but the resolve in his voice was undeniable. Mugeuk, reflecting on the past, realized the full significance of Kiampa's loyalty. When he had first encountered the Blood Heaven Sword Demon, he had believed that this old man was a liability. Now, Kiampa's willingness to support him meant everything. Mugeuk silently vowed to treasure that loyalty. Mugeuk clasped his hands in gratitude, silently thanking Kiampa for his trust. Kiampa, however, did not respond with words. Instead, he offered a silent nod, his actions speaking far louder than anything he could have said. As Mugeuk prepared to take the heavenly divine pill, he turned to Kiampa, asking if he would stand guard while he meditated. Kiampa's surprise was evident, as he questioned if Mugeuk was serious. Mugeuk confirmed that he was, explaining that since Kiampa had given it to him, it felt right to take it in his presence. The ritual of taking such a powerful pill wasn't something to be done lightly. It held symbolic meaning, signifying trust between a martial artist and their guardian. As Mugeuk sat cross-legged, preparing to absorb the pill's energy, Kiampa's expression faltered for a moment. He was clearly uncertain about Mugeuk's decision, but trusted him nonetheless. Mugeuk's voice was firm as he stated that he was taking the heavenly divine pill because he trusted Kiampa. Kiampa asked, his voice filled with a trace of concern, what would happen if Mugeuk's intuition turned out to be wrong? Mugeuk, however, was unconcerned. He simply replied that he would deal with the consequences when the time came. With that, Mugeuk took the pill without hesitation, closing his eyes as the powerful energy of the heavenly divine pill began to spread through his body. As the energy rushed through his blood vessels, strengthening and opening their passages, Mugeuk focused on absorbing the energy completely, channeling it into his inner reserves. The process was intense, but he had to make sure the energy melded perfectly with his own to achieve its full potential. After several elaborate rotations of his inner energy, Mugeuk finally succeeded in capturing the magical energy of the heavenly divine pill within his meridian. The transformation was palpable. As he opened his eyes, a contented smile spread across his face. The increase in his inner energy was dramatic, far beyond what he had expected. Kiampa, standing at a little distance with his arms crossed, observed him silently. He asked casually how the pill had tasted. Mugeuk's response was almost playful as he confessed that it had been the most delicious thing he'd ever consumed. Kiampa, however, immediately regretted not eating it himself, cursing under his breath at the lost opportunity. Mugeuk chuckled and reassured him that he had likely absorbed the energy far better than Kiampa ever could have. As Mugeuk rose to his feet, a surge of newfound power coursed through him, filling every fiber of his being. The strength he had gained left no room for doubt. If he were to face the Blood Heaven Sword Demon now, the battle would no longer be determined by a lack of inner energy. A deep sense of satisfaction settled within him as he acknowledged this truth, certain that no one could claim his defeat would stem from weakness. Kiampa stepped closer, a playful, yet slightly serious question on his lips. He asked who Mugeuk had become, as if he had somehow transformed before his very eyes. Mugeuk responded with an enigmatic declaration, explaining that he was the one who would lead Kiampa in the future, if the old man was still alive by then. Kiampa, visibly taken aback by the change in Mugeuk's aura, stood his ground despite the suffocating energy that pressed down on him. Emotions flickered across his face, but he didn't laugh or dismiss Mugeuk's words, even though he was clearly annoyed. Mugeuk's next question came unexpectedly, catching Kiampa off guard. With a steady and inquisitive tone, he pressed forward, wanting to know what Kiampa ultimately sought. Kiampa's response was grave. His gaze turned to the night sky as he reflected on his life. He confessed that he was too old to have any grand desires, living only by habit as he moved forward. Mugeuk, however, couldn't help but notice that Kiampa seemed far too passionate to be so indifferent. When Mugeuk pointed this out, Kiampa seemed surprised, asking if he truly appeared that way to the younger man. Mugeuk affirmed, saying that when Kiampa pushed him, he seemed to embody the fire of youth, the same burning spirit that could only come from someone who had much left to prove. Kiampa, still processing Mugeuk's words, admitted that he had begun to feel as though he had cooled down lately. Mugeuk could understand that feeling. He had long realized that no matter how many ambitions and desires one carried, time would inevitably take some of them away. It was a harsh truth, but it was a part of life. Mugeuk's attention was drawn to the cup and jar sitting nearby. He picked up the glass and, with a smirk, asked for some alcohol. Kiampa was puzzled at first, wondering why Mugeuk was asking for a drink after everything that had just transpired. Mugeuk, however, explained that the moment Kiampa had given away the heavenly divine pill without hesitation, he had already won the bet between them. As a result, Mugeuk felt it was only right to accept the drink from the old man. As Kiampa began to pour, Mugeuk's thoughts turned inward. He wondered if it was even possible to fully bring the Blood Heaven Sword Demon into his fold as an ally. With the heavenly divine pill helped his inner strength bolstered, Mugeuk felt that the foundations of his power had been laid, but the true test of his alliances lay ahead. Kiampa told him to drink, and Mugeuk took it without hesitation, savoring the warmth as it slid down his throat. Kiampa, offering a knowing smile, hoped they would do well moving forward. Mugeuk responded with a playful challenge, asking that Kiampa keep his tricks within his limits. Kiampa's voice rose in amusement at the mention of tricks, a hint of mock offense in his tone, before laughter burst from him, hearty and unrestrained. Mugeuk, unable to hold back his own grin, lifted his cup and casually requested another drink. Although Kiampa laughed, Mugeuk understood that the Blood Heaven Sword Demon hadn't yet fully opened his heart to him. There were layers to that man, layers that couldn't be understood by simply peering through a slightly open door. Mugeuk knew that the true nature of their relationship would only be revealed the day that door was fully opened. Whether they would become eternal allies or mortal enemies, whether he would burn to death in Kiampa's flames or he will be pierced by Mugeuk's sword, everything would be decided when that door was finally pushed wide. Later, Mugeuk continued practicing martial arts at the training ground, pushing himself well into the night. The weight of his new responsibilities, his new power, and the looming threats ahead made every moment of training essential. He could not afford to lose to Wamugi. If he did, everything he had worked for would be wasted, no matter how valuable it seemed now. When the training became especially difficult, Mugeuk often found himself imagining the worst, dying by fire simply because he wasn't prepared. Though he knew such things were unlikely, these grim thoughts helped fuel his determination to overcome any laziness or hesitation. His strength had grown to the point where he could now compete in a life-or-death battle with the Demon Supremes. The progress he had made at his age was unbelievable to most. Even with continued training, Mugeuk knew there would come a time when he would hit a wall, but for now, he was still in the early stages, feeling the improvement with each strike of his blade. The more he wielded it, the more a burning desire to fight began to rise within him. The blade seemed to awaken a spirit of investment and ambition that urged him forward. Chanhua's voice interrupted Mugeuk's concentration. He was startled and turned to find his father standing nearby. With a smug grin, Mugeuk proudly announced that he had obtained the heavenly divine pill from the cursed old man. Noticing his father's calm reaction, Mugeuk couldn't help but ask, a hint of frustration in his voice, why Chanhua seemed so unfazed. He emphasized again, as if trying to provoke a reaction, that he had indeed obtained the heavenly divine pill. Unfazed, Chanhua revealed that he already knew about it. In fact, he had been aware that the Blood Heaven Sword Demon had the pill for quite some time. When Mugeuk asked how his father had known, Chanhua casually answered that he had given the pill to the Sword Demon long ago. Mugeuk's mind reeled as he processed the information. So, the line that the Blood Heaven Sword Demon had drawn all those nights ago hadn't been entirely wrong. Chanhua then asked what Mugeuk had wagered in his bet with Kiampa. Mugeuk answered simply. He had bet himself. Chanhua chuckled lightly, pointing out that Kiampa had clearly lost in that deal. Now that the game had truly begun, Mugeuk explained his plans to properly challenge the 8 Demon Supremes. But when he looked to his father for acknowledgement, Chanhua remained silent, which struck Mugeuk as odd. He thought his father would dismiss the idea as nonsense, but now, Chanhua was simply listening. Mugeuk asked why his father wasn't saying anything, and Chanhua, after a long pause, finally spoke. He said he thought Mugeuk might actually be able to pull it off. A satisfied smirk spread across Mugeuk's face as he felt a sense of validation. He could sense that his father was beginning to recognize his true worth. Chanhua, however, offered only a brief response, telling him to keep training before turning and walking away. Mugeuk, never one to let an opportunity slip, thanked his father for placing Jang Ho as the Demon Supreme. Chanhua, without turning back, said that it wasn't because of Mugeuk. It was the recommendation of 2 other Demon Supremes. Undeterred, Mugeuk remarked that he will chase to be happy in this path. Just then, he felt his father's back tremble slightly, as if the statement had caught him off guard. Mugeuk pressed on, his voice steady as he expressed his belief that if he was happy, those around him would be happy as well, and that happiness would extend to their sect. Chanhua's response was swift, his tone sharp as if Mugeuk's words had struck a nerve. He asked bluntly if Mugeuk was seeking death. Mugeuk, with a wry smile, anticipated his father's response and beat him to the punch, remarking on how it was a cheap sentiment about a good way to die. Chanhua paused for a moment, his gaze settling on his son before he responded. He spoke firmly, warning that if Mugeuk was truly set on this path, he should not expect to find happiness along the way. With those words, Chanhua turned and opened the door, ready to leave. Mugeuk, undeterred, called out after him, his voice rising with conviction, declaring that he would still find happiness, even if it meant walking this difficult path. But by the time the words left his mouth, his father was already gone. A small, determined smile curled on Mugeuk's lips as he thought to himself that he would indeed make it happen. It was clear that the Flower Sword Supreme was different from the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon. She had helped appoint Django as the demonic army leader, but had not shown up to claim any credit. There had been no word from her at all. Her desire for Mugeuk to go to her only highlighted how much she valued her dignity and honor. Mugeuk met her while she was tending to her flower bed, remarked that the flowers were truly beautiful. Yeonrang responded, mentioning that, as one grew older, flowers tended to look more beautiful. She added that for him, young master, that time was still a long way off. Mugeuk, however, couldn't help but think to himself that, when one grew older, the beauty of flowers might not matter much anymore. He then thanked her for the help she had provided. Holding a bottle of drink in his hand, he bowed his head slightly and mentioned that it was a token of gratitude, a gift of alcohol. Yeonrang, still focused on her flowers, explained that she didn't drink and hadn't for a long time. Mugeuk, realizing he had made an error, apologized for the gesture. He had known she didn't drink, but he had brought it anyway, wanting to avoid the impression that he knew her too well. Mugeuk pondered whether he really needed to go this far, but he knew it was essential to build relationships, even through small gestures. He spoke as he reflected on his upbringing. When one received help, one was expected to repay it. He asked if there was anything she desired. Yeonrang stopped for a moment, her gaze shifting far ahead. Finally, she spoke, asking him to sever ties with Kianpa. Mugeuk, inwardly bracing himself, thought that it was exactly as the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon had predicted. He then inquired about her reasons. Yeonrang explained that Kianpa's values were at odds with the ideals Mugeuk sought. She explained how, unlike him, who wanted to bring order and discipline to the sect, Kianpa abhorred being bound by rules. Mugeuk paused as if reflecting deeply, though he was well aware of her personality. What still eluded him was the exact nature of the relationship between Yeonrang and Kianpa. Finally, he answered, stating that he could not follow her request. Yeonrang was surprised, asking if he truly couldn't. Mugeuk clarified that he couldn't because Elder Kianpa had given him an invaluable gift. Normally, he wouldn't mention such a gift, but this time, he felt it necessary to speak of it. In his mind, he knew that he planned to make both the Blood Heaven's Sword Demon and the Flower Sword Supreme his subordinates. Yeonrang pressed further, curious about what the gift was. Mugeuk replied that it was a personal gift, making it difficult to explain. Yeonrang, feeling they were at a level where they should be able to have such conversations, asked if she was mistaken in thinking they could. Mugeuk let out a small sigh and then, acknowledging her kindness, revealed that the gift had been the heavenly divine pill. Yeonrang's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe that the shrewd old man, Kianpa, would part with such a precious treasure willingly. She shouted in surprise, asking if he was certain that Kianpa had really given him the heavenly divine pill. Mugeuk, with calm composure, replied that Kianpa must have judged that he was more valuable than the elixir itself. There was a long silence as Yeonrang processed this information. The thought that the cursed old man had done such a thing for Mugeuk was beyond her understanding. Finally, Mugeuk broke the silence, thanking her once again for her help and assuring her that if she ever needed his assistance, she could simply send word. As he began to turn away, Yeonrang called out to him, asking what kind of person he thought Kiampa was. Mugeuk answered, describing Kiampa as eccentric, violent, and unpredictable. He had initially disliked him, but as they had crossed paths more, Kiampa had come to seem better in his eyes. Yeonrang then asked if Mugeuk's change in opinion was solely because Kiampa had given him the heavenly divine pill. Mugeuk couldn't deny it, admitting that the gift had played a part in his shift in perspective. Still, Yeonrang insisted that Kiampa was not the right choice. She urged him once more to sever ties with Kiampa if he wanted her help in the future. Mugeuk responded with a challenge, which is for her to prove it. Yeonrang, confused, asked him what he meant. He told her that he needed something more to go on, something that would convince him that she was more helpful to him than Kiampa. After all, Kiampa had given him the heavenly divine pill, and if he was to sever ties with such a person, Mugeuk needed a good reason. Yeonrang suggested that serving the sect and its ideals was reason enough. Mugeuk dismissed the idea with a smile, expressing his disdain for those who tried to win over subordinates and juniors with lofty ideals and dreams. Yeonrang's reaction was swift and violent. A chilling inner energy emanated from her, and her eyes flashed with killing intent. She was clearly angry at his words. The flowers in the bed began to freeze, but Mugeuk remained unfazed. He released his own inner energy, counteracting hers with equal force. He knew this was a test, but he wasn't backing down. Mugeuk stated, in a firm voice, that he didn't know how she viewed him, but he was preparing for a great cause. In the future, he would encounter many people, and he couldn't always be sure of what was right or wrong. He needed to be able to judge people with certainty, and he demanded that she show him something he could evaluate. He reached out, asking for something more valuable to be placed in his hands, just as he had once asked Kiampa for the demonic army. Mugeuk could sense the conflict brewing in Yeonrang's mind. She seemed certain that it had to be the Blood Heaven's sword demon, and yet she also felt that Mugeuk was shaking her resolve. It was as if she was trying to convince herself, though her thoughts remained hidden from him. However, she eventually dismissed the notion, deciding that there was nothing she needed at the moment. When she asked what Mugeuk wanted, he responded, stating that there was nothing he desired at the moment. Yeonrang, interpreting his response, assumed that he already had the Blood Heaven sword demon, and that was why he refused. Mugeuk bowed his head slightly as he prepared to leave, telling her that he wouldn't forget the help she had offered. As he walked away, a thought crossed his mind. Since he had said that he wanted nothing, the Flower Sword Supreme would likely grow more impatient. He smiled to himself, aware that his refusal would only escalate her desire to find a way to sway him. Upon returning from the meeting with the Flower Sword Supreme, Mugeuk found Kiampa waiting in his usual spot. Kiampa wasted no time, asking what the fox had said. Mugeuk answered that she had told him to cut ties with the elder. Kiampa grinned knowingly, exclaiming that he had been right all along and asking if she had provided a reason. Mugeuk explained that she had said their ideals were too different, with Kiampa being too free-spirited. Kiampa growled in response, dismissing her words as nonsense. Then Kiampa asked, with some curiosity, what Mugeuk intended to do. Mugeuk nonchalantly replied that he would side with the one who offered better terms, which caught Kiampa off guard. Mugeuk elaborated further, stating that he had to weigh his options while he still could, and questioned if Kiampa wouldn't do the same in his position. For now, Mugeuk continued. Kiampa still had the upper hand, but he was curious if Yeonrang could offer something better than the heavenly divine pill. Kiampa, somewhat irritated, admitted that she might be a shrewd woman who would go to any lengths to ruin him. Mugeuk then asked, genuinely curious, why Kiampa had fallen out with the Flower Sword Supreme. Kiampa hesitated, as if ready to reveal something, but then stopped short, leaving Mugeuk with no new insight. Mugeuk, however, mused to himself that he already knew the reason. Kiampa responded to Mugeuk's question with a rhetorical inquiry, wondering if a reason was truly necessary to dislike someone. Mugeuk, sensing the tension, quickly sought to shift the topic. He offered to get a drink, suggesting that if Kiampa left in his current state, he would only feel frustrated and bitter. Kiampa, snapping back, questioned what Mugeuk took him for, a drunkard. Mugeuk, unfazed, countered that cold rationality wasn't always a virtue. Mugeuk believed that when one was upset, they should embrace it, let the bad mood out. He insisted that they go out for a drink, offering once more to cover the cost. Kiampa hesitated for a moment before suddenly leaping into the air. He declared that he would be waiting in Mega Village and disappeared in an instant. Mugeuk, watching him vanish, couldn't help but smile, reflecting on Kiampa's temper. It had certainly changed from the time he had first met the old man, when he had poked at Mugeuk's side and left bruises. Soon, the two met at the tavern. The other customers present felt a palpable sense of nervousness, fearing a fight might break out. Mugeuk had expected Kiampa to suggest going to a pleasure house, but Kiampa revealed he didn't like places with women. Mugeuk found it surprising, commenting that Kiampa's late brother had liked such places. This remark seemed to unsettle Kiampa, who retorted sharply, asking him to stop bringing up the past. Mugeuk briefly acknowledged the request, but deep down, he had brought it up intentionally to prevent the wound in his heart from festering. The innkeeper approached them, welcoming them both with great respect, calling their presence an honor. Mugeuk responded by saying they had come because the drinks and food were known to be good. The innkeeper thanked them before leaving to prepare the requested drinks and food. Kiampa expressed his opinion that Mugeuk was being unnecessarily kind. Mugeuk asked with a smug smile if there was anything wrong with being kind. Kiampa sighed and responded, cautioning that letting emotions dictate actions could lead to mistakes. He further noted that the first young master, who chose intimidation over kindness, had an advantage over Mugeuk. Mugeuk, however, stared intently at Kiampa, saying that while being ruthless certainly made life easier, he would not ride that ruthless carriage. When Kiampa asked for clarification, Mugeuk explained that he believed food made with joy and whistling lips always tasted better than food made with fear. To Kiampa, this reasoning sounded like nonsense. Kiampa warned that one day, Mugeuk's kindness would be exploited by someone who would ask for something greater. If he refused, they would criticize and curse him. Staring Mugeuk dead in the eye, Kiampa added that this was simply human nature. Mugeuk responded in kind, stating that one day, the kindness he had shown would return to him in the form of something greater, perhaps even saving his life. He locked eyes with Kiampa again, adding that this, too, was human nature. Kiampa crossed his arms, frustration evident in his expression as he responded, suggesting they should wait and see. Mugeuk observed that Kiampa appeared to be the more emotional one. Kiampa, annoyed, asked how Mugeuk had blocked his strike earlier, accusing him of underestimating him. Mugeuk thought to himself that he had judged Kiampa accurately. Mugeuk reflected on the conversation, realizing how much emotion he had expended, which was unlike his usual self. Even now, he was engaging in an entirely new kind of conversation, wasting emotions. Changing the topic, Mugeuk suggested that Kiampa start managing his disciples, or else he would keep clashing with Nirvana Pavilion. Instead of answering, Mugeuk demanded Kiampa's attention. Kiampa, with anger flaring up, retorted that Mugeuk was becoming more arrogant. Mugeuk responded, pointing out that it was Kiampa who was being arrogant. He then asked if Kiampa was looking down on both the sect and his father. As their conversation seemed to escalate, other customers grew visibly nervous. Mugeuk then provocatively mentioned that Kiampa's title as the Blood Heaven Blade Demon should not give him the right to ignore his disciples' actions. This comment struck a nerve with Kiampa, and his inner energy surged, pulverizing the table they were seated at. The innkeeper and the other customers, panicked, watched the destruction unfold. Kiampa, seething with anger, shouted at Mugeuk, expressing his desire to beat him to death before turning away. In the same breath, he demanded that the innkeeper bring out new drinks and food. Mugeuk, unruffled, calmly took out a handful of gold coins and instructed the innkeeper to accept the payment, ensuring it would cover the damages and losses. The innkeeper hesitated, reluctant to accept the money, but Mugeuk insisted, urging him to set up another feast and make the table legs bend. Kiampa, still incredulous, asked if Mugeuk truly expected him to go along with such an absurd request. Mugeuk countered, suggesting that Kiampa shouldn't have smashed things in the first place if he didn't want to deal with the consequences. Kiampa then asked if Mugeuk was trying to teach good deeds to a demon supreme. Mugeuk, however, explained that the demonic path he intended to establish wouldn't involve destroying in simply due to a bad mood. Frustrated, Kiampa screamed, demanding to know what Mugeuk was trying to achieve. Mugeuk, in a stern tone, instructed him to stop shouting and sit down. Despite the flare of anger within him, Kiampa begrudgingly moved, then sat, crossing his arms and looking away like a child throwing a tantrum. Kiampa muttered under his breath, calling Mugeuk an insane, arrogant brat. Mugeuk, unperturbed, only continued to stare intently at the cursed old man, waiting for whatever would come next. Kiampa threatened that if Mugeuk betrayed him, he would kill him. The innkeeper approached, placed the drink on the table, and quickly left, seemingly in a hurry. Mugeuk, still calm, asked if Kiampa was serious. Kiampa affirmed without hesitation. Mugeuk then suggested that Kiampa should truly be loyal to him. He explained that threats only work when one has shown true loyalty, and that only after being betrayed and discarded could one drive a sword into their master's heart. Kiampa was stunned into silence, his anger almost palpable. Mugeuk offered his drink in the same manner as Kiampa had once offered a drink for their alliance. The key difference now was that Mugeuk was the one asking for loyalty. Once Mugeuk finished pouring, he raised a glass for Kiampa to clink to. The cursed old man glanced at it for a moment, then brushed it aside, drinking on his own instead. However, Mugeuk knew that while the glasses did not clink, in his heart, he had already done so. Elsewhere that night, Yeonrang stood bathed in the moonlight, deep in thought in her plane full of blooming flowers. A man reported that the second young master was drinking with the blood heaven sword demon, calling him an arrogant brat. Yeonrang immediately retorted, warning him to be careful with his words, as speaking recklessly behind someone's back was the lowest of acts. The man quickly acknowledged his mistake. Yeonrang, reflecting on the situation, remarked that the second young master was not the person she had known. The man suggested it was merely a storm in a teacup. Yeonrang, however, wondered aloud what would happen if that teacup were large enough to hold the entire Murim, prompting surprise from the man. She then commented on the greedy old man offering the heavenly divine pill, as if giving up his entire being. Yeonrang believed the old man must have seen potential in Mugeuk as a successor. The man, curious, asked if Yeonrang herself had seen that potential. Yeonrang remained silent, lost in thought. Mugeuk certainly had shown an unexpected side to him, but it wasn't enough to convince her to offer something as significant as the heavenly divine pill. She thought about it further, feeling a sense of annoyance. She wondered if the old man may have seen something she had missed, or there could be something she, the Flower Sword Supreme, had failed to recognize. The man, sensing her deep contemplation, suggested that she rest now. A new man had been prepared for her. Yeonrang gave him a solemn expression and a slight smile, then turned and walked back toward her abode, ready to devour whatever the man had prepared. The man, left to wonder, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Perhaps it was the second young master's potential that stirred such complex thoughts in his master. The next day, Mugeuk went to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion early in the morning to find his father. Chanhwa was not in the main hall, but in his personal training hall. As Mugeuk entered, a feeling of nervousness crept over him, for it was his first time stepping into his father's personal training space. Inside, he noticed an iron slab hanging from the ceiling, its thickness about the width of a hand. The surface bore deep fist imprints. Surprisingly, the material was millennial iron. Mugeuk was astonished. He marveled at the sight, wondering aloud just how strong one's fists must be to leave such marks. The thought crossed his mind that the millennial iron might be subjected to extreme abuse. Chanhwa dismissed the musings, commanding his son to come forward and demonstrate his wind god's force stride. Mugeuk briefly acknowledged his father's command before channeling his inner energy. Opportunities to receive his father's guidance were rare, so he put his utmost effort into showcasing the technique. The wind god's force stride was made up of 4 primary techniques, each of which contained over 900 variations. Depending on one's interpretation, these variations could either increase or decrease. The way each practitioner interpreted and executed the technique altered the movement and, in turn, the power of the wind god's force stride. This was why even the same martial art could appear entirely different depending on the understanding of the individual performing it. Once Mugeuk completed the technique, his father's reaction was one mild of visible enthusiasm, likely because Mugeuk's performance exceeded his expectations. Their initial discussion centered on whether to focus more strength into the foot or twist the waist faster. Mugeuk openly shared his thoughts and, on occasion, disagreed with his father's opinions. However, Chanhwa proved surprisingly flexible in his thinking and accepted Mugeuk's suggestions. Encouraged by the exchange, Chanhwa began demonstrating the technique in his mind, incorporating Mugeuk's suggestions. He remarked that, as Mugeuk had said, it seemed correct to put more strength into the right foot. Mugeuk smiled in response. Moments like these, when discussing martial arts, revealed a different side of his father, which was one's mind that was open, generous, and rational. Chanhua then instructed his son to close his eyes, explaining that he would now share the realizations he had gained. Mugeuk complied, and Chanhua began to chant his understanding of the technique. In Mugeuk's mind, he followed each step as his father explained it, integrating his father's interpretation with his own understanding. The ripples of each step he took spread through his mental world, embodying the movement of his foot, waist, and the deployment of inner energy. Through this mental exchange, Mugeuk's mastery of the wind god's force stride deepened even further. Grateful for his father's teachings, Mugeuk clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Inwardly, he resolved to repay this kindness by killing Mugeuk, though he humorously promised to show his appreciation by offering some pocket money later. However, Chanhua interrupted his son's jest, telling him to stop talking nonsense and stay for a meal before leaving. Mugeuk was taken aback for a moment, as it was rare for his father to make such a request. Noticing his surprise, Chanhua asked why he looked so stunned. Still surprised, Mugeuk explained that it was the first time he had heard his father invite him to share a meal together. Chanhua dismissed his son's reaction as trivial and insisted that there was no need to be surprised as he stood up. They ended up having a meal together. Chanhua remarked that there was plenty of food, encouraging Mugeuk to eat his fill. Mugeuk ate quietly, savoring the rare opportunity. He made no jokes, fully aware that such moments did not come often, and he tried to remember it well. Chanhua observed his son in silence for a while, puzzled by his quiet demeanor. After a few moments, Chanhua ate, without speaking as well. Mugeuk realized that his father must have thought he was not joking as usual. However, Chanhua, unaware of the internal thoughts of his son, Mugeuk saw themselves simply as two grown men having a meal, martial artists, yet still father and son. In the past, Mugeuk had never once longed for such moments. But now that he had arrived, he found himself finally understanding the significance. Deep within his heart, he had been longing for this moment. After a while, Chanhua asked if Mugeuk had enjoyed the food. Mugeuk, feeling himself return to his usual self, jokingly responded that perhaps it was time to switch chefs. Chanhua declined the suggestion with a sigh, and then, after a moment of quiet, asked what had brought Mugeuk to see him that day. Mugeuk revealed that he has a request. Elaborated, Mugeuk wanted to add one person to his family, surprising his father. Chanhua inquired if Mugeuk was speaking of marriage. Mugeuk quickly clarified that it was not a marriage he was seeking. He intended to pass down the soaring sword art to Leon. Inwardly, Mugeuk think that mastering the technique was necessary for her to protect her position as the captain of Phantom Shadow Corporation. However, since the soaring sword art could only be passed down through the heavenly demon's bloodline, it presented a unique challenge. Somewhat bemused, Chanhua remarked on the irony of Mugeuk looking down on his own blood brother, yet now wishing to make his personal guard a member of the family. Mugeuk spoke with unwavering confidence, stating that Leon was more precious to him than blood, and that she would accomplish great things in the future. However, Chanhua questioned him further, asking if he was sure about passing down the soaring sword art, as it was his personal technique. Without hesitation, Mugeuk confirmed that his personal martial art would be the Nine Calamities demon art. He thought to himself that the Nine Calamities demon art was not something that could be passed down simply because one was of the heavenly demon's bloodline. It was a martial art reserved only for the successor. Observing Mugeuk's confidence, Chanhua commented on his boldness and gave his approval, though Mugeuk was initially stunned. He could hardly believe his father had agreed so easily. Chanhua then asked Mugeuk for a promise. He required that if Mugeuk ever decided to kill a demon supreme, he must inform him first, no matter which one it would be. Mugeuk agreed, a slight smile appearing on his face as he gave his word. With his father's permission granted, Mugeuk immediately called for Leon to come to his personal training hall. As she entered, she announced her arrival. Mugeuk greeted her formally, addressing her as the Phantom Shadow Corp captain. Leon immediately bowed, acknowledging his command. Mugeuk informed her that from this moment on, he would be teaching her a new martial art. Leon was taken aback, asking if he was serious. Mugeuk confirmed, adding that he intended to pass down the soaring sword art to her. Leon's response was a stern refusal. She exclaimed in disbelief that the soaring sword art was only passed down to those of the heavenly demon's bloodline. Her shock was evident, and she expressed her concern, warning Mugeuk of the consequences if the heavenly demon found out. Mugeuk calmly asked if she was finished speaking and urged her to calm down. Leon continued to protest, insisting that it was impossible for her to learn the soaring sword art. She feared what would happen if their secret got out. Mugeuk reassured her that he had already received his father's permission, surprising Leon further. She questioned the validity of his claim, but Mugeuk confirmed that it was true. Still uncertain, Leon hesitated, asking why Mugeuk would teach her the soaring sword art, a technique so personal to him. Mugeuk explained that Leon needed to master at least this level of martial art to properly lead the Phantom Shadow Corp, and that she was like family to him, so she was worthy of learning it. Leon's disbelief remained, as she stuttered, expressing that she could never dare to learn Mugeuk's personal technique. Her voice quivered as she repeated her refusal. Mugeuk moved closer to her, noticing the tremor in her body. He could see that something deep inside her was struggling to surface. Leon finally broke down, confessing that she had never been treasured this much by anyone before. Her words were shaky, filled with emotion as the realization dawned on her. Mugeuk gently patted Leon's shoulder and assured her that she had always been precious to him. At these words, Leon burst into loud sobs, as if something long held within her had been released. Mugeuk stood quietly, allowing her to cry, understanding that she needed this release. For some time, Mugeuk concentrated on teaching Leon, managing Nirvana Pavilion, and focusing on his own cultivation and training. Leon absorbed the soaring sword art with remarkable speed, her martial talent surpassing Mugeuk's expectations. With relentless effort, her progress was so rapid that it even surprised him. Mugeuk also came to a realization that teaching was, for him, a learning experience as well. Through Leon's hard work and Mugeuk's guidance, the soaring sword art began to shine through in the blade she wielded. Although tired and covered in sweat, Leon turned to her young master, her face lighting up with clear joy. Mugeuk observed her with a smile, the realization settling in. He had never taught anyone before, and this experience became an invaluable one for him. One early morning at the Nirvana Pavilion, Mugeuk gathered all of his officers. It had been some time since they had all met in one place. Mugeuk greeted them with a sense of camaraderie. The officers responded in unison, affirming his words. Encouraged by their enthusiasm, Mugeuk expressed his intent to fuel their spirits further. This announcement led to confusion among the officers of the Nirvana Pavilion. They exchanged glances, unsure of what their young leader was trying to convey. Without looking back, Mugeuk instructed Daryong to open a box he had prepared earlier. Daryong, without hesitation, opened a red box beside him. To his astonishment, he wondered what kind of money was contained inside. Mugeuk ordered him to distribute the contents to everyone. Daryong hesitated, confused, and asked for clarification. Mugeuk repeated the command, his tone firm. Daryong complied and began distributing the money to the officers. Mugeuk explained that the money was a special gift from him to all of them. The officers cheered in response, expressing their gratitude. The money was meant to ensure that Nirvana Pavilion remained free from external pressure, emphasizing that no bribes should be accepted. Mugeuk clarified that if anyone needed money, they could come to him for an advance on their monthly stipend or even borrow from his personal funds. Responding in unison, the officers acknowledged the arrangement. Their faces brightened with the unexpected gift. With this matter resolved, Mugeuk dismissed them, and as he left the main hall, Daryong followed. Curious, Daryong asked how Mugeuk knew about Echhi's situation. Mugeuk feigned ignorance and asked what Daryong meant. Daryong explained that Echhi was struggling to gather funds for his younger sibling's wedding and had spent all his money supporting his parents' medical expenses before their deaths. Now he was left with nothing, constantly scraping by. Mugeuk responded casually that he had no idea about Echhi's circumstances. Daryong pressed, asking Mugeuk not to lie. Mugeuk, with a slight pause, thought to himself that he had known. He had found out by chance and initially intended to give the money only to Echhi. However, when things turned out this way, he decided to share it with everyone. Mugeuk asked whether that was really that important. Daryong insisted that loyalty didn't come without reason, and that such gestures were important. Mugeuk, slightly turning, dismissed the importance of such gestures, calling it a trick to appear good in front of the officers. However, Daryong disagreed, asserting that in a world where even such tricks weren't used, people would still exploit others. He spoke with sincerity, looking intently at Mugeuk. Mugeuk, reflecting on Daryong's words, offered no immediate reply. Daryong then bowed deeply and went on his way. A few days later, Mugeuk visited the Southern Heavenblade family. Upon his arrival, Kionpa greeted him in his office, asking if something had happened that required Mugeuk to arrest him. Mugeuk mused if Kionpa had committed any recent crimes that had escaped his notice. Kionpa responded, acknowledging his life was full of sins, though not particularly today. Mugeuk then revealed his purpose for the visit, handing over a box to the Blood Heaven Blade Demon. Kionpa eyed the box curiously, wondering if it contained poison gas, considering whether Mugeuk was planning an assassination. In turn, Mugeuk joked about the rarity of such a box and expressed his interest in obtaining a few dozens. Kionpa asked once more about its contents, prompting Mugeuk to urge him to open it. As Kionpa began to open the box, much to his surprise, he found a blood-poisoned pearl inside. Ironically, it was the exact opposite of his earlier jest. Mugeuk remarked that it was a top-grade, detoxifying pearl. Still puzzled, Kionpa questioned why Mugeuk was giving it to him. Mugeuk answered, revealing it was a birthday gift. For a brief moment, the Blood Heaven Blade Demon was stunned, frozen by the revelation. Still in disbelief, Kionpa asked if it was truly his birthday. Mugeuk confirmed it, then playfully asked if Kionpa really hadn't known. Kionpa admitted he had stopped caring about birthdays a long time ago. He then inquired how Mugeuk knew, to which Mugeuk confidently replied that there was no information Nirvana Pavilion didn't possess, even jokingly adding he knew how many sets of underwear Kionpa owned. Kionpa asked seriously about the number of pairs, but Mugeuk quickly dismissed it, stating it was an exaggeration. Nonetheless, he wished Kionpa a happy birthday and reiterated that the gift was a gesture of goodwill to strengthen their bond. Mugeuk then bowed and prepared to leave. Before he could go, Kionpa asked if he had truly come just to give a gift. Mugeuk assured him it was purely for his birthday, with no other intentions, and suggested they drink together that evening at their usual tavern. With his usual casual air, Mugeuk departed, leaving Kionpa in stunned silence. The Blood Heaven Blade Demon was looking at the blood-poisoned pearl with an expression he rarely shown. It was the first time Kionpa showed a look of gratitude on his face. Later that evening, as the golden sunlight waned, Mugeuk returned home. To his surprise, he found a Flower Sword Supreme sitting in the spot where Kionpa had been earlier. A table with drinks had been set before her. She greeted him warmly, inviting him to relax and drink before heading to rest. Her beauty, effortless and alluring, was undeniable, but Mugeuk, ever cautious, approached her, already prepared for whatever might come. Mugeuk sat in front of the Flower Sword Supreme. Though his tone conveyed discomfort, similar to his interaction with the Blood Heaven Blade Demon, inwardly he was tense. He addressed her, expressing his readiness to engage. Mugeuk inquired about her offer of drink, noting that she had previously claimed not to drink. Yeonrang clarified that the drink was not for her, but for him. Mugeuk thanked her as she poured the drink, and without hesitation, he drank it. Yeonrang observed him closely. She asked, what if there had been poison in the drink? She wondered aloud how he could drink it without checking. Mugeuk replied that although he didn't check, he had taken precautions. At this, Mugeuk spat out the blood-poisoned pearl he had kept in his mouth. Not only did it prevent poisoning, but it also neutralized any poison in the drink, if it had been present. Yeonrang examined the pearl, commenting on its size, which indicated it was a top-grade blood-poisoned pearl. Mugeuk acknowledged that he had been cautious, noting that he couldn't simply drink what she offered without considering the possibility of danger, given the tension between them. Yeonrang pressed, asking if Mugeuk had taken a blood poison pearl when the Blood Heaven Blade demon offered him a drink. Mugeuk responded simply, stating he had not. This led Yeonrang to ask whether Mugeuk trusted the Blood Heaven Blade demon more than her. Mugeuk explained that a great deal had occurred before he had shared a drink with Elder Kionpa. Yeonrang countered, asking if they hadn't also been through a lot together. Mugeuk dismissed this, stating no, they had not shared such experiences. She revealed that it had been her who had repeatedly recommended Django, but Mugeuk emphasized that this choice had not been made for his benefit. It was, in fact, an attempt to force him to sever ties with Elder Kionpa. Yeonrang listened attentively as Mugeuk spoke, absorbing his words carefully. Mugeuk continued, expressing his desire to build many shared experiences with her. He wished to drink the wine she offered him without the need for the blood poison pearl. Yeonrang questioned him, challenging the sincerity of his words, and suggested that his heart already belonged to the Blood Heaven Blade demon. Mugeuk gazed into her eyes as he lifted the blood poison pearl in his hand, then placed it down. He poured himself another drink, deliberately taking his time, and drank it in front of her without hesitation. His intent was clear. He wanted to show her his disappointment, and for a moment, her expression hardened. He wanted to convey that it was she who should be cautious, not him. Yeonrang's expression softened as she observed his actions. Mugeuk knew that she believed she was not someone who needed to be compared to the Blood Heaven Blade demon. She was proud, confident that, should Mugeuk be forced to choose, he would choose her without question. Moreover, she was not the type of person to poison a drink. With a quiet gaze, Yeonrang finally spoke, asking Mugeuk what he truly wanted. Mugeuk's response was direct, revealing that he wanted her help in becoming the successor, but he wanted her assistance without requiring him to cut ties with Elder Kionpa. Yeonrang's eyes wavered, as if her initial purpose in coming to see him had been abandoned. She stood, about to leave, and spoke as she turned away. She explained that, in this world, only a parent helps without conditions before walking off. Mugeuk offered an invitation, suggesting that she join him for a drink later at Flowing Wind Tavern, if she felt like it. She did not respond, simply leaving him behind. Mugeuk made his way inside his residence to change, but to his surprise, someone was already there. His father stood atop the residence rooftop. After the two demon supremes, now his father was here too. Mugeuk began to feel nervous, realizing it had become a day filled with encounters with powerful figures. He greeted his father with a question about what had brought him to his humble abode. His father, Wu Jin, responded that he had come to see how Mugeuk was living. Mugeuk reflected that this was the first time his father had visited his residence, a fact that made him pause. He thought to himself about how many firsts they had shared, their first hunt, their first meal together, and now, this visit to his quarters. Mugeuk invited his father inside, but Wu Jin declined, suggesting he would not go into a room that smelled of a man living alone. Mugeuk offered to bring out a chair, but his father refused, stating he had already sat enough that day. Mugeuk's lips curled into a small smile before he leapt up to the roof beside his father. He continued, commenting that he remembered hearing that sitting for too long is harmful to one's health. He suggested that his father should avoid sitting too long in council meetings. Wu Jin turned the question back on his son, asking if Mugeuk wanted to live a long life. Mugeuk answered affirmatively, explaining there was still so much he wished to experience. He then asked his father if there was anything he wished to do besides being the heavenly demon. Wu Jin's response was brief, his tone firm as he simply stated that he wanted nothing. However, Mugeuk thought differently. To him, his father's response seemed less like a definitive answer and more like an indication that there were too many desires to narrow down. Still gazing at his father, Mugeuk expressed a wish. One day, he hoped to travel to the Central Plains with his father. Wu Jin paused, his train of thought interrupted by his son's words. Mugeuk quickly clarified that he did not mean to travel in order to fight the Martial Alliance, offering the suggestion with a light-hearted jest. Wu Jin sighed, though his son's light humor seemed to bring a small chuckle from him. Mugeuk elaborated, mentioning that he simply wanted to explore and observe how people lived. He invited his father to join him, even mentioning that he had heard the snowy mountains were especially beautiful in the summer. Yet, Wu Jin did not respond, and the two sat in silence for a while, watching the setting sun. As the conversation moved on, Mugeuk began to speak about his dealings with the two demon supremes, as if reporting on the events. The sun set fully, casting a red hue on both of their faces. Mugeuk reiterated his determination to bring both demon supremes along on his journey, and he would bear the scars from each of them. Later that evening, Mugeuk arrived at the Flowing Wind Tavern for a drink. He had invited both the Blood Heaven Blade Demon and the Flower Sword Supreme, and now he waited to see who would show up first. The tavern owner expressed his thanks, noting that since a branch of the Nirvana Pavilion had been established in the village, incidents involving drunk warriors had decreased significantly. Mugeuk smiled, pleased to hear this, and expressed his gratitude. The tavern owner continued, explaining that many people in the village had benefited from both large and small acts of help from the Nirvana Pavilion. At that moment, Kianpa entered, his presence immediately freezing the atmosphere. His large blade slung across his back seemed to magnify the tension in the room. The last time Mugeuk and Kianpa drank together, it had been early, and the tavern had been nearly empty. Tonight, however, the place was crowded. For the guests, drinking in the presence of a demon supreme was far from comfortable. Mugeuk stood and addressed the patrons, assuring them that Kianpa was a man of the highest character. He urged them to enjoy their drinks and reminded them that as long as they behaved, there would be no problems. The two sat down, and Kianpa grumbled in response, questioning why Mugeuk had lied to the patrons. Mugeuk shrugged, explaining that it was a harmless lie. If people paid for a drink, they should be able to enjoy it without feeling uncomfortable. Kianpa suggested that if the other guests didn't like his presence, they should just leave. Mugeuk countered, remarking that Kianpa should perhaps give them some money before telling them to leave. Kianpa grumbled again, accusing Mugeuk of acting righteous. Mugeuk calmly replied that it wasn't about acting righteous, but simply about common decency. Kianpa asked if this was how a demonic cultivator behaved. Mugeuk responded by pointing out that demonic cultivators were still human. For a moment, Kianpa paused, seemingly unsure of how to respond. Then he spoke again, wondering aloud if Mugeuk actually belonged to their sect or the Martial Alliance. Instead of retorting, Mugeuk simply smiled. He thought to himself that his identity wasn't based on being from the demonic sect. It had been inevitable. In his past life, he had left the sect in his youth and spent a lifetime wandering the Central Plains. During that time, he had met many people and experienced all kinds of human emotions, pain, anger, and compassion. His values have been shaped by these experiences, so, in a sense, he didn't belong to any one path. Not the demonic path, the righteous path, nor the unorthodox path. His goal of eradicating absolute evil and establishing a new demonic path had been born out of these life experiences. In the end, Mugeuk raised his cup, offering congratulations for Kianpa's birthday. Startled by the mention of his birthday, Kianpa told Mugeuk to lower his voice and stop with pointless celebrations. He dismissed the idea, questioning why getting older was worth celebrating. Mugeuk explained that they were simply using it as an excuse to drink and have fun. Kianpa remarked that Mugeuk enjoyed drinking more than he let on. Mugeuk agreed, then asked Kianpa if he liked drinking. Suddenly, Kianpa went silent. After a moment, he replied solemnly, admitting that he used to enjoy it, but had since cut back. It was then that a clear voice rang out from the entrance of the tavern. It was the Flower Sword Supreme, Yeonrang, making her entrance and walking toward them. She had accepted Mugeuk's invitation to have a drink. Both men were taken aback. Mugeuk hadn't expected Yeonrang to actually show up, and Kianpa was surprised by her sudden appearance. Mugeuk had not informed Kianpa that he had invited the Flower Sword Supreme. Thus, the sly old fox came to meet the cursed old man. The prideful demon supremes had once been romantically involved with each other, but a third party, who seemed either jealous or simply disapproving of their relationship, made up false stories about the Blood Heaven Blade Demon. This caused her to break her relationship with him and develop a deep resentment toward him. Since then, the Blood Heaven Blade Demon had suffered from severe depression due to his broken heart. On the other hand, the Flower Sword Supreme succumbed to her desires, filling her nights with men, left and right. Their conflict began due to a massive misunderstanding, with the old man remaining in the dark the entire time, while the old lady seemed unwilling to confirm the rumors about him. Yeonrang's hatred was palpable. She could hardly bear the presence of the cursed old man. and the only reason she remained was her curiosity to hear the young master out. Meanwhile, Kiampa's mind raced as he still wondered how it was possible for her to despise him so much. The tension in the room was thick, and the guests stood silently, observing the two demon supremes in the same space. Mugeuk rose from his seat and pulled a chair out for Yeonrang. With a calm voice, he welcomed her. He urged her to sit, addressing her with the utmost politeness, aware that she might leave at any moment. Yeonrang walked to the table, completely ignoring the cursed old man. Her anger simmered beneath the surface, still seething, ready to erupt at any moment. She sat down and placed her sword beside her, attempting to calm her racing mind. Kiampa gazed at her, still perplexed by what had gone wrong between them, while the sly old fox didn't spare him a single glance. Mugeuk understood the depth of their hatred, yet he had orchestrated this meeting. Yeonrang's cold gaze turned toward the young master as she asked why she had been called there. Mugeuk answered, explaining that it was Elder Kiampa's birthday. He was taught that, no matter how much one dislikes someone, a birthday should at least be acknowledged and celebrated. He looked between the two elders as he continued, saying it was a good occasion and that he had called her to celebrate. Without warning, Yeonrang stood up abruptly, intending to leave. She told him that next time, he should call her when he was alone. Unfazed, Kiampa casually asked what had upset her. Yeonrang turned her icy stare toward him, demanding to know how he could ask such a question if he truly didn't know what he had done. Kiampa admitted he didn't understand and asked again what had made her so angry. In that moment, the long-held grievances, which had festered like open wounds, erupted. Yeonrang flared up and shouted, directing all her fury at him, telling him it was all because of him. Kiampa shot back, asking what he had done wrong back then. Yeonrang's fury was palpable as she screamed for him to shut up. She tensed, clearly worried that their past would be dragged into the open. Kiampa paused for a moment, but Yeonrang, her anger barely contained, gathered herself before speaking again. She called him a selfish idiot, saying it in such a way that it sounded like a casual statement, but with unmistakable venom. At her words, Kiampa stood up abruptly. His anger flared, and he demanded her to repeat what she had said. Yeonrang taunted him, daring him to swing his blade, as he always did, mocking his tendency to speak drunken nonsense. She spoke her words with disdain, daring him to act. Kiampa stood silently, the annihilation blade trembling in his hands, but he made no move. Mugeuk observed their argument, but did not intervene. He knew the two would never actually draw their weapons against each other, as the Demon Supremes followed an unspoken rule to never fight among themselves. This rule had kept them alive for so long, and was essential to their survival as the 8 Demon Supremes. Mugeuk, sensing the rising tension, suggested they calm down, noting that there was still time before midnight. Then, suddenly, Yeonrang raised her voice in sharp anger. She demanded to know what Mugeuk thought he was doing, accusing him of despising her enough to pull such a stunt. Her usual calm, respectful demeanor shattered in that moment. Mugeuk attempted to calm her, explaining that he had brought her there because he needed her, hoping that today, she and Kiampa could reconcile. He admitted that he didn't understand the depth of their animosity, but wished to see it resolved. Yeonrang sighed deeply, struggling to regain her composure. She then asked, with cold practicality, that if a simple drink could have fixed things between them, why had they remained at odds for so long? Undeterred, Mugeuk suggested they meet again, even if it meant to curse at each other, pull each other's hair, and fight out until there's nothing left to fight. His suggestion was blunt, but it carried the weight of his desire to see the conflict resolved. Yeonrang shot back, saying that Mugeuk was being greedy. She reminded him of the first day they had met when she had told him that she could not work with the cursed old man. With a fierce glare, she left the room, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. Kiampa, ignoring her leave, drank his cup to signify the end of the matter, muttering under his breath in irritation. He accepted the congratulations with a sneer, calling Mugeuk as a damn brat while putting his cup down. Before he leave, Kiampa broke yet another innocent table in his frustration. Left with the aftermath, Mugeuk left money for the innkeeper. He mused aloud that they should start by fixing that old man's habit of breaking things. Smiling awkwardly, The innkeeper commented that he might make more money as a carpenter than as an innkeeper, which brought a small laugh from Mugeuk before he left the inn. Mugeuk had expected the meeting to unfold as it had, but he also knew it was necessary. He had to continue bringing the two demon supremes together, pulling out their buried emotions and allowing them to clash and argue. He believed that eventually, the resentment that had eaten away at them for so long would seem insignificant when they looked back on it. Later that night, Mugeuk awoke from his sleep. He had sensed an energy outside, and as he rose from his bed, he strapped on the black demon sword before heading outside. There, standing in the middle of the yard, was the Flower Sword Supreme. As expected, Yeonrang thought to herself. The young master was no ordinary talent. Though she had made no effort to reveal her presence, she was surprised that he had awakened. Mugeuk responded casually, explaining that he was just a light sleeper. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yeonrang began a long rant. She recalled something Mugeuk had once told her. He had said that he despised those who tried to win their subordinates' loyalty with nothing but dreams and ideals. She spoke solemnly, adding that there was also a type of person she despised. This prompted Mugeuk to ask what she meant. Yeonrang muttered that she despised people who spoke eloquently but lacked the skills to back it up. Mugeuk inquired if she was suggesting that he was such a person, to which she responded by raising her sword slowly, implying that she wanted to test his abilities. With her back still turned, Yeonrang drew her sword in a perfect, fluid motion. Despite facing away from him, Mugeuk felt no opening in her defense. Mugeuk then muttered that there was another type of person he disliked. Without turning to face him, Yeonrang asked who that was. Mugeuk explained that he despised people who were strong but lacked consideration for others, those who use their power to suppress others and manipulate relationships for their own benefit. He could not stand seeing others hurt by such a lack of imagination. At that, the demonic energy radiating from Yeonrang's body exploded outward, sending winds in all directions. But Mugeuk stood still, unfazed by the surge. Yeonrang dismissed the second young master with sharp words, accusing him of arrogance fueled by excessive praise. She turned her head toward him, expecting some reaction, but Mugeuk remained unfazed. It was not fear that kept him still, but the confidence of one who knew how to handle such challenges. With calm determination, Mugeuk posed a question, asking what she would do if he emerged victorious. Understanding her coming to him immediately after their previous conflict, he recognized that the only way to subdue her was through sheer strength. At that moment, disbelief flickered across Yeonrang's face as she processed his words. She asked whether he truly believed he could win now. In response, Mugeuk offered nothing more than a simple affirmation. A sense of unwavering determination marked her next statement. If he were to defeat her, she declared she would grant him anything he desired. Even if he were to demand her life, she would comply. It was a bold declaration, spoken as if she had already calculated her ability to deal with him. Mugeuk readily accepted her proposal without hesitation. But then, she turned the question back on him, asking what he would do if he lost. Without pause, he promised to do whatever she wished as well, addressing her with the respect of an elder. Her demand was direct. She wanted him to sever ties with the Bloodheaven Blade Demon. That was the sole condition she set. His gaze never wavered as he studied her. Her confidence was understandable. After his father, Wu Jin, the heavenly demon and the strongest figure known, Yeonrang stood unrivaled within the demonic cult. Mugeuk then posed a question of his own, wondering aloud if she was not at all curious about what he wanted. Her reply came without hesitation. She saw no need to hear it, certain that such knowledge would never be necessary. With quiet assurance, Mugeuk countered, stating that she would soon discover his desire. He acknowledged that his sword, the black demonic sword, might damage hers. He spoke this aloud as he slowly unsheathed the pitch-black blade, almost as if musing to himself. Both warriors drew their swords, facing each other in silence. Mugeuk understood well the terrifying speed of a martial master at the Demon Supreme level. Without properly honed instincts, facing such an opponent meant certain death. Yeonrang made only a slight movement, subtly twisting the tip of her lowered sword. That single adjustment transformed the atmosphere entirely. It had been a long time since Mugeuk had experienced such tension. Without acknowledging his warning, Yeonrang made a concession, offering him 3 moves. In the past, such gestures were common among seniors when facing juniors. Though this tradition had faded over time, the Flower Sword Supreme held onto such romantic notions of battle. Mugeuk accepted her generosity with a respectful acknowledgement, stating that he would begin. Though he refrained from arrogance, he made a calculated decision to withhold one technique, the Wind God's Force Stride. Instead, he resolved to end the battle within the 3 moves allotted to him. Without any preliminary testing through a few early clashes, he launched into the perfect execution of the soaring sword art. Closing the distance between them with precision, he unleashed the first form, balancing the heavens. A brilliant streak of light traced the path of his sword, cutting through the air in a dazzling line. The shining sword path appeared to carve a horizontal line across her form. The sound of clashing metal rang clearly as the swords met just before her chest. The force behind Mugeuk's attack carried a weight beyond her expectations. Through the blade, her surprise was evident. The sheer internal power within his strike unsettled her, presenting her with the unfamiliar sensation of facing a true rival. Despite the intensity of the clash, Mugeuk remained composed. His gaze held the distant, solemn quality of an old soul, yet within his chest, his heart pounded with excitement. Their inner energy collided through their swords, and the explosive force rang through the empty yard. The violent clash sent Mugeuk hurtling backward, while the Flower Sword Supreme leaped high into the air as their blades separated, the sound of their impact still echoing in the air. Mugeuk quickly regained his balance, his mind already calculating his next move. His eyes were sharp, focused, scanning his opponent. Yeonrang still hovered, her gaze following his every movement with a watchful intensity, waiting for any sign of weakness. Without hesitation, Mugeuk launched his second strike, an embodiment of the second form of the soaring sword art, the transforming heaven style. 12 sharp sword energies manifested around the black demon sword, swirling with inner energy. Mugeuk sent them racing toward his opponent, each one designed to overwhelm. The Flower Sword Supreme was forced into action. She parried the first 8 strikes with rapid precision, retreating gracefully with every blocked attack, but the energy of the blows pushed her backward. Yet, Mugeuk was not content to stop there. Even as the Flower Sword Supreme retreated, he sent another 4 sword energies her way. With gritted teeth, she prepared to face them head-on, her determination rising as she countered the relentless barrage. But this time, she broke her promise. Her sword blazed with a brilliant light as she executed a technique that shone like a comet cutting through the night. She thrust her sword forward with overwhelming force, the sword energy surging through the air, ripping through Mugeuk's attacks, and continuing toward him with a deadly momentum. Her strike flew directly at Mugeuk's chest, but his reflexes were quicker. He twisted his body midair, deflecting her attack with a black demon sword, his movements fluid and precise. In that brief moment, Mugeuk realized that the Flower Sword Supreme had broken her vow. She had not held to the agreed-upon 3 moves, but had launched an offensive of her own. Realizing what she did, Yeonrang cursed under her breath. Instinctively, she prepared to counter the incoming strike. Mugeuk knew that defending against the onslaught of sword energies from the transforming heaven style alone would not suffice. Forced into action, she shifted her stance and launched her own counterattack, unless she does not want to be struck down. Her face betrayed her distress as she struggled to match Mugeuk's relentless assault. But Mugeuk was already planning his next move, his mind calculating with terrifying precision. With a sudden surge of energy, he channeled his inner strength and executed the 3rd form of the soaring sword art, the profound heaven style. The world seemed to lose its color as Mugeuk's sword thrust forward with a power that felt like a wave of destruction. His technique was flawless, and the sword energy surged forward like a tidal wave, unstoppable in its path. Yeonrang's mind faltered in that moment. She had yet to speak, still processing what was happening when Mugeuk's sword struck again. Her focus wavered as she realized she had underestimated the depth of his martial mastery. When their swords collided once more, The shock was overwhelming. Yeonrang's eyes widened in disbelief. The force of Mugeuk's sword was pushing her back, something she had never expected. The Flower Sword Supreme, the strongest of the Heavenly Demon cult after the Heavenly Demon, was now being overpowered by someone she had thought inferior. Panic surged through her as she felt her sword begin to yield. Her eyes seemed to lose all color as Mugeuk's sword took control, pushing hers back with an unrelenting force. And then, the unimaginable happened. A shout escaped from her lips, words that should never have come from the Flower Sword Supreme. The clash of their swords seemed to fade, replaced by a chilling silence. Mugeuk's sword halted just before her face, faster than her eyes could track. The tension in the air was palpable as the threat hung before her. The fight now decided. Raising his sword to signal the end of their contest, Mugeuk stood victorious. Yeonrang's face remained frozen in shock, her eyes wide, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Her voice trembled as she sought to understand the events, but she still maintained her composure. Originally, her plan had been to let Mugeuk have the first 3 moves, to test his abilities and then win with ease. Instead, she had lost in just 3 moves, something she could hardly believe. With calm assurance, Mugeuk sheathed his sword and remarked that he had warned her about the Black Demon Sword, and that she should have been more cautious. His tone was not one of arrogance, but of simple fact. Though stunned by the outcome, Yeonrang did not seek excuses for her defeat. She knew it had not been the sword that caused her loss, but her own inadequacies. Even if it had been the Heavenly Demon Sword, she admitted to herself that this was a fight she should never have lost. Surprise flickered across her face once more when Mugeuk casually revealed that he had already mastered the soaring sword art. She had always known that the art was one of the highest levels of martial mastery, comparable to the techniques of the Demon Supremes. She had doubted his claim at first, but the evidence before her was undeniable. Unfazed by her disbelief, Mugeuk pointed out that his father would never have made him the leader of Nirvana Pavilion if he were not truly capable. His confidence was unwavering. Despite his words, Yeonrang remained unconvinced. Her disbelief only deepened when Mugeuk casually mentioned that he had already taken the celestial heavenly pill, ensuring that his internal energy would never run dry. Mugeuk then made a final declaration, stating that the martial contest was his victory and asking if she acknowledged it. Yet, despite the overwhelming evidence, Yeonrang could not bring herself to admit it. If Yeonrang had known Mugeuk's skill was at this level, she would not have let her guard down. She had been unaware of his martial prowess, and the situation had unfolded while she was yielding the first 3 moves. Mugeuk's words broke the tense silence, his voice calm but pointed. He reminded her that if word spread that the Flower Sword Supreme had broken her promise, the label of coward would stick with her forever. Yeonrang's expression hardened, and she responded sharply, telling him to stop provoking her with such unnecessary words. Her tone remained unflinching. She claimed that she always kept her promises, asking what he wanted now. His brow furrowed. Mugeuk reminded her that she had said she would give his life if she lost. Yeonrang nodded, acknowledging their wager. She asked him then, did he want her life? Mugeuk's response was casual. He admitted that while Elder Kionpa had often called him mad, he was not crazy enough to demand her life. Yeonrang pressed again, asking what he truly wanted. Mugeuk's expression softened as he requested her forgiveness. He apologized for being rude to her up until that point, explaining that his apology was sincere and asking for her forgiveness. She looked at him, puzzled, and questioned if he was mocking her. Mugeuk quickly reassured her, saying that he had indeed been rude and should not have invited her to that place. He bowed respectfully as he spoke. Still confused, Yeonrang asked why he was apologizing when he had won the duel. Mugeuk answered honestly, expressing that he wanted both to apologize and to gain her favor. He hoped she would support him genuinely. She questioned his sincerity, suggesting that if he was hoping for her support in a succession battle, he was being naive. She expressed her disappointment in his naivety. Undeterred, Mugeuk explained that it depended on the opponent. If someone threw dirt at him, he would respond with the same, but he did not wish to do that with her. as he respected her too much. A bit taken aback, Yeonrang asked if that meant he thought she was naive. Mugeuk clarified that he saw her as worthy of more respect than anyone else among the 8 Demon Supremes. He admired her character, which he considered noble. For a moment, Yeonrang hesitated. She looked at him, considering his words carefully. She then asked if he truly believed that about her. Without missing a beat, Mugeuk responded affirmatively, calling her refined and dignified. She bit her lips slightly, a mix of pleasure and complexity in her expression. She seemed pleased by the compliment, but also conflicted. With a polite bow, Mugeuk took his leave, returning to his room to end the evening. Though, considering her future, Mugeuk realized that everything he had said to her was a complete and utter lie. However, the events he spoke of had not yet come to occur. If meeting him could alter her fate, perhaps the bloodshed she was destined to cause might be avoided, and a new life could unfold. Perhaps, just perhaps, Mugeuk could make a flower bloom in the desolate wasteland that he saw in her eyes. The following night, around the same time, the Flower Sword Supreme appeared once again to meet Mugeuk. Her eyes were swollen, suggesting a sleepless night, and it seemed she had spent the entire night in the courtyard. She spoke slowly, her voice subdued, stating that she would accept his apology. Mugeuk observed her with concern, noting her weary appearance. He wondered if the previous day's defeat had caused her to suffer from inner turmoil. He thanked her for accepting the apology. However, Yeonrang continued. She admitted her loss in the duel the day before, but insisted on another challenge. Mugeuk's eyes widened in surprise. If they were to wager again, and without using the wind god's 4 strides, he doubted he could win. He immediately refused her request. Undeterred, Yeonrang pressed further. She asked why he refused, to which Mugeuk responded that he could never win again. He explained that if she hadn't lowered her guard and allowed him the first 3 moves, he would have had no chance. Still, Yeonrang wouldn't accept his answer. She pushed on, reminding him that he had mastered the soaring sword art technique and had the necessary martial prowess. With his vast inner energy, she believed he could win again. Mugeuk firmly stated that he couldn't, explaining that his victory had been a mere stroke of luck, one that came rarely in a lifetime. He wasn't arrogant enough to mistake it for genuine skill. Yeonrang then proposed an alternative. If she won, she would ask for nothing. But if she lost, she would grant him whatever he desired. Mugeuk paused, considering her offer. He understood her desire to regain her pride. He reflected on how her obsession with pride had led her to become the cult leader, causing a bloodbath before her eventual fall. He wondered what she thought he might demand. Her naivety and foolishness were evident. He finally spoke, telling her that he would keep their duel a secret. There was no need for her to defeat him. No one would ever know about the fight. Mugeuk then suggested she rest, noting how exhausted she seemed. He turned to leave, but Yeonrang's voice stopped him when she admitted feeling humiliated. Her words made Mugeuk pause. He turned back to her, reassuring her that there was no need to feel humiliated. He had already told her that his victory was purely due to luck. Yeonrang continued, explaining that her humiliation went beyond the loss itself. The source of her shame, which Mugeuk hadn't anticipated, was how she had screamed to avoid a blow to her face during their duel. Mugeuk thought back to the end of their duel when, in desperation, she had cried out not to strike her face. He understood her discomfort and assured her that it was understandable. After all, it was her face, and even as a man, he would likely feel the same way. Yeonrang averted her gaze, retorting that an ordinary person might think that way. But as the Flower Sword Supreme, she shouldn't. She would rather have had her face pierced than utter those words. The depth of her humiliation was clear. She had never intended to express such weakness. Turning to face Mugeuk, she asked if he now understood why she had returned. Stunned, Mugeuk acknowledged her. Then, she asked once again if he would fight her. But Mugeuk still refused. He asked if she couldn't just allow him to savor this rare moment of luck. To his surprise, Yeonrang revealed something unexpected. She had made a promise to someone that she would never lose to anyone except that one person. Mugeuk thought for a moment, realizing the person she referred to could only be Wu Jin. In that fleeting moment, the person who crossed Mugeuk's mind was the very one Yeonrang had mentioned. She had made a promise to the cult leader. At that instant, Mugeuk recalled his father's words that the Flower Sword Supreme was a person marked by many scars. Perhaps sensing Mugeuk's thoughts, Yeonrang quickly clarified herself. She spoke with a warning tone, as though afraid he might misunderstand her. She made it clear that if he harbored any disrespectful thoughts, she would not tolerate it. She respected the cult leader with pure intentions and did not want that to be tainted. Mugeuk quickly assured her that he thought no such thing. Curious, he then asked why she respected his father so much. For a moment, Yeonrang lowered her gaze, lost in thought as though recalling the time she made that promise with Wu Jin. She then smiled faintly, but did not reveal any further details. Mugeuk, sensing her reticence, understood. As he waited for an answer that never came, he reflected on her behavior. If she had mentioned the promise she made with his father, it meant she had played her final card. He could not refuse any longer after hearing her sincere plea. Finally, Mugeuk nodded. He acknowledged that a promise made with his father had to be honored. Yeonrang's expression shifted dramatically, her joy unmistakable. Her genuine smile lit up her face, surpassing the insincerity of her previous smiles and laughs. She now appeared truly happy. Curious, Mugeuk asked if she was really that pleased. Without hesitation, Yeonrang responded affirmatively. Mugeuk drew his black demon sword as he spoke, declaring that he would give it his all this time. The Flower Sword Supreme drew her sword in return, echoing his words. She too was prepared to fight with all of her strength. The two stood across from each other once more, swords drawn, and the air between them thick with tension. The promise to give everything in their duel was clear. The excitement was palpable, even more so than the first time. The Flower Sword Supreme was no longer complacent. Her eyes were filled with unmistakable passion. This duel, though not to the death, was a true contest of skill. Yeonrang struck first, closing the distance between them with a swift step. She thrust her sword in a straight line. Mugeuk, quick to react, tilted his head and narrowly avoided the attack. In response, Mugeuk swung his sword wide, but Yeonrang blocked, then leapt back, creating space between them. Their movements became a series of exchanges, testing each other's martial skills. The next series of moves was a warm-up. Mugeuk seemed to use the Winged God's four-stride moves to close the distance. Yet, Yeonrang blocked each of his sword strikes with precision. As the barrage of attacks ceased, Mugeuk seemed to vanish from in front of her for a split second. Yeonrang was surprised to find him suddenly behind her, sword raised for another attack. However, Yeonrang was not caught off guard. She effortlessly blocked his strike and, in the same movement, shifted her sword to redirect Mugeuk's trajectory, breaking his balance and sending him off course. Mugeuk landed a few steps away, his feet dragging across the ground. Before he could recover, Yeonrang's blade filled his vision. He barely managed to pull his head back in time, narrowly avoiding a sword strike that would have pierced his forehead. Mugeuk swung his sword again, forcing her blade aside. Yet, just as quickly, she countered with a second strike. Mugeuk managed to read her movement and dodge once more. The two stood facing each other, raising their swords simultaneously. Each observed and anticipated the other's movements. Then, without hesitation, they thrust their swords forward at the same time. It was as if they were dancing with their swords, each move a graceful counter to the others. Their blades barely missed each other in perfect synchrony. Thus, they were exchanging more than 300 dazzling strikes. Mugeuk's heart swelled with excitement as he fought at his fullest against one of the peerless masters, savoring the thrill of battling with such skill. On the other hand, a smile formed on the Flower Sword Supreme's lips, reflecting the excitement of the ongoing duel. With each strike and dodge, their swords continued to clash, and in perfect synchronization, both fighters leaped off the ground, soaring beyond the yard. Bathed in the moonlight, their swords danced with renewed intensity. The scene mirrored an ancient battle, one that showcased a master who defied her age and returned to the vigor of her youth, facing a young master whose potential seemed limitless. Their battle moved into the nearby forest, the change in terrain gradually altering the dynamics of their duel, heightening the thrill they both felt. The longer they fought, the more the idea of winning faded. They had become absorbed in the sheer joy of testing their martial arts. The question of who would win no longer mattered. Sweat began to soak their faces, and Mugeuk couldn't help but think that Yeonrang must have felt the same way. The intensity of their fight had faded, replaced by a mutual focus on their craft. The deadly intent was gone, leaving only the purest form of swordsmanship. Mugeuk was astounded by her ability to link seemingly impossible sword techniques and by her swift perception of his weaknesses. She was truly remarkable, worthy of having the word sword spoken with honor in her name. He, too, was enjoying the fight. This contest of martial arts, pure and untainted by life or death stakes, brought Mugeuk more joy than any previous battle he had faced. He realized that, just as with his father or Leon, he had misjudged her. Normally, such thoughts wouldn't have time to form during a duel, but they paused and rested during what felt like agreed-upon breaks. Both were absorbed in testing their skills, revisiting the various techniques they had exchanged. After catching their breath, Mugeuk spoke, acknowledging the unfinished business of their match. He noted that since she hadn't used her killing move, he had lost. Yeonrang's pale expression appeared to fade slightly, and she responded, questioning if it wasn't the same for him. Mugeuk, however, insisted that it wasn't the case. This was all he had. For a moment, the Flower Sword Supreme stood silently, watching Mugeuk before suddenly speaking her gratitude. She thanked him for the match, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Without another word, she turned and walked away. Yet one thing was clear. Her departure came with a calmer demeanor than when she first arrived. Mugeuk could not yet predict how she might act in the future. Though she had promised not to lose to her father, this might have been the final encounter, or perhaps she would return tomorrow. The duel had stirred emotions within Mugeuk. What significance did it hold for her? Had it been enough to touch the emotional barrenness she carried? Mugeuk could not be certain. Regardless, the effort to bring her to his side began now. Winning someone's favor was never an easy task. The following night, the Flower Sword Supreme returned to see Mugeuk again. She began, explaining how after their draw the day before, she had gone back and slept all day. Mugeuk had been abruptly woken from his sleep and rushed to meet her in the yard, still in his pajamas. Yeonrang continued, sharing how, unlike after her loss the first day, she had slept soundly after the draw. In fact, she confessed, she hadn't slept so deeply in years. Curious, Mugeuk asked whether she usually had trouble sleeping. Yeonrang confirmed it, adding that she had never slept deeply before. Then, she shared a thought that had crossed her mind. Could a duel every day be the answer to her restlessness? Mugeuk, though confused, could not hide his disbelief at the suggestion. Yeonrang, however, was unfazed and proposed another match, explaining that third time's the charm. A fleeting sadness appeared on Mugeuk's face, but he realized there was nothing to lose in accepting her request. Smiling, he agreed. Drawing his sword, he responded, "That sounds good." Returning his smile, Yeonrang began to draw her own sword. Another duel began. Nothing was at stake, yet with each clash, the spirit of the martial artist reignited. After the bout concluded, the two warriors rested by a waterfall, using the quiet moment to exchange questions about the fight and each other's techniques. When asked about a particular move, Yeonrang elaborated that dodging left on the 23rd move had deliberately restricted his options. Had she dodged right, there would have been 3 potential responses, but by going left, she reduced the choices to just 2. Mugeuk reflected on the explanation. He had always known that dodging to the right would have been more straightforward. Yet the Flower Sword Supreme had chosen the opposite. After a brief pause, he murmured a guess. Perhaps it had to do with his center of gravity. Yeonrang confirmed it with eagerness, affirming his insight. For warriors of their caliber, even after exchanging hundreds of blows, the entire fight could be replayed clearly within their minds. When Mugeuk posed his question, Yeonrang responded with complete honesty, and when she asked her own, Mugeuk offered his answers just as truthfully. Her sincerity was unmistakable, and she no doubt sensed the same truthfulness from him. It had been that way when Mugeuk instructed Leon, talking with his father, and just as then, he found that imparting knowledge often deepened his own understanding. Bathed in the moonlight beside the second young master, Yeonrang confessed that she could not recall a time when she had been so wholly immersed in martial arts. Perhaps, she mused, this was the first time. Given her rank and years, It was not a sentiment expressed without weight. Mugeuk, acknowledging the feeling, prompted her to consider how it must have been for him. The unspoken agreement between them echoed mutual understanding. Once their breaths settled, Yeonrang proposed resuming their spar. As if responding to a silent signal, both leaped into the air and resumed their duel. Mugeuk brought down his blade, launching a sword aura at her. Yeonrang shifted effortlessly to the side, avoiding it, as the attack sliced through the lake below. Then it was her turn. Launching from a boulder, she rushed toward him. As the young master descended, Yeonrang drew her sword back. From below, her aura surged upward, forcing Mugeuk to raise his black demon sword in defense. With the momentum and power level of a demon supreme, she sent him soaring upward, as if supporting his flight with her strike. They never sought to ambush one another. Instead, they cooperated in a constant exchange of refined swordplay. Detached from worldly concerns, Yeonrang's expression held quiet satisfaction. Mugeuk, too, found himself exhilarated. Despite having lived his entire past life to old age, this duel with the Flower Sword Supreme stirred something deeply fulfilling. The night sky sparkled with their sword light as they continued their mid-air exchange. Wherever their aura strikes landed, the ground was devastated, a stark contrast to the serene clarity in their eyes. Eventually, their energy ran dry. Though drenched in sweat and physically spent, their smiles remained. Upon landing, swords lowered and breaths heavy, silence overtook them. If this had been their first duel, the outcome might have hinged on who recovered first, but now, victory no longer mattered. Their martial hearts were fulfilled. Then, Yeonrang asked if Mugeuk had any alcohol. One who never drank was now asking, prompting a flicker of surprise in Mugeuk. A smile curved across his face as he confirmed that he did. The two made their way to his yard. After searching through the house, Mugeuk found the bottles. Together, they drank, quietly commemorating the end of that night's series of duels. Upon taking her first sip of alcohol in a long while, Yeonrang noted how pleasant the drink tasted. This prompted Mugeuk to inquire whether she knew much about liquor. In response, Yeonrang clarified that abstaining from alcohol did not equate to ignorance. She had, after all, once been a drinker. Suddenly shifting her tone, Yeonrang grew serious and asked the young master a question. Mugeuk responded respectfully, granting her the space to speak. She then asked what had brought about such a drastic change in him. He had not always been like this, she observed. Though she had not studied him closely, she had held a general impression of his character. After a brief moment of reflection, Mugeuk answered that the change had not been sudden. He had been preparing for a long time. When pressed further on whether he had been hiding his true nature, he acknowledged that, in essence, he had. Revealing too much too early, he explained, would have meant death at the hands of his brother. Concealing his true self had been necessary until he could ensure his own survival. At this revelation, Yeonrang remarked that he was a truly formidable individual. With the last of their drinks finished, both lowered their jars and fell into silent contemplation. Rising to her feet, Yeonrang began to voice her thoughts. She admitted that it might sound strange, but being with him felt much like being in the company of a friend. This shift in her tone startled Mugeuk. The woman who had always maintained formal speech now spoke more casually, without consciously realizing it. Perhaps she had caught a fleeting glimpse of the person Mugeuk had once been. In the presence of Wu Jin and Leon, Mugeuk often behaved more lightly, preferring to shield others from the weight of his past. Yet in front of the Flower Sword Supreme, that barrier had not been maintained. During their duels, he had shown a seriousness unmatched by anything else. In response, Mugeuk rose, placed his hands together, and expressed that, if he might be so bold, he had felt a genuine sense of camaraderie through their exchange of swords. Yeonrang appeared to resonate with that sentiment. She replied that the nature of their future relationship remained unknown, but the duel they shared today would remain in her memory always. Mugeuk affirmed that he too would never forget it, and thanked her sincerely for her teachings. However, Yeonrang did not fully accept the notion of being his teacher. She questioned whether she had truly taught him at all. Mugeuk suspected she may have believed herself the greater recipient of learning. Yet in his eyes, he had gained far more. While she might have grasped a few lessons, he had absorbed everything. Through their 3 days of sparring, his comprehension of the soaring sword art had deepened. The barrier to 10-star greatness had fallen, and now his strength was progressing toward the realm of 12-star greatness. Before parting, Yeonrang unsheathed her sword once more. Mugeuk immediately recognized the gesture. She raised her sword with the tip angled downward, smiling softly. Mugeuk returned the smile and drew his black demon sword. Their blades met in a single, clear strike. No words of farewell were exchanged. The sound of their swords marked the end of their duels. Back in her quarters, the Flower Sword Supreme drank alone. The match with the unrivaled swordsman, Mugeuk, had stirred countless emotions within her. The past 3 days had passed like a dream. She recalled the day she had lost. That day, her thoughts had gone wild. She had even considered donning a mask to return and kill him. The person she had been then and the person she was now felt worlds apart. Though unchanged in identity, her connection with Mugeuk had evolved entirely. At that moment, Wu Zhang entered and asked if something was troubling her. Having served her closely, he had never seen her drink. Her sudden turn to alcohol concerned him. Receiving no reply, he asked once more if it had to do with the second young master. The Flower Sword Supreme cast a chilling glance at Wu Zhang, her eyes wordlessly warning him to refrain from uttering such nonsense. Without further elaboration, she turned away and stated that nothing had happened. Sensing the tension, Wu Zhang quickly backtracked and apologized, admitting he had spoken out of turn. In an effort to improve her mood, Wu Zhang shifted the subject, informing her that he had brought a new man who was currently waiting in the secret room. However, Yeonrang abruptly cut him off and issued a firm command to stop bringing her any more men. For a moment, Wu Zhang froze, not out of shock from the order itself, but from the way she had addressed him. The tone she used was respectful. It struck him like a blow to the head. Bewildered, he searched his thoughts, trying to understand what had changed. Her behavior felt strange, distant, and unfamiliar. Seeing the confusion etched into her subordinate's face, Yeonrang let out a sigh before speaking again. It was something that should have ended long ago. In truth, it never should have begun. The origin of the issue had been a single lapse in judgment. When Wu Zhang had first brought a young man before her, she had yielded to a fleeting desire. Just once, she had told herself. So long had passed since she had last lain with a man, and for that one night, she had chosen to indulge. But what was meant to be a one-time indulgence had soon spiraled into a daily routine. Wu Zhang responded immediately, promising to send the man back and insisting she need only speak if ever she required anything. Yet Yeonrang's decision had already been made. She declared sternly that there would be no next time and demanded that he understand. Faced with her cold and commanding gaze, Wu Zhang bowed and acknowledged her order. He also pledged not to lay a hand on the young men, understanding the need to keep the matter hidden. With that, Wu Zhang departed, his expression stiff with unease. He had believed that by arranging these affairs and safeguarding her secret, he had secured his position as her most trusted subordinate. And yet, he could not ignore the unfamiliar chill in her demeanor, nor the quiet certainty in her words. He had once been sure he would become the next Sword Supreme, but now, it was clear, the Flower Sword Supreme was drifting away. The one responsible for shaking her resolve was none other than the second young master, Mugeuk. The morning that followed saw the mountain cloaked in a heavy silence as enforcers from the Nirvana Pavilion secured the area. Though seasoned in facing humanity's darkest depths, these martial artists stood hollow-eyed, shaken by the horror confronting them. One enforcer, unable to endure the gruesome scene any longer, abruptly turned away and vomited. A heap of corpses lay buried in a shallow grave, discarded like refuse, treated as if their lives had held no value. They had been used and then thrown away. After finishing his daily training, Mugeuk arrived on the scene. 2 investigators, Daryong and Gakmyeong, were already present, reporting their findings. Gok revealed that around a dozen bodies had recently been unearthed from a site. Shock sparked in Mugeuk's mind as Gok explained that every corpse had been found without its heart. Recognition followed quickly. There is only one technique capable of such a specific, gruesome result: the heart and soul reaping technique. It was a powerful and sinister method designed to absorb life force by ripping the heart from a living being. The procedure was infamous for its cruelty, known to inflict unimaginable agony. Within the ranks of the Heavenly Demon sect, only a single individual was known to wield such dark power: the Soul Reaper, Demon Supreme. Before the reversal of time, Mugeuk had returned to the sect in pursuit of the secret demonic soul. At the time, vague rumors had circulated about the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme employing the heart and soul reaping technique to collect ghostly energy. Focused solely on his objective, Mugeuk had dismissed those whispers, unable to spare time for an investigation. Now, he questioned whether those rumors had held truth all along. Daryong then added a more troubling detail. None of the deceased appeared to be martial artists. Mugeuk asked if this meant they had been ordinary civilians. Daryong confirmed this grimly. The corpses had included men and women alike, without any pattern or selection. Then came a quiet, almost reluctant admission: among the dead were children. Mugeuk's mind stilled in that instant, descending into an icy calm. His heart, too, hardened. This was the line he could not ignore. What lay before him was the very thing he despised above all: those with power preying on those without. For martial artists to target the untrained, especially children, was nothing short of monstrous. Among those who practiced martial arts, battles, ambushes, and rivalries were to be expected. The battlefield was one they had all chosen. But this was different. This was meaningless butchery. Though Mugeuk did not consider himself a righteous man, he could never tolerate this kind of evil. Back during his quest for the secret demonic soul, he had heard whispers that the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme had been using this technique for years. If that were true, then countless innocents had likely perished, possibly thousands. These thoughts darkened his gaze. A chilling light gleamed in his eyes before being softened by memories from before time had reversed. He remembered the old man, mysterious, dignified, cloaked in light, who had sent him back. That man had radiated benevolence, and had asked Mugeuk to state his purpose for turning back time. His only answer had been revenge to Wamogi, but now he saw it clearly. Vengeance still mattered, and his own life still held meaning. Yet in that moment, something else took precedence. This cruelty needed to be stopped. Just then, another investigator appeared, clutching a new report. Everyone turned toward him in unison. What the investigator brought was a fan. Upon unfolding it, Mugeuk observed strange drawings and indecipherable writing, markings that would seem cryptic to most. But to him, their meaning was unmistakable. It was a ghost fan, the kind wielded by ghost sorcerers, more specifically by the disciples of the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme. When questioned, the investigator revealed that the fan had been found among the corpses. This discovery further reinforced the suspicion that the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme was involved. Still, a sliver of doubt lingered in Mugeuk's mind. If someone had been assigned to dispose of the corpses, why would they leave behind such a distinct artifact and then simply vanish? Further inquiries led to another unsettling detail. The herbalist who had discovered the site was now missing. Yet Mugeuk did not dwell on that fact. He gave instructions for the area to be cleaned up and declared his intent to visit the Wester Illusion Fort. This decision drew surprise from the investigator. The Soul Reaper Demon Supreme was no trivial figure to confront. Daryong questioned whether Mugeuk truly intended to face the man directly. With a faint smirk, Mugeuk affirmed the notion. Since evidence had surfaced, a direct inquiry was necessary. As he traveled, Mugeuk contemplated the strangeness of the situation. It made no sense. The Soul Reaper Demon Supreme was known for leaving no trace of his soul techniques. Yet now, not only had a civilian stumbled upon a mass grave, but a highly identifiable ghost fan had also been left behind in plain sight. Someone was trying to manipulate the situation, to guide Mugeuk's thoughts toward believing the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme was involved. This led him to consider a possibility: the Flower Sword Supreme second in command, Wuzhong. That man had once attempted to assassinate the Flower Sword Supreme while under the influence of a soul-reaping technique. He had died in the process. It was only later discovered that Wuzhong harbored unspoken romantic feelings for the Flower Sword Supreme. Not long ago, Mugeuk had engaged the Flower Sword Supreme in a 3-day duel. That could have stirred something within Wuzhong. If Wuzhong had orchestrated all this before his death, then the purpose might have been one of two things. Either he wanted Mugeuk to perish in combat with the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme, or he sought to divert Mugeuk's attention away from the Flower Sword Supreme altogether. Before long, Mugeuk reached the Western Illusion Fort. Since prior notice had been given, a Ghost Master was already stationed to escort him. The journey into the fort was long and winding. From a moment he stepped inside, the ambient ghostly aura became unmistakable. Mugeuk was thankful he had come alone. Had he brought his subordinates, their internal energy would have been disrupted, rendering them vulnerable to hallucinations, inner demon states, and the effects of soul-reaping techniques. The ghost flowers blooming in the garden released waves of soul energy. Statues and pagodas scattered throughout the grounds radiated similar eerie force. At the heart of these haunting surroundings stood a conical structure, the residence of the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme. The building's interior was disorienting. Swirling patterns covered every surface from floor to ceiling, making it difficult to maintain balance. Mugeuk felt as though he had stepped into an elaborate illusion. At the center of the room sat Yasuo, the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme. Before the regression, Mugeuk had no meaningful interaction with him. Even during his return to the sect, while pursuing materials for the Great Regression technique, their paths had barely crossed. Still, one fact stood out. Among the 8 Demon Supremes, Yasuo had survived the longest. Upholding formality, Mugeuk bowed and greeted him with due respect. Yasuo responded with an eerie calm, addressing him as the second young master. His voice seemed to echo from multiple directions, now from the left, now from the right. Then came a question, its tone shifting to a whisper that seemed to come from behind. What had brought Mugeuk to such a distant and obscure place? In that instant, Mugeuk realized the disorientation was no accident. Yasuo had already begun to weave confusion through his soul-reaping technique. With a solemn expression, Mugeuk declared his purpose. He had come to investigate a grave incident. In response, the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme fixed his gaze on Mugeuk with unsettling intensity. Without warning, the blackness in Yasuo's pupils expanded, consuming his eyes entirely. The sight created a strange pull, and as Mugeuk stared into those black voids, a wave of drowsiness began to overtake him. But Mugeuk remained steady. His will did not falter, and that unwavering focus prompted a rare note of praise from Yasuo, who commended his resilience. A slight, knowing grin spread across Mugeuk's face as he credited his firm mind. In truth, part of the credit belonged to his determination, but it was largely due to the heavenly demon body protection technique, which shielded him from spiritual assaults. He moved the conversation forward, informing Yasuo that a group of peculiar corpses had been discovered, alongside an object belonging to a soul conjurer. When asked to clarify, Mugeuk retrieved the item and presented it. It was a fan. Soul conjurers were known to carry uniquely crafted artifacts, symbols of their affiliation and power. As soon as Yasuo laid eyes on the fan, he immediately called for someone. Mugeuk found it odd that there were no questions. Typically, he would have been flooded with inquiries, yet none came. Even after emphasizing the unusual nature of the corpses, Yasuo showed no curiosity. Mugeuk began to suspect the man already understood what made the corpses so disturbing. Soon after, Nungyu arrived, summoned by his superior. As he entered, Mugeuk examined him carefully. Just as expected, there was no fan in sight. That absence was telling. Soul conjurers did not go without their tools unless they had a reason. Yasuo turned to Nungyu and inquired about the fan's whereabouts. With no hesitation, Nungyu confessed that he had lost it the previous day. Mugeuk responded by tossing the recovered fan across the room to him. Nungyu didn't turn to his master for answers. Instead, he addressed Mugeuk directly, asking how he had come to possess it. Mugeuk replied that the fan had been recovered from the site, where several corpses were discovered. Upon hearing this, Nungyu flinched. But it wasn't the reaction of someone learning their possession had been linked to a crime. It was something more, a subtle but clear realization that he had been exposed. He asked no further questions, not about the bodies, not about the location or the cause of death. That omission revealed what Mugeuk needed to confirm. Nungyu had been the one responsible for disposing of the bodies. Given that, Mugeuk stated calmly that Nungyu would have to be brought in for formal questioning. That statement was not made lightly. In Mugeuk's mind, the situation was now clear. Yasuo had indeed been using the soul conjuring technique, and Nungyu was carrying out the work on his behalf. Nungyu did not resist or object. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the only man he truly feared, seeking silent instruction. Without a word, Yasuo transmitted his intent through his unique method of telepathic communication. A subtle nod followed. Nungyu turned back toward Mugeuk and accepted his fate, stating that he would comply. Mugeuk bowed with courtesy toward Yasuo, expressing gratitude for the cooperation and stating they would speak again in the future. Nungyu went peacefully, neither resisting nor attempting to explain himself. Yasuo offered no reaction. He simply nodded, allowing his subordinate to take the fall. His face remained impassive, unreadable. Back at the Nirvana Pavilion, Nungyu underwent interrogation. After a lengthy session, Daryong delivered his assessment. The man had only offered one line, that he had lost a fan. No further explanation, no elaboration. Nothing else. Mugeuk considered the implications. It was evident from Nungyu's eyes alone. His fear and loyalty to Yasuo ran too deep. No method of questioning would shake him. Daryong agreed, explaining that without concrete evidence directly linking Nungyu to the murders, there would be no way to hold him for long. The law required certainty. Mugeuk acknowledged that point. Nungyu was merely a subordinate, a piece on the board. To reach the truth, they would have to confront Yasuo himself. Noting the steel in Mugeuk's expression, Daryong voiced his concern. Facing a demon supreme was no small matter. Mugeuk responded with a reminder, asking Daryong if he remembered what had been said when he first assumed leadership of the Nirvana Pavilion. If even his own father were guilty, he would see him arrested. That promise had not been made for effect. The fire in Mugeuk's eyes proved it was the truth. If it came to arresting Wu Jin, the heavenly demon and his own father, Mugeuk would not hesitate, even if it cost him his life. Daryong stood momentarily frozen by the force of those words. Then, with a resigned exhale, he accepted it. At the very least, he could be proud to serve under a leader of such unwavering resolve. He straightened his posture and affirmed his support without hesitation. Seeing this, Mugeuk allowed a rare smile to form. It was not he who needed to act cautiously. It was those who had committed evil acts who should tremble. Just then, an investigator burst through the doors, urgency in his voice. He addressed the pavilion leader directly, reporting that the cult leader, the heavenly demon, was here and had requested a meeting. Daryong was stunned. No one had expected the heavenly demon to come to the Nirvana Pavilion in person. Though surprised as well, Mugeuk's expression remained composed. Never had it occurred to him that his father would appear before him. Yet as soon as the words left the investigator's lips, he knew. He could already sense what his father was about to say. The other investigator immediately left the office when Wu Jin entered. Mugeuk sat down in silence, his brow furrowed and his expression puzzled, as he pondered the reason behind the heavenly demon's sudden visit. The unexpected arrival unsettled him, prompting a quiet but pressing question about what business had brought his father here. Without hurrying his response, Wu Jin took a measured sip of the tea that Mugeuk had prepared earlier. After a moment's pause, Wu Jin casually mentioned that he had simply been passing by and decided to stop in for a visit. However, Mugeuk was not convinced by the explanation. A feeling deep inside told him that this was no mere coincidence. Wu Jin had come with a purpose, and Mugeuk sensed it clearly. Yet, rather than pressuring his father to speak, he chose patience, allowing Wu Jin to reveal his intentions when ready. For a while, Wu Jin sat in reflective silence, his gaze turned outward toward the window, his mind seemingly elsewhere. After a few minutes, without shifting his focus, he finally spoke. He advised Mugeuk not to interfere with the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme for the time being. Hearing this, Mugeuk inwardly confirmed his suspicions. Wu Jin must have already known about his recent trip to the Western Illusion Fort and the retrieval of Nungyu. Moreover, with the harrowing discovery of the bodies, particularly those of the children, Mugeuk's resolve to act had only grown stronger. He would never have left the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme unchallenged after such horrors. Prompted by the warning, Mugeuk asked his father to elaborate further. Wu Jin responded by explaining that Mugeuk's current martial prowess, as impressive as it might be, was still insufficient to match the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme. There was no reprimand in Wu Jin's words, only genuine concern for his son's life. Unwilling to back down, Mugeuk suggested that if he could catch the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme off guard, he was confident he could defeat him. If necessary, he would resort to stabbing him in the back to ensure victory. Observing the fierce determination blazing in his son's eyes, Wu Jin retorted that sneaking up on the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme would be even harder than killing him directly. Mugeuk then asked if the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme was truly that formidable. Wu Jin closed his eyes briefly, searching for the right words. Eventually, he explained that the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme was both the weakest and the strongest among the 8 Demon Supremes. Mugeuk listened carefully, trying to unravel the meaning behind this paradox. The explanation slowly took shape in Mugeuk's mind. If one could overcome the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme's soul conjuring techniques, if one could develop martial arts immune to sorcery, or achieve a level of mastery where such sorcery had no effect, then the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme would be an easy opponent. Without his sorcery, his martial skills alone were nothing extraordinary. In that sense, to someone like the Heavenly Demon, who could resist his magic, the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme would indeed be the weakest among the 8. With this understanding, Mugeuk asked if Wu Jin would assist him in surpassing the Demon Supreme's sorcery. Wu Jin did not flatly refuse, but he warned that it would not be achievable in a short time. Even acknowledging Mugeuk's remarkable learning speed, Wu Jin was firm that it would not be enough. Wu Jin outlined 2 possible methods to block the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme sorcery. The first method required mastering the 9 Calamities demonic art. Depending on the practitioner's talent, the level of resistance varied, but if Mugeuk reached the 5th level, the sorcery would no longer affect him. Eager to act, Mugeuk declared his willingness to pursue the first method immediately, showing little interest in hearing the second. When he pressed his father once more, subtly hinting at becoming Wu Jin's successor, Wu Jin pretended not to notice and proceeded to explain the second method regardless. The second path involved mastering the Heavenly Demon Body Protection technique to its fullest extent. Since both methods were currently beyond Mugeuk's immediate reach, Wu Jin's initial advice to stand down became all the more urgent. Despite knowing of another possible way to counter the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme's sorcery, Mugeuk chose not to mention it. Instead, he shifted the topic and asked if the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme truly held a critical role within the Heavenly Demon cult. Wu Jin must have sensed the murderous intent hidden within Mugeuk's calm question, responding that among the 8 Demon Supremes, the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme was the one most feared by the Orthodox factions. His words indirectly confirmed the necessity of the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme's existence. Understanding this, Mugeuk pressed further, questioning whether it was acceptable for someone to extract living hearts for the sake of a grand technique. He also asked if his father had been aware of such atrocities. Wu Jin shook his head, explaining that he had only discovered this disturbing fact recently. Mugeuk then wondered how his father intended to handle the situation. Even the Heavenly Demon would find it difficult to tolerate someone who extracted hearts from the living, especially civilians under his protection. Nevertheless, as the leader of the cult, removing such a powerful asset would not be simple. Someone of the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme's strength, who stood as a bulwark against the martial alliance, could not be discarded lightly. Thus, This dilemma was not for Wu Jin to resolve. It was Mugeuk's burden to bear. Mugeuk reminded his father of the promise made between them, that he would inform Wu Jin before attempting to kill any of the Demon Supremes. This promise had been forged when Wu Jin had permitted Mugeuk to pass on the soaring sword art to Leon. With that promise in mind, Mugeuk declared that he would kill the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme. Among the 8 Demon Supremes, he would be the first to fall. In Mugeuk's previous life, the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme had survived the longest among the current 8 Demon Supremes. Now, the opposite fate awaited him. Mugeuk elaborated further, explaining that this was not a decision made in a moment of rage. It was far worse than a madman's random killings. The Soul Reaper Demon Supreme was systematically and methodically murdering civilians with a clear mind, carefully concealing all evidence of his involvement. If there had been some noble purpose behind his actions, it might have been possible to muster some degree of understanding. Yet, the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme sought only a bit of power, and he employed horrific methods to achieve it. Mugeuk emphasized that this was no act committed by a human being. Fully aware of his father's delicate position concerning the 8 Demon Supremes, Mugeuk requested that Wu Jin leave the matter entirely in his hands. He further stated that, as the heavenly demon, Wu Jin had already given him the sword. Now he asked to be allowed to wield it to its fullest extent. Whether or not his father would empathize with these words, Mugeuk could not tell. Though he wished to walk the same path as Wu Jin, he understood that their views would have to differ on this matter. Just as in a long journey companions might part ways temporarily and reunite later, so too might their paths diverge for a time. Wu Jin remained silent for a long moment before abruptly rising to his feet and speaking words that Mugeuk had not expected. Wu Jin stated that there would not be any major problems if Mugeuk wished to proceed. Surprised by this, Mugeuk asked his father to elaborate. Wu Jin explained that if Mugeuk was truly skilled enough, he would naturally be able to fill the void left by the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme's death. Thus, Wu Jin granted his son permission to carry out the execution. It was not merely encouragement. It was also a weighty expectation that Mugeuk must be strong enough to claim the vacant seat of power. A smile crept across Mugeuk's face as he silently gave thanks to his father. Wu Jin was already leaving by then, his figure retreating without another word. This was not a journey where they would part ways permanently. Mugeuk and his father were still treading the same path, each carrying their own burdens. The following day, Mugeuk set out alone for the Western Illusion Fort. His subordinates would have been unable to withstand the illusions surrounding the pavilion, so he went without them. There, Mugeuk met the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme once more and released Nungyu from custody. Mugeuk had chosen to ignore his father's earlier warnings and had resolved to kill the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme. However, to succeed, he required at least a 2-month window to obtain a specific item he remembered from his previous life. Until then, Mugeuk needed to buy time, ensuring that the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme remained hidden and refrained from committing further massacres among the civilians. The Soul Reaper Demon Supreme greeted Mugeuk with eerily large, unblinking eyes, his tone laced with mockery as he asked what the matter was this time. Mugeuk calmly replied that Nungyu had been judged innocent. The investigator had been unable to find any evidence linking him to the murders of civilians, and as such, Nungyu would be released. The Soul Reaper Demon Supreme, appearing disinterested, questioned why Mugeuk had come personally if his only task was to free Nungyu. His voice carried a slight edge of curiosity beneath the sarcasm. Mugeuk, unwavering, answered that there was something he needed to say, something that could not be left unsaid. Prompted by the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme's indifferent gesture, Mugeuk continued. Without a hint of hesitation, he revealed that he knew about the soul reaping technique being employed. He spoke the accusation plainly, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Feigning innocence, Yasuo, the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme, claimed ignorance. He insisted that he had never heard of such a technique before and that it was his first time encountering the term. Despite the convincing delivery, Mugeuk recognized the lie immediately. Yasuo's expression remained utterly unchanged, an unsettling trait he had mastered by climbing to his current position through the manipulation of countless hearts. Mugeuk pressed on, undeterred by the deceit. He demanded that Yasuo immediately cease using the soul reaping technique. Addressing Mugeuk as the second young master, Yasuo repeated his claim of ignorance. His voice, however, now echoed unervingly from all directions within the hall, as if trying to destabilize Mugeuk's mind. Though the disorienting resonance might have overwhelmed others, Mugeuk stood firm. With a calm voice steeped in a chilling, killing intent, he warned Yasuo that refusal would lead inevitably to death. Instead of treating the threat with gravity, the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme burst into manic laughter. In his arrogance, he remained unaware that Mugeuk had been sparring nearly evenly with the Flower Sword Supreme. Yasuo believed that, even if Mugeuk had grown stronger, he would still be helpless against the might of his sorcery. Mockingly, Yasuo manipulated the formation within the hall to repeat Mugeuk's own words back at him, using the familiar voices of people Mugeuk knew. The technique sought to unravel Mugeuk's composure, but he gritted his teeth, refocused, and activated the Heavenly Demon Body Protection technique. Though the illusion disturbed the senses, Mugeuk's mind cleared instantly, demonstrating his formidable control. Noticing this, Yasuo expressed a reluctant admiration, acknowledging Mugeuk's strength with a begrudging comment. Yet the mocking tone never left his voice. Mugeuk remained unmoved, calmly declaring that he would not be the one to kill the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme for his crimes. As if to ridicule the seriousness of his words, Yasuo repeated Mugeuk's statement using several familiar voices again. Yet when Mugeuk mentioned his father, a profound, almost oppressive silence fell over the room. Yasuo's eyes widened slightly, disbelief flickering within them at the audacity of Mugeuk to invoke the Heavenly Demon. Mugeuk continued speaking, suggesting that Yasuo likely believed the Heavenly Demon would never agree to his request. After all, the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme was one of the most important weapons against the Orthodox factions. Yet Mugeuk made it clear that he did not care. He declared that he would stand before his father every morning, pleading to have the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme executed. Wu Jin, the Heavenly Demon, remained the only figure that Yasuo feared, and Mugeuk intended to use that fact to its fullest. The Soul Reaper Demon Supreme sat in absolute silence, pinned beneath the weight of Mugeuk's unshakable conviction. Mugeuk did not stop there. He swore that if his father refused the first time, he would return the next day, and the next after that, never relenting. Mugeuk vowed to remind the Heavenly Demon daily that the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme was a disgrace to the cult, a monster who tore the hearts from living civilians without remorse. Yasuo listened in silence, uncertain how Mugeuk had discovered so much, yet knowing he had no choice but to hear him out. Mugeuk continued without pause, stating that every day he would press the matter, using every word at his disposal. One day, when Yasuo made a mistake grave enough, the Heavenly Demon might finally sever him from existence. As Mugeuk spoke, his presence seemed to fill the entire hall. The killing intent radiating from him grew so overwhelming that even Yasuo, a Demon Supreme, could not help but find it bizarre that Mugeuk, once little more than a boy, now dared to threaten him so brazenly. As Mugeuk pressed his demand to the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme, the intensity of his determination was so palpable that it made him seem like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. Meanwhile, the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme continued to radiate an overwhelming, eerie aura from his body. Despite his efforts to deny Mugeuk's accusation, it was clear that his attempts had no effect. A faint arch appeared on Yasuo's face, and a ghostly sound echoed through the air. The surroundings around them darkened and brightened, and Yasuo's laughter filled the space, eerie and unsettling. The objects surrounding Mugeuk began to distort as if they had come to life. The floor rippled like waves, and the walls seemed to melt, flowing downward as though under intense heat. It made it nearly impossible for Mugeuk to perform any martial arts, with even walking becoming a difficult task. The voice of the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme resonated deeply, like an echo within a vast cavern, declaring that the world they inhabited was nothing more than an illusion. He emphasized that what Mugeuk saw around him now was the true world. Naturally, the Heavenly Demon Body Protection technique activated within Mugeuk. If he hadn't mastered it, his mind would have already begun to succumb to the overwhelming presence of the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme. However, this was not yet the most powerful sorcery Yasuo could wield, which allowed Mugeuk to maintain some control over the situation. Calming his energy, Mugeuk spoke with composure, making a light-hearted remark about how it was a world where he could save on drink costs. He added, almost jokingly, that the dizziness he felt made him feel drunk without even having had a drink. Seeing Mugeuk remain calm and joking when he should have already collapsed surprised the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme slightly. At that moment, Mugeuk heard a soft whisper in his ear, a layered voice, as if multiple people were gossiping in unison. They spoke of the rumors being true, mentioning that the second young master had begun to ascend, becoming a hidden dragon. The Soul Reaper Demon Supreme had already moved right in front of Mugeuk. Even with Yasuo standing so close, Mugeuk found himself hesitating. He wasn't sure if he could strike Yasuo, and the mere thought of this before even drawing his sword made it clear that fighting him would be a difficult task. Mugeuk now fully understood why his father had warned him about Yasuo. Even with the heavenly demon body protection technique in effect, Mugeuk still felt disoriented. If Yasuo decided to attack now, Mugeuk wondered how he could possibly defeat the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme. Without turning his head, Mugeuk calmly stated that he had no intention of ascending. He wanted to live and enjoy the world for a long time, thin and long. That was why he sought strength. Yasuo was startled by this, for it mirrored the very life he himself had pursued. Yasuo had survived to the end because he cherished life above all else. Before his death, he had often said that he spent his life striving to become stronger so that no one could kill him. The heart and soul reaping technique, in its twisted form, was a horrible manifestation of that self-love. A wide grin spread across the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme's face as he looked directly at Mugeuk. He expressed what a splendid thought the young man had, impressed by his mindset. At that moment, Yasuo performed another sorcery. His form vanished from where he stood, and Mugeuk immediately noticed the change in the environment. The undulating distortion around him ceased. The surroundings darkened for a brief moment before brightening again, revealing a completely different scenery. The maddening space had disappeared, replaced by a vast, peaceful plain. Just the sight of it lifted Mugeuk's spirits. The Soul Reaper Demon Supreme stood confidently in the middle of the expansive field, his presence commanding, yet somehow less oppressive than before. Mugeuk turned his head to the right, taking in the scene. Everywhere he looked, the horizon stretched out, filled with lush greenery. Unable to contain his admiration, Mugeuk shouted toward Yasuo, praising the martial art that had created this magnificent transformation. Normally, to provoke Yasuo, Mugeuk would have called it mere sorcery or a trick, but this time, he chose to acknowledge it as a martial art. In his world, it was wiser to concede a point when faced with true skill. The Soul Reaper Demon Supreme spoke with pride, explaining that the martial art he had just demonstrated could only be performed in this world, a unique ability that he alone possessed. Mugeuk knew the truth that Yasuo's claims were false. The Heavenly Wind Cult leader could perform the exact same martial art. It was something Mugeuk had learned during the process of securing the Thunderbell. The martial art they both shared had its roots in the blood-sex demonic arts. Standing at a distance, Yasuo asked with a voice that sounded as if it were right beside Mugeuk, wondering if he didn't want to live in a world like this. Deciding to jest, Mugeuk replied that if Yasuo would teach him, he would be grateful to learn. In an instant, the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme reappeared directly before Mugeuk, a knowing grin spreading across his face as he remarked that Mugeuk was more cunning than he thought, trying to obtain the world's supreme art for free. Unfazed, Mugeuk responded that if Yasuo thought that way, he could have him, couldn't he? Yasuo locked eyes with Mugeuk, his pupils unervingly wide, before calmly stating that he could see right through Mugeuk's thoughts. He explained that while Mugeuk might fool someone like the Blood Heaven Blade Demon Supreme, he wouldn't fool him. Still unshaken, Mugeuk asked what he was thinking. With a smirk, Yasuo suggested that Mugeuk likely wanted to grab his hair and slap him across the face, cursing him for not listening. Mugeuk smiled at Yasuo's guess, but corrected him, saying it was close, but not quite. Then, moving closer to Yasuo, Mugeuk's smile vanished as he shouted, calling Yasuo a stupid bastard and accusing him of thinking he could kill people. He boldly declared that they should rip out his conscience-less heart first. The Soul Reaper Demon Supreme stood silently, taken aback by Mugeuk's daring words. Never one to shy away from a challenge, Mugeuk grinned as he asked if that was a little different from what Yasuo had suggested. Yasuo remained calm, exuding the composure of someone confident in his ability to kill Mugeuk. His voice finally broke the silence, remarking that as the cult leader's son, it wasn't easy to die. He wondered aloud if Mugeuk truly wished to die by his hand. Smiling smugly, Mugeuk replied that of course he didn't want to die. It was better, he said, to be a living third-rate than end up dead as the greatest of all time. Mugeuk knew this saying well. It was a phrase often used by the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme himself. Yasuo's expression shifted subtly. Slowly, he retracted his intense aura, and his pupils, which had previously contracted into dots, returned to their normal size. The surroundings, too, began to revert to their original state. They were once again standing in the familiar hall of the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme. Yasuo's voice was filled with curiosity as he asked, wondering aloud if Mugeuk wasn't afraid of him. After all, Yasuo could easily open up a hellish realm and trap him there forever. Though Mugeuk's face betrayed no fear, he mockingly admitted that he was afraid. Very much so. He explained that was precisely why he had mentioned persuading his father. Yasuo's laughter filled the air, loud and unsettling. It was an eerie sound that stirred the mind and made Mugeuk's insides churn. When Yasuo finally stopped, he expressed his admiration for Mugeuk, acknowledging that he understood now why the Blade Demon Supreme had been eager to align himself with him. Mugeuk realized that Yasuo had been closely watching his relationship with the Blade Demon Supreme, and not only the Sword Demon Supreme and Soul Reaper Demon Supreme, but all the Demon Supremes were likely keeping an eye on him. After Mugeuk was allowed to leave, he clasped his fist respectfully and requested that Yasuo restrain himself for the time being, for the sake of his father. He then prepared to depart. As Mugeuk turned to leave, the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme called out to him one final time. Mugeuk did not turn around, but Yasuo's voice rang out, heavy with finality, warning him that if he were to see Yasuo again, he would never return to this world. Threatening Yasuo by invoking his father had effectively bought Mugeuk 2 or 3 months' time, during which Yasuo would lay low. That was all Mugeuk needed. So, without responding further, Mugeuk simply walked out, signaling the end of their verbal exchange. Later that night, Mugeuk invited Darion and a few others who had not yet arrived to the Flowing Wind Tavern. As they waited, Darion asked if the matter Mugeuk had gone for had been resolved. Mugeuk shrugged, offering a simple response. If it had gone well, it had gone well. If it hadn't, it hadn't. With the time he had bought by invoking his father, Mugeuk was determined to use it as wisely as possible. Just then, Darion continued, expressing his admiration for Mugeuk's decision to confront the terrifying Soul Reaper Demon Supreme head-on. He believed that no one else would have dared to do such a thing and saw real meaning in Mugeuk's courage. Mugeuk listened carefully as his subordinate spoke, acknowledging his words with a thoughtful nod. Darion then apologized, saying that he wished he could do more for Mugeuk. He added that if he could, he would confront the Soul Reaper Demon Supreme himself. In turn, Mugeuk remained silent, thinking how curious it was to be comforted by someone as gloomy and burly as Darion. After taking a drink from his cup, Mugeuk responded, saying he would accept the sentiment, and expressed that was why Darion was his right-hand man. Confused, Darion asked why he was considered Mugeuk's right-hand man, pointing out that Warrior Leon had been regarded as Mugeuk's right hand. Mugeuk shook his head and replied that Leon was not his right hand. This made Darion wonder if he had somehow surpassed Leon in rank. With a slight flare and a sincere smile, Mugeuk continued, explaining that Leon was his heart. Darion fell silent for a moment, recognizing that Leon was indeed the subordinate Mugeuk cherished most. Then a smile formed on his face, and he teased that he now felt bad about just being Mugeuk's right-hand man. Mugeuk laughed heartily, and Daryong joined in, both men sharing the moment of camaraderie. After Mugeuk established branches of Nirvana Pavilion throughout various points in the demon cult's territory, the Flowing Wind Tavern enjoyed a rare period of peace. As their conversation continued, Daryong asked who the left wing of the group was, assuming the left hand must be the demon lord, Django, and the heart was Leon. Mugeuk took a sip from his cup and answered that there was indeed someone else. Daryong pondered this for a moment, unaware of the secret dealings Mugeuk had made in the shadows with both the Blade Demon Supreme and the Sword Demon Supreme. At that moment, Django arrived, apologizing for being late before sitting down. Mugeuk greeted him warmly, joking that he hoped he hadn't called someone too busy for no reason. Django replied that if Mugeuk hadn't called him, he would have been disappointed. Mugeuk continued with a grin, explaining that he had called him because this was his first drinking gathering with his people. He handed Django a drink from his bottle. Just then, Leon arrived. Her face was flushed with apology, her cheeks a soft red as she made her way toward them. Mugeuk, brushing aside her apology, instructed her to sit immediately. As she took her seat, Leon greeted both Django, the demon lord and commander of the demonic army, and Daryong, the investigator of the Nirvana Pavilion. Trained in martial arts, Django immediately noticed something different about Leon. He called out to her, remarking that she seemed to have changed somehow. Inwardly, Mugeuk thought to himself that, as expected, a lord who led the demonic army had sharp eyes. Leon had indeed become even more skilled lately through her training in the soaring sword art, and Django must have sensed the change in her energy. Leon laughed it off, explaining that the grueling training had caused her to lose weight, and she had changed a bit because of it. She then turned to Mugeuk and, with a smile, said that with the gloomy weather, she had been desperately craving a drink. She asked him to pour her some alcohol, addressing him as young master. Normally, it would be considered rude, but Mugeuk didn't mind such formalities. He poured Leon a drink, praising her for her hard work with all that training. Django enjoyed watching the scene, finding it pleasing that their young master was so kind and understanding toward his subordinates. On the other hand, Daryong couldn't help but feel envious as he watched everyone around Mugeuk being martial artists. Even Leon, the chubby young woman, was able to enjoy the benefits of being a martial artist as Mugeuk's personal bodyguard. With jealousy beginning to stir, Daryong took a drink from his cup, attempting to numb the feeling. As he looked down at his drink, he couldn't help but express that he felt like he was the only one who wasn't part of this world. Not understanding his feelings, Leon asked why he was feeling that way. However, Django had a better grasp of the situation. He could understand what Daryong might be going through. Although Daryong was an investigator from Nirvana Pavilion, it was clear that everyone around Mugeuk was a martial artist, which could make him feel like an outsider. At that moment, Mugeuk casually suggested that Daryong might want to learn martial arts as well. Daryong looked up in surprise. He had not expected Mugeuk to offer such a suggestion. He asked if Mugeuk meant he would teach him. Mugeuk's answer was simple, no. Daryong glanced at Django, wondering if he would have to train like the demonic army's regime. He asked, then, who would be able to teach him? With a sly smile, Mugeuk urged Daryong to simply answer the question. He then went on to explain that if there was someone who could teach him martial arts, would he be willing to learn? It wouldn't make him a formal disciple, but someone could still teach him real martial arts. Daryong hesitated, unsure, before asking who that person could be. Mugeuk still didn't answer directly. He wanted to make sure Daryong was fully committed before revealing anything. Meanwhile, outside, a man walked down the street leading to the Flowing Wind Tavern. People who saw him stopped in their tracks, eyes wide in disbelief. Left and right, people turned to stare at him, surprised that such an important figure was walking through the village street so casually. It was Kionpa, the Blood Heaven Blade Demon Supreme. He was walking with a pout on his face, muttering curses about the second young master. He found it frustrating that the young man thought so arrogantly that he could summon someone like Kianpa whenever he